Chapter 200. After everyone had disembarked, the huge boat slowly rose again. Under the control of the two Yuaning experts at the front and back of the boat, it swept into the star fog and disappeared. After descending on the vast grassland, Yan Chutian looked around. However, even with his spiritual eye, he was unable to see anything strange around him. As far as the eye could see, this place was no different from the outside world. At most, it could be said that there was no sun here, as if it was daytime all year round. At the same time, the surrounding geniuses also looked around and paid attention to their surroundings. Entering a forbidden place like the myriad Star Valley, even these self-proclaimed geniuses from the outside world did not dare to be careless. However, no matter how cautious they were, these geniuses gradually spread out. Unless they were from the same faction, it was impossible for them to travel together in such a place. Although everyone knew that there was a myriad star tree in the periphery of the myriad Star Valley, no one knew its exact location. They could only slowly search for it on their own. Naturally, those with insider information would be even more unwilling to share it. In a short while, all the geniuses had disappeared from where they had descended. Even Honggu and the other two had left, leaving only Yan Chutian, Qiu Yu, and Luo Shui. If it was only Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu with their relationship, any one of them could easily make a decision. However, with the addition of Luo Shui, the two naturally had to ask for her opinion. Fortunately, after entering the periphery of the myriad Star Valley, Luo Shui clearly did not have any clues. Therefore, she did not make any rash decisions and instead looked like she would listen to the two of them. Perhaps in her heart, no matter what choice she made, it would be the same. Since Luo Shui did not have any opinion, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu quickly decided on a certain direction and slowly swept in that direction, disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, at least 1,000 people had descended on the mysterious land behind the star fog. They were all geniuses from the Central Plains. Although they did not come from first-rate or peak factions, they were still known by countless people. After advancing for more than an hour, Yan Chutian still could not see the end of the grassland. It was as if this vast grassland was truly boundless and without end. However, since he had already chosen a direction, he could only grit his teeth and walk to the end. Otherwise, if he randomly changed directions, it was more likely that he would get lost in this grassland. After flying for another 15 minutes, there was still no end to the grassland in front of them. However, there were many obvious protrusions on the originally flat grassland. They were mounds of dirt. However, the strange thing was that there was not the slightest bit of green growing on these huge mounds of dirt. However, it was clear that the surroundings of the mounds were filled with dense grassland. They were forcefully stopped when they reached the mounds. This strange situation made the three of them stop and look around the mound. Just by observing with the naked eye and sensing with spiritual energy, Yan Chutian couldn't see anything strange. Even if he used his spiritual eye, he still couldn't see anything. And with a cautious mind, the three of them naturally wouldn't do anything to this mound of dirt. Otherwise, if they caused trouble for no reason, then the losses would outweigh the gains. However, even though the three of them had such thoughts, as they continued to move forward, more and more mounds appeared in the grassland ahead of them. The area they covered was also getting bigger and bigger. With a cursory glance, a word suddenly appeared in Yan Chutian's mind. Mass grave. After moving forward for more than 15 minutes, the three of them still hadn't moved out of the grassland. Therefore, they could only descend and land in the middle of the strange mounds of dirt to rest for a while. Fortunately, the three of them weren't ordinary people. Even in such a strange situation, they were still able to calm down and recover. However, this kind of calmness was only possible when there was nothing strange happening around them. At a certain moment, there was suddenly a strange sound, and the three of them who were originally sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened their eyes. The three of them seemed to look at each other, and then their gazes converged on one of the mounds of dirt. They all sensed that the source of the strange sound was this mound of dirt. However, under the gaze of the three of them, the mound of dirt became dead silent again. It was as if the previous strange sound didn't come from it, but was just an illusion of the three of them. And it was unknown whether it was to confirm this fact. But suddenly another strange sound came from a mound of dirt behind the three of them. In an instant, the three of them fixed their gazes, but then found that the mound of dirt was also dead silent. Then, the previous situation kept repeating. The three of them stared at a mound of dirt, but strange sounds suddenly came from a direction they weren't paying attention to. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after a long time, the three of them couldn't accept it. Chiu was the first to snort. Is this clearly a trick? But the moment Chiu snorted, a sinister cracking sound suddenly rang out, as if someone's teeth were constantly colliding up and down, full of strangeness. This time, Chiu finally couldn't bear it anymore. After confirming the source of the sinister sound, she slapped the mound of dirt across the air, shattering it into pieces. Under Chiu's palm, the mound of dirt was smashed into pieces, and along with the explosion of the mound of dirt, a white skull flew out from it and smashed into the grass. The white skull's eye sockets flickered with a strange green light, and the strange sound kept coming out from them. But the strangest thing was that the grass around the skull that fell on the grass withered rapidly. In just a few breaths, only a layer of black and yellow soil was left under the grass, just like the surrounding mound of dirt where not even a blade of grass grew. This situation inevitably gave people the feeling that they had caught the culprit, so Chiu didn't hold back. She immediately sent out another palm, fiercely hitting the white skull. Boom! The roar was deafening, but when the roar gradually subsided, the three of them found that there was no broken skull on the soil, only a hole the size of a human head. It ran away! Chiu's face was sullen. She really couldn't accept that the strange skeleton had escaped from under her nose. However, she believed that the skeleton hadn't gone far. Maybe it was still hiding in one of the mounds. Destroy these mounds together, so that strange thing can't escape. Chiu gave the order. Yan Chutian didn't dare to disobey Chiu's words, and he also felt that it was a little inappropriate to let that thing escape. Since that was the case, it was better to find it and kill it. Chiu and Yan Chutian both began to destroy the mounds. Seeing this, Luo Shui could only helplessly act, constantly raising her hands to destroy the protruding mounds around her. However, even though the three of them destroyed the mounds at an extremely fast speed, there were too many mounds around them. After destroying the mounds, the three of them were shocked to find that there were mounds of dirt that rose up again after they destroyed them. This situation made the expressions of the three of them change slightly. It seemed that the degree of difficulty of the situation had exceeded their imagination. They seemed to be trapped in these mounds of dirt. Luo Shui's pretty face was solemn, and Chiu's beautiful eyes were also dignified. The three of them could clearly sense that the situation they were in was more troublesome than they had imagined. Use the spirit technique, Luo Shui suddenly said. The moment she finished speaking, she lifted her jade-like hands and formed a seal. Boundless spiritual energy continued to gather. Finally, with a slap of her jade-like hands, the spiritual energy continued to spread to the surroundings. The blue spirit energy continued to spread to the grassland, but only when it came into contact with the mounds of dirt that it turned into ice crystals and froze. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of mounds of dirt around them were frozen, and an icy aura filled the world. Ka! Luo Shui coldly and arrogantly snapped her fingers, and harsh cracking sounds continued to echo from the frozen mounds of dirt. Then, under the gazes of Yan Chutian and Chiu, hundreds of mounds of dirt shattered and turned into nothingness. In this situation, even Yan Chutian couldn't help but want to say the word handsome in his heart, but Chiu was beside him, so he couldn't say the word handsome, no matter what. At the same time, Chiu snorted. If it was someone else who launched such an attack, she would have ignored it with disdain. However, this person was a beautiful woman, and she was in front of Yan Chutian, so she couldn't ignore it. She immediately urged the spirit energy in her body, and the majestic spirit energy surged like a river. Chapter 201. When the earth-shattering rumbles gradually subsided, they looked around and saw that a large number of mounds had been shattered. Such destructive power was not the slightest bit inferior to Luo Shui's previous attack. Seeing the destruction of the two girls, although Yan Chutan was speechless in his heart, he did not dare to say a word. He even deliberately suppressed the power of his spirit art, for fear of accidentally colliding with the two girls. However, even though the three of them increased the speed of destruction of the mounds, after they were destroyed, a large number of mounds continued to rise rapidly. Moreover, it seemed that the actions of the three of them had angered the creature in the dark. As the mounds rose, ear-piercing cracking sounds continuously rang out. It was actually transmitted from every mound, as if a demonic sound had entered their minds, directly entering their minds. This kind of attack was more difficult to defend against than spirit art attacks. After all, spirit art attacks could be blocked, but this demonic sound had no form. If there was no corresponding defensive means, even if one's cultivation was strong, one's mind would be disturbed and defeated miserably. Fortunately, the three of them were not ordinary people. Even Luo Shui had used a corresponding defensive means. While defending, Yan Chutian held his breath and opened his spirit eyes, constantly scanning the surroundings. Even if his spirit eyes did not see anything strange, now that the other party had launched an attack, it would definitely be difficult to hide. Sure enough, as Yan Chutan had expected, even if all the mounds were emitting ear-piercing sounds, most of them were false. Only a few of them had abnormal movements. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? Heavy sword spirit runes appeared in his eyes, then transformed into a heavy sword between the heavens and the earth, slashing towards the few abnormal moving mounds. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out again, but along with this rumbling sound, several sharp screams rang out in succession. The mounds exploded and several white skeletons fell out one after another, smashing onto the ground. Almost all of the skeletons that fell out were cut open, with broken bones scattered all over the ground. The miserable screams came from their mouths. However, even in such a state, wherever the bones fell, the surrounding grass would quickly wither. It was as if the skeleton's entire body contained a terrifying corrosive power. However, this time Yan Chutian and the other two saw it clearly. Along with the withering of the grass, the originally shattered skeletons actually quickly fused together. A strange green light flickered in their eye sockets as they continuously dug holes in the ground and quickly escaped. Is he absorbing life force to recover himself? Yan Chutian's eyes lit up. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of the escaping skeletons. Without hesitation, he immediately slashed down with his heavy sword, piercing through one of the skeletons and lifting it up. "Ci! Ci!" The skull that was pierced by the mystic Yang's sword screamed in pain, but no matter how hard it struggled, Yan Chutian would not let it go. Under such circumstances, the struggling movements of the skeleton gradually decreased, and in the end it rapidly decayed before the three of them, finally turning into dust and dissipating. With such a living example, even if Yan Chutian did not say it, the other two girls immediately understood everything. Those strange skeletons could absorb the life force they came into contact with, and then recover themselves as if they were immortal. However, as soon as they left their living bodies, they would quickly decay and die. As a result, it was no longer difficult to obliterate them, as long as the skeletons were separated from the surrounding grass. Even if they did not make a move, they would collapse on their own. With this thought, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? He immediately opened his spiritual eye again, searching for those strange skeletons. During this process, of course, he would not foolishly act on his own. His spiritual eye detected several abnormal movements, and he told Qiuyu or Luo Shui to let them work together. Therefore, the following situation was almost a massacre for those strange skeletons. No matter where they escaped to, Yan Chutian's spiritual eye could capture them. After that, any one of the three of them violently broke open the soil pile, and then wrapped it with spiritual power to leave the ground. The result was just as Yan Chutian expected. Not long after leaving the ground, these strange skeletons began to decay and turn into dust. After half a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian's spiritual eye looked around and could no longer detect any abnormal movements. At the same time, the destroyed soil piles were no longer piled up, as if the skeletons had been completely obliterated. This result made Qiuyu clap her jade hands in satisfaction, and then she smiled at Yan Chutian, her delicate face looking quite valiant. However, the moment Qiuyu smiled, the originally calm ground suddenly trembled violently. The ground where the three of them were was trembling continuously, and then it continued to collapse as if the earth was collapsing. Although the sudden situation was fierce, the three of them were not ordinary people. Almost at the moment of the tremor, they flashed away from their original place, flying dozens of feet away. At the same time, the ground where they were originally standing completely collapsed, and then a huge, ferocious stone-like head emerged from the soil layer. Along with the head, countless thick vines rushed out from the soil layer and hit the three of them fiercely like lightning. The three of them had no choice but to dodge again. After dodging again, Yan Chutian looked at the collapsed ground from the vines, and then at the ferocious head that emerged from the collapsed ground, and the numerous vines that were constantly twisting behind the head. He could not help but smile. Looking at the situation, it seemed that after hitting the young one, the old one came out to take revenge. That is, suddenly, Qiuyu's voice came from the side. Yan Chutian looked over and saw that one of the vines was tied up with a figure. The figure's clothes were tattered, but from the fresh blood on it, it was obvious that he had died not long ago. However, such a person who had died not long ago looked like a skeleton at this time. It was not difficult to imagine that he must be one of the so-called favored ones who had just entered the periphery of the Myriad Stars Valley. He must have been killed by the giant monster in front of them, and even if he died, he could not be at peace and was constantly absorbed like nourishment. Yan Chutian did not feel that the dead person was miserable because he had been used to such scenes. If one wanted to rise in the vast sea of people, he naturally had to take the corresponding risks. Not to mention being absorbed as nutrients after death, it was a common occurrence for them to die without leaving behind even a trace of their remains. But even so, Yan Chutian was vaguely determined to kill the monster in front of him. After all, they were all from the human clan. Even if they were not friends before death, or even had never met before, he could still avenge you after death. Kill. Without any nonsense, Yan Chutian once again controlled the heavy sword with spiritual patterns to attack. This giant monster was only at the 4th level of elixir. With such cultivation, Yan Chutian believed that he could still kill it alone. And this giant monster was indeed not Yan Chutian's opponent. However, when Yan Chutian severely injured it and cut off several vines, he found that this monster was like those skeletons and could also absorb the life of the surrounding grassland. With this monster's huge size, the movement of absorbing was extremely terrifying. The grassland around the monster withered after absorbing so much life force. After absorbing so much life force, its injuries had almost recovered, and it once again fought fiercely with Yan Chutian. "It really is a monster," Yan Chutian whispered. With this monster's terrible recovery ability, it would be extremely troublesome for ordinary practitioners at the 4th level of elixir to fight with it, and they might even be defeated. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. Thus, he had a corresponding method to deal with him when he fought with him. After a moment of silence, Yan Chutian once again controlled the heavy sword with spiritual patterns to slash at the giant monster. Seeing this, the giant monster did not dodge. It immediately raised several thick vines behind it and rushed toward the heavy sword with spiritual patterns. The seemingly soft vines constantly gathered in the rolling. Finally, they seemed to condense into a long cyan spear, which collided with Yen Chutian's heavy sword with spiritual patterns. Boom! The two collided, and a huge roar immediately resounded. However, it seemed that neither side had the upper hand in this blow, and they were in a stalemate. This made Luo Shui, who was watching from the side, a little impatient. Her delicate body surged with spiritual power, and it seemed that she was about to attack. However, just as her spiritual power surged, Qiuyu stepped forward lightly and stopped her. Then she looked at Yen Chutian, who was still in a stalemate, and said without looking at Luo Shui. Chapter 202. A deafening roar resounded, but Yen Chutian did not stop to watch. He formed a seal with his right palm, and suddenly strands of strange power spread out from his body. With the influx of spiritual power, it rapidly expanded. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a big net and enveloped the huge monster. That was the mysterious Yang Qi. When the mysterious Yang Qi enveloped it, even the huge monster had nowhere to escape. It was immediately enveloped. After being enveloped by the mysterious Yang Qi, the huge monster became extremely uneasy, because it clearly felt that it could no longer touch any life aura. Aware of this, the monster, whose intelligence was not weak, naturally tried to break through the seal quickly. However, it took a lot of effort to achieve this step. How could Yen Chutian let it break through so easily? Mysterious Yang sword mark. The heavy sword spirit pattern appeared in the sky again, and then it slashed fiercely at the huge monster wrapped in the mysterious Yang Qi. For the heavy sword spirit pattern, the mysterious Yang Qi, which was also controlled by Yen Chutian, did not hinder it at all and let it pass through. Therefore, when the heavy sword spirit pattern slashed down, even if the monster tried to resist, it was still seriously injured. The most important thing was that the monster could not touch any life, let alone absorb and recover. Therefore, under the continuous resistance, the monster's aura became weaker and weaker, until it was on the verge of death. It could be completely annihilated at any time. Luo Shui saw clearly that the monster was thinking of breaking through the seal all the time. As long as it broke through the seal, it could quickly recover by absorbing the surrounding life force. It was really disgusting. However, Yen Chutian's seal was too tough. No matter how it was attacked, there was no flaw. This kind of terrifying defensive power, even spiritual power, was slightly insufficient compared to it. And this was not the first time Luo Shui felt this inexplicable power. She felt it at the Tianji gathering and so on. This caused her to be unable to help but feel shocked and curious in her heart. Exactly what sort of power is that? However, no one would give Luo Shui an answer. With her temperament, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Moreover, even if Yen Chutian said it, no one would be able to understand the 3 words profound Yang Qi. After all, without the mysterious Yang scripture, how could they know the mysterious Yang Qi? Looking at the dying huge monster wrapped in the mysterious Yang Qi, Yen Chutian could not help showing a satisfied smile. The tenacity and toughness of Shenyang Qi that surpassed Ling power did not disappoint him. But of course, it was also because this monster was not good at attacking. Even if this method was used on any primal core 3rd level Xiuzha, it would not be able to achieve such an effect. Returning to the main topic, since this monster had been exhausted to the point where it was extremely weak, then it was time for the real, killing blow. Mysterious Yang sword mark slash! With a shout, the heavy sword spirit pattern with unparalleled power, suddenly and slashed the monster's body. Ufs, SSSSS, SSSSS, S's ants. Of it, SS a look. The original huge monster had been shattered layer by layer under the heavy sword spirit pattern, turning into light spots and dissipating. But what was unexpected was that after the monster was shattered, 3 spiritual beads, slowly emerged and floated in the same place. 2 spiritual beads were small and one was big. The 2 small beads were barely half the size of the other one. Although they were different in size, the 3 beads were exuding the same aura, which was extremely rich and pure spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were astonished. Yen, Chutian, and Chiu, you were people who had experienced great storms and waves. With a slight perception, they were able to determine the identity of these 3 round beads. After confirming the identity, Yen Chutian could not help but show a trace of joy again, because these beads were all opportunities. It seems that this is the monster's inner core. The beads contain an extremely large amount of pure spiritual energy, which is a great opportunity for any cultivator. Yen Chutian's any cultivators naturally referred to the geniuses of the major forces who had entered the periphery of the myriad star valley. The pure spiritual energy contained in these beads was extremely beneficial to the 4th or 5th level elixir cultivators. Most of the geniuses of these forces were at this level. Knowing this, Yen Chutian couldn't help but sigh at his good luck, because at this time he was at the peak of the 2nd level elixir. If he could absorb such pure spiritual energy, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of elixir, and his cultivation and strength would be improved to a higher level. However, just as Yen Chutian raised his hand to grab all 3 beads, a black long blade suddenly burst out from nowhere and smashed heavily beside the 3 beads, directly scattering Yen Chutian's Shenyang Qi around the beads. "Kid, there are some good things that you can't take." A voice filled with a thick sense of arrogance rang out. Looking over, there were 2 youths standing quietly at the spot where the black blade had come from. Among them, the youth with long hair draped over his shoulders had a scabbard on his back. Clearly, the black blade that had shot over belonged to him. The young man with the blade on his back was not weak. Even Luo Shui, who had the highest cultivation among Yen Chutian's trio, could not be compared to him because in detail he could be considered as a quasi-5th level elixir. However, compared to the young man with the blade on his back with long hair, Yen Chutian paid more attention to the cold, short-haired man beside him. This short-haired man's aura seemed to be weak, faintly discernible, but with her spiritual eye, how could Yen Chutian not see through his true cultivation? The short-haired man was a genuine 5th level elixir. The appearance of the 2 people seemed to be shocking, but in reality, Yen Chutian did not notice when he caught a glimpse of the 3 beads. Otherwise, with the level of his spiritual eye, even a 6th or even 7th level elixir cultivator would not be able to escape his senses. But so what if they appeared? Yen Chutian would not be afraid because of this. Clang! A loud and ear-piercing roar suddenly sounded. Looking over, the black blade that was originally inserted into the ground had been shaken out and fell back in front of the young man with the blade on his back. At the same time, Yen Chutian's indifferent and cold words slowly sounded. "If you want to be a fisherman, you should consider your own strength." Seeing this scene, the young man with the blade on his back, who was originally arrogant, suddenly froze. Then a thick and sharp intent emerged from his long and narrow eyes. "Ha! It's been a long time since I've seen such arrogant guys. Looking at your clothes, you're from the Tianji sect?" After being exposed, Yen Chutian did not panic. After all, the Tianji sect was a second-class force, and it was a fact that many people knew about it. But looking at the other party's calm and unhurried manner, it seemed that his background was not small. Divine Heaven's sect. Suddenly, Luo Shui's red lips moved slightly, and she spat out 3 names that were at least famous in this test. At the same time, Yen, Chutian, and Chiu, you suddenly realized that they were from the Divine Heaven sect, the second-class force. No wonder they were so arrogant and domineering. At the same time, the young man with the blade on his back seemed to have noticed the reactions of the 3 people, and his sharp face was gradually covered with arrogance. "It seems that you also know who we are, so if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave as soon as possible." The young man with the blade on his back was extremely domineering. This was not only because he was from the Divine Heaven sect, but also because he was full of confidence in his own strength. In his eyes, none of the three people was a match for him, not to mention that he had his senior brother by his side. Instead, what made him ponder was that no matter what, the disciple sent by the second-class force should be at the 4th level of elixir. Why did 2 of the 3 disciples of the Tianji sect not meet the standard, and even one of them was only at the 2nd level of elixir? Could it be that the Tianji sect had declined to such an extent? While the young man with the blade on his back was thinking, Yan Chutian's cold words sounded again, and the meaning of these words made the young man with the blade on his back change his expression again. Then he could no longer smile, and was full of thick coldness. I think the ones who should know what's good for you are the 2 of you. Yan Chutian's words not only made the young man with the blade on his back change his expression, but also made the short-haired man beside the young man with the blade on his back change his expression, slightly. The corner of his cold lips slightly curled up, and he said evilly, Chapter 203. Clang! The young man pulled out his sword with one hand, and an ear-piercing clang sounded immediately. He looked at Yan Chutian in front of him, and his cold face gradually became more sarcastic than before. Haha, this is really interesting. You're just a level 2 elixir cultivator. I'm really curious where you get the courage to speak. As he spoke, the young man glanced at Luo Shui and Qiu Yu. In his opinion, Yan Chutian could only rely on these 2 people. However, although the 2 women's appearance stunned him, he really didn't care about their cultivations. After all, the number of 4th level primal core practitioners that had been defeated by him could be counted on 2 hands, if not dozens. Compared to the young man with the sword, the short-haired man beside him was more unpredictable. However, Yan Chutian could vaguely sense that his eyes were constantly glancing at Luo Shui or Qiu Yu's delicate body, and a touch of hidden greed crazily spread. This made Yan Chutian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that the 2 disciples of Divine Heaven sect he met were really unique. One was overbearing and arrogant, and the other was a well-hidden hypocrite. Since the other party had made it clear that they wanted to rob him of the 3 spiritual beads, he wouldn't be polite at all. He would also treat them coldly. Where my courage comes from? Why don't you try and find out? Hearing Yan Chutian's straightforward provocation, the young man with the sword laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard a very funny joke. In fact, it was indeed so. A level 2 elixir cultivator dared to provoke a level 5 elixir cultivator. In the eyes of any cultivator, it was tantamount to seeking death. After all, the gap between their cultivations was really too big. Even if it wasn't like clouds and mud, it was like an insurmountable mountain. After laughing exaggeratedly, the smile on the young man's face gradually turned cold. He didn't hide his sharpness at all, and his words were like the edge of a sword that approached Yan Chutian. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'd like to see how much of your strength is compared to your arrogance. As soon as his voice fell, the young man with the saber on his back stomped on the ground with his right foot and went straight for Yan Chutian with a punch. At this moment, he had already put away his black blade. After all, in his eyes, he could defeat a mere 2nd-layer elixir practitioner with a single punch. Why would he need to use a spirit weapon? The young man with the saber threw a punch. This punch was extremely powerful. Even if he did not use any spiritual spells, almost no level 4 elixir cultivator could block it. This was because he was a quasi-elixir level 5 cultivator. In fact, if he was given more time, he was confident that he could step into level 5 elixir. Luo Shui's beautiful face slightly changed as the young man with the blade launched his attack. However, Qiu Yu still blocked in front of her. Luo Shui faintly couldn't understand. Could it be that she was counting on Yan Chutian to fight the young man with the blade alone? She did not deny that Yan Chutian was strong. After all, Yan Chutian could even defeat Honggu. However, this disciple of the divine heaven sect was also very strong. Not to mention his background. Just his quasi-elixir level 5 cultivation was superior to Honggu's. Even if Yan Chutian could defeat Honggu, it did not mean that he could also defeat this young man with the blade. Whoosh! The fist wrapped in dense spiritual power broke through the wind and appeared in front of Yan Chutian in an instant. However, just as this fist was about to hit his body, Yan Chutian finally made a move. Boom! Raising his hand to form a seal, Yan Chutian also brazenly punched out. In the blink of an eye, both of them fiercely collided. The aura of the collision instantly surged out, causing the clothes of the two to flutter in the wind. Ta-ta! The moment their fists collided, both of them had already retreated. However, such a short collision caused quite a stir in the hearts of the young man with the blade and Luo Shui. Originally, in the eyes of the young man with the blade, what appeared in front of him was an elixir level 2 disciple who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought that he could defeat him with one punch. However, after the real collision, the result was completely out of his expectations. The opponent's strength seemed to be no weaker than his own. However, how could a mere elixir level 2 cultivator have such strength? At the same time, Luo Shui was also shocked. Through this simple exchange, it was not difficult for her to see that Yan Chutian was stronger than before. Therefore, it was no wonder that the woman in front of her was not worried. Yan Chutian, whose strength had increased again, indeed had the ability to fight with a quasi-elixir level 5 cultivator. However, how could his strength increase so quickly? She remembered very clearly that his breakthrough to elixir level 2 was clearly at the Tianji meeting. Humph, no wonder you can be so arrogant. So you're not a weakling but hiding some strength. Even though he knew that he had underestimated his opponent, the young man with the blade still had a proud expression on his face. In his opinion, it was only because he was a little careless. Otherwise, even if his opponent was stronger than an ordinary elixir level 2 cultivator, it would be impossible for him to be on par with him. However, he would not be careless again. Then his good luck would come to an end. With this thought, the young man with the blade quickly activated the majestic spirit energy in his body. Under the seal, the vast spirit energy continued to gather between his palms. Unexpectedly on his arms and palms, scarlet veins that looked like flowing magma appeared. Scarlet dragon arm. With a low roar, the young man with the blade slammed his palms on the ground. Immediately, a majestic force rushed along the ground, and 2 huge fire dragons appeared. They destroyed the ground and headed straight for Yan Chutian. After launching the attack, the young man with the blade raised his head slightly and a sneer appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see how the other party was going to defend against his spirit art. Looking down, Yan Chutian's face remained calm as he saw the 2 fire dragons emitting a scorching aura surging towards him. No matter what happened during the battle, nothing could disturb his state of mind. Secondly, he was no longer in the Tianji stage. Now that he was at the peak of elixir level 2, he was confident that he could deal with the situation before him. Phew! Lightly exhaling, Yan Chutian also formed a seal. Majestic spirit energy slowly surged in his body and turned into a huge stone tablet that descended to the ground. The stone tablet was densely covered with runes, and each rune flickered with a strange light. When these strange lights connected with each other, they would erupt with a terrifying attack. This was the Great Mercy Stone Tablet. The dazzling spirit energy beam on the Great Mercy Stone tablet shot out and fiercely collided with the 2 fire dragons that were destroying the ground. When they collided, a shockwave that was even more shocking than before spread out. Under the impact of this energy, the green grass in the surrounding area disappeared. At the same time, the soil on the ground was constantly lifted up. It could be seen how powerful the shockwave was. However, no matter how shocking the shockwave was, it could not compare to the waves in the young man's heart. He could explain Yan Chutian's previous performance by saying that he was careless. But now he had already used his spirit art. How could he still defend against it? Could it be that his true strength was really on par with his? Impossible. The young man with the blade denied this thought. No matter what, he could not believe that a level 2 elixir level cultivator could be compared with him. He was from the number 1 second-rate sect, the Divine Heaven's sect. If he could only be compared with a disciple from the Heaven's secret sect, he would lose face. Great red sun cut. Therefore, the young man with the blade did not hesitate and immediately mobilized the spirit energy in his body. It kept surging on his right arm, making his right arm as sharp as a blade. An extremely sharp aura spread out. It was as if no matter what was in front of it, it would only end up being torn apart. Swish! In the next moment, the young man with the blade suddenly swung his right arm down. As his right arm fell, the extremely sharp aura also burst out. It was like an invisible blade that was hanging in the air and had already slashed towards Yan Chutian. Mysterious young hand. Since the young man with the blade launched a powerful attack, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. He once again mobilized the mysterious yang qi in his dantian. Threads of mysterious yang qi flowed into his right arm and then exploded with the power that had been brewing for a long time. Hua! Chapter 204. When the two dazzling energy ripples intertwined and collided, the young man's face gradually turned ugly again. He couldn't accept that his opponent's counterattack was on par with his again. This is impossible. The young man's face changed dramatically, and he couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He came from the Divine Heaven sect. Even if he wasn't the best in the sect, he was still a top-notch genius. The Divine Heaven sect was ranked first among all the second-rate forces, so the young man was full of confidence. Even compared to the top geniuses of the other second-rate forces, he wasn't much worse. However, he hadn't shown his talent yet. Just as he entered the periphery of the Myriad Star Valley, he met a disciple from a force that could overturn all his pride. How could he remain calm? However, just as the young man's thoughts changed dramatically, the short-haired man behind him, who had been watching, said indifferently, "Guard your mind. This guy isn't the second-level elixir cultivator you've met before. If you continue to be arrogant, only defeat awaits you." The short-haired man squinted his eyes. At this time, he didn't have the greedy look that he had when he peeked at Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. Instead, he looked dignified. Obviously, since he was a hypocrite, he naturally had his own strengths. The short-haired man's ability to spy on the truth was extremely strong. Even though Yan Chutian's cultivation was merely at the second level of the primal core realm, through the exchange between him and the saber-carrying youth, this short-haired youth had already realized that the disciples of the Heaven's Fate sect were definitely not simple. As if he had heard the short-haired man's advice, the young man actually slowly calmed down. However, the young man's control of his emotions had not reached the level where he could control them freely. Even if he deliberately restrained himself, there was still a faint anger on his face. However, compared to before, it was much better. Zhang! Holding the handle of the saber behind his back tightly, the young man suddenly pulled out the long saber that he had put away. At this time, even if he felt humiliated, he still regarded Yan Chutian as a real opponent. How could he hold back against a guy of the same level? Great red sun slash! It was still the same spirit art as before, but this time it caused the black blade to radiate light in all directions. An extremely sharp aura crazily gathered, and this astonishing sharpness was much stronger than the spirit art from before. If the strength of the young man with the blade on his back was that of a quasi-elixir level 5, then his current strength was comparable to that of a true elixir level 5. At the very least, if this spirit art was placed in front of any level 4 elixir cultivator, it would be difficult for them to block it. Even if they could barely block it, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries. In the end, it was a high-leveling weapon, and the amplification effect it had on a Xiuzha was not small. Although Yan Chutian's expression remained calm in the face of this attack, There was a trace of graveness in the depths of his eyes. If it was said that no Xiaojia could threaten him in Elixir Level 4, then Elixir Level 5 was still an unknown to him. It seemed like there was only a difference of one realm between them, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, Yan Chutian's true cultivation was only at level 2 elixir level. However, he still had to try. Without a real confrontation, Yan Chutian was not willing to believe that he was definitely not the opponent's opponent. Moreover, it was time for some of the spirit arts that he had mastered before to reveal themselves. Phew! He exhaled lightly and lowered his eyebrows, but he was slightly calm. In the next moment, a strange light emerged from Yan Chutian's eyes. Under the appearance of this light, rays of purple crystal light continued to condense on his palms. Every ray of purple crystal light was filled with an extremely violent aura, as if there was a ferocious beast inside that was accumulating power and waiting to strike. During the last time in the southern region, Yan Chutian had not been idle, and this was the result of his secret preparation. Originally, he wanted to keep it as a trump card, but he did not expect to encounter the disciple of the number 1 second-rate faction, the Divine Heaven Sect. It seemed that he had to expose it earlier. 1 yuan fragmentary star mark. Yan Chutian shouted in a low voice, and the purple crystal light that covered his palms suddenly erupted with its most terrifying power. The purple light entangled and gathered, and then a strange mark slowly appeared in the thick, blood-red light. It was the 1 yuan fragmentary star mark. The level of this spirit art was the real demonic level, even close to the saint level. However, because of its uniqueness, Yan Chutian, who was now only at level 2 elixir, was able to start practicing it. Of course, being able to practice it in advance meant that the power of the spirit art would be greatly reduced, because this spirit art needed to absorb the blood of ferocious beasts to practice. It was close to the saint level, and it required 6 drops of blood of ferocious beasts. At that time, the name of the spirit art was different from now. It was called the 6 yuan fragmentary star mark. Strictly speaking, the 1 yuan fragmentary star mark that Yan Chutian was using now was somewhat unworthy of its name. Even if he searched all over the southern region, he could only find the blood of an ordinary spirit beast, which was not as ferocious as the blood of a ferocious beast. Back to the topic, the strange mark slowly appeared, and then it rushed toward the red light that was slashing down. Even if the spirit art was not perfect, the power displayed by the 1 yuan fragmentary star mark did not disappoint Yan Chutian. The two collided, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the spirit weapon, the black saber that was slashing down, was the first to be shaken backward. And then the young man with the saber also staggered back, his face full of disbelief. He could not believe that he was not a match when he had even used his spirit weapon, Red Sun Saber Mark. Without any hesitation, the young man with the saber immediately used his own spirit inscriptions. As the light in his eyes flowed, a huge saber that seemed to be condensed by flames appeared in the sky. The spirit inscription sun saber appeared in the sky, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura poured out. Spirit inscriptions were the most powerful attack method of an elixir cultivator, but on the other hand, only when there was no other method, an elixir cultivator would use spirit inscriptions to attack. Yan Chutian made the young man with the saber feel that it was extremely difficult to deal with him, which made him believe that only the ultimate power of spirit inscriptions could defeat him. The spirit inscription sun saber was extremely powerful. Even if the remaining power of the spirit art was not weak, it was still slowly being worn out. However, if the young man with the saber could use spirit inscriptions to attack, how could Yan Chutian not be able to? Mysterious sun, sword mark. As Yan Chutian muttered in a low voice, strange lines intertwined in his eyes. In a few breaths, they turned into a heavy sword, and the heavens and the earth also condensed this heavy sword. In the next moment, the saber and the sword fiercely collided. Although the collision of spirit inscriptions was not as powerful as the previous attack, it was more dangerous. After all, Spirit inscriptions were engraved on a cultivator's elixir. If the spirit inscriptions were damaged, the cultivator would suffer a great backlash. This kind of situation had occurred many times in the Tianji gathering. Boom! In the end, both spirit inscriptions retreated, and this attack seemed to be equally matched. However, this time, the young man with the saber did not look angry, because he did not expect such a difficult guy to be defeated with only one spirit inscription. He was waiting for the first spirit inscription to be used. In his opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chudan was, it was impossible for him to condense 2 spirit inscriptions with only the cultivation of level 2 elixir. Condensing a complete spirit inscription was definitely his limit. Even if the other party touched the second spirit inscription, it was definitely only the embryonic form. In this way, when he used the second spirit inscription, it would be the time of his crushing defeat. Thinking of this, the young man with the saber became extremely impatient for the first time. Strange lines quickly gathered in his eyes, and almost in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a red sun. Then it slowly rose behind his body, and the scorching light illuminated the world. Seeing this scene, the short-haired man closed his eyes slightly and did not look any more, because his thoughts were almost the same as the young man with the saber. No matter how strange the Tianji sect disciple in front of him was, it was impossible for him to defeat the young man with the saber who used the second spirit inscription. And if the elixir cultivator was defeated in the battle of spirit inscriptions, he was destined to lose. The thoughts of the young man with the saber and the short-haired man were almost shown on their faces, so Luo Shui and Qiu Yu knew at a glance. Knowing the thoughts of the two women shook their heads in tacit understanding. Then they looked at the young man with a saber with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Chapter 205. Great Sun Rune. The young man with a saber couldn't wait to shout. His face was full of excitement and joy. In his mind, the power of the second spiritual rune would definitely be able to suppress the opponent. With a shout, the red sun burst out with a more terrifying heat than before. Even without an attack, the high temperature alone was enough to make many 4th-level elixir cultivators unable to resist. Under the illumination of this light, the spiritual power was broken down and burned quickly like a flammable object. Just like Yan Chutian's surroundings, the lingering spirit energy was being incessantly burned away. Finally, a great sun completely descended, hovering above Yan Chutian's head. It seemed as though it would crush down at any moment, crushing the petite figure below, and even incinerating the blood mist. At this moment, the young man with a blade on his back almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, a strand of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Yan Chutian and fiercely collided with the ardent sun's spirit rune. Dong! A heavy, muffled sound reverberated. The young man with a saber finally saw that the ray of golden light was actually a giant golden cauldron. It was constantly colliding with the great sun rune, wearing each other out. However, it was precisely this situation that caused the young man's grin to suddenly stiffen. Then, a look of disbelief once again appeared on his face that was as if he had eaten feces. The young man with a saber was sure that he didn't sense it wrongly. The golden cauldron exuded a strong power of spiritual runes, which meant that it was a spiritual rune. How could it be a spiritual rune? The opponent had clearly displayed a spiritual rune before. How could he display a second one? Could it be that he had condensed 2 spiritual runes? But how could a second-level elixir cultivator condense 2 spiritual runes? However, regardless of whether the young man with a saber could accept it or not, the fact was that the mysterious sun cauldron rune and the great sun rune were colliding with each other. Both of them contained extremely terrifying power, so the situation seemed to be in a stalemate. However, this kind of stalemate was obviously not the result that Yan Chutian wanted. Therefore, while the young man with the saber was still in shock, the golden cauldron in his right eye slowly dissipated. Then, the strange patterns gathered again, and actually converged into a heavy sword with spiritual patterns. Mystic Yang Qi condensation. Mystic Yang sword mark. When the heavy sword with spiritual tattoos appeared in the world again, the young man with the saber on his back, who had finally accepted the unbelievable result in front of him, fell into a deep shock again. How is it possible to display two spiritual inscriptions at the same time? How could this be? This was probably the most words that the young man with a saber had said today. Under his shocked and even absent-minded gaze, the heavy sword with spiritual tattoos slashed down again. Even if he wanted to resist, all his defenses were finally destroyed by this heavy sword, and then the sword smashed heavily on the scorching sun. Dong! Another deafening explosion resounded. However, this time around there was an ear-piercing, miserable howl mixed within the explosion. Looking over, the young man with the saber suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed the ground in front of him red. He was extremely embarrassed. At the same time, the scorching sun's spiritual tattoo, which had been attacked, also retreated. The dazzling light had become extremely dim, and it turned into lines and fell back into the body of the young man with the saber in a panic. The spiritual tattoo was damaged, and the owner of the spiritual tattoo also suffered a backlash. Compared with the embarrassed young man with the saber, Yan Chutian's situation was much better. Now he just looked pale. This result was much better than the day when Yan Chutian fought against Honggu. At the same time, the result of this seemingly predetermined fight ended with an amazing result again. Yan Chutian defeated the young man with the saber. What a useless thing! Seeing that the young man with the saber was defeated, the short-haired man couldn't help but shout angrily. It wasn't that he didn't recognize Yan Chutian's strength, but his fellow disciple was defeated by him, which meant that his previous words became arrogant. How could he not be angry in his heart? Following closely behind, the short-haired man's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at Yan Chuan. For a mere second-level Yuan Dan cultivator to be able to defeat a quasi-fifth-level Yuan Dan cultivator, even he was deeply shocked. At least before today, he had never heard of such a result. After staring at Yan Chutian for a long time and confirming that he was not in a good state, the short-haired man relaxed a little and then said coldly, "It seems that I really misjudged today. It turns out that you, the most inconspicuous guy, is the most crouching tiger and hidden dragon." Hearing that, Yan Chutian didn't seem to deny it, and he didn't even look at the short-haired man. This made the short-haired man's eyes even colder, and he said again, "But even if you can defeat Zhaoang in my eyes, you are still just SOSO." The short-haired man who called himself Lu Song raised his head, and a cold arrogance appeared on his face. The powerful fifth-level elixir aura spread out, and it seemed to make the air pressure between heaven and earth much lower. In addition to his arrogance, Lu Song didn't forget to reveal a mocking smile, and said, "Moreover, the current you can still bring out some strength. If you know what's good for you, hand over the item and break one of your arms. I can consider letting you go." From Lu Song's point of view, Yan Chutian didn't have the strength to fight anymore, and without this unknown variable, the remaining two women were not worth mentioning. Even the fourth-level elixir Luo Shui was ordinary in his eyes. After all, Lu Song didn't believe that every disciple of the Heaven's secret sect could be so strange. But today Lu Song was destined to miscalculate. "You are really merciful." Before Yan Chutian could speak, Qiuyu suddenly opened her red lips, and a sweet voice slowly sounded out. However, there was a strong sense of sarcasm in her words. Hearing that, Lu Song looked over, and when he saw Qiuyu's delicate face, the smile on his face became even wider, and there was even a hint of greed mixed in. He pretended to smile evilly and said, "If you are tactful and serve me for a night, I can spare his arm. How about it?" What answered Lu Song was a cold light. Qiuyu made her move. When Qiuyu made her move, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged on the ground, as if he wasn't worried about the situation at all. In this situation, Luo Shui, who had always been cold, couldn't help but want to ask, "Are you two actually senior and junior brothers? Or do you have an even closer relationship?" But of course, Luo Shui knew that it wasn't that they were indifferent, but that they had full confidence in each other. If it was others, Luo Shui might not care. But these two were the first and second disciples of the Heaven's secret sect, so even she had no choice but to trust them. It seemed like half an incense stick's time had passed. After half an incense stick's time, looking at Lu Song, who was covered in blood and in a more miserable state than the young man with a blade on his back, Luo Shui couldn't help but be shocked, even though she had more or less expected some results. If it was said that she had some doubts about Qiu Yu becoming the first disciple of the Heaven Secret sect before, then from now on, she was completely convinced. To be able to beat a real 5th level elixir cultivator to such a state in half an incense stick's time, it could only be said that the other party's true strength was beyond imagination. Even Yan Chutian paled in comparison. These two senior and junior brothers, one is more abnormal than the other. Similarly, Lu Song, who was miserably smashed on the ground, no longer had the slightest bit of the cold arrogance from before. Now he was only left with shock and fear, and deep in his heart there was a strong sense of regret. Only now did he understand who was the most terrifying among the three. It wasn't the skinny man, but the beautiful 3rd level elixir woman in front of him. How could Lu Song not know that he had kicked an iron plate this time? However, even if he knew that he had kicked an iron plate, he only felt a strong sense of grievance in his heart. In the past, it was clear that he was the iron plate. Who would have thought that, in a second-rate force at the bottom, there would be a series of freaks that couldn't be understood by common sense? How is this possible? Even though he knew that he had said such words too many times, looking at the miserable Lu Song, Zhao Ong couldn't help but exclaim again. At the same time, his face was burning with pain. When he thought of how he was still acting cold and arrogant in front of the three people, and in the blink of an eye he and his senior brother were defeated, what face did they have left? Between shock and shame, Zhao Ong simply chose to play dead. However, the moment he played dead, a familiar body smashed in front of him, and then Qiu Yu's cold and crisp voice sounded again. Chapter 206. Hearing this, Zhao Ong couldn't help squinting his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the object beside him. This glance suddenly made his body tremble violently, as if his body had been cut by a sharp sword. He suddenly sat up and shivered, because he had already clearly seen how miserable his senior brother Lu Song was at this moment. Even though he had fainted, it was not difficult to imagine what kind of pain this body was enduring just now from his body that was still trembling nonstop. And this kind of pain, even thinking about it, made Zhao Ong tremble with fear. At the same time, looking at the trembling Zhao Ong with a face full of fear, Qiu Yu couldn't help but gently shake her head, with a mocking look on her face. She had thought that Zhao Ong would have a lot of backbone, but she didn't expect him to be such a coward. If he was like this, then presumably the other so-called talents of the Divine Heavens sect were similar. Most of them were a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and were as timid as mice. So Qiu, you didn't have the interest to take another look, but turned her beautiful eyes back to Yan Chutian's body. At this time, Yan Chutian seemed to have recovered a lot. Seeing Qiu Yu looking at him, he got up and walked over. In a tone that only the two of them could understand, he said, "Are you okay?" Qiu Yu curved her beautiful eyes and gently shook her head. Then her eyes fell on a figure who had fainted, and she smiled. "This kind of guy can't make me do anything." After confirming that Qiu Yu was fine, Yan Chutian turned his eyes to Zhao Ong, who was still trembling. Qiu Yu had finished her work, and now it was his turn. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Ong was still trembling in fear. But in addition to fear, there was a deep sense of humiliation in his heart, because in a quarter of an hour, everything on his body had been taken away. The only thing left was the black saber, which the other party didn't care about and disdainfully threw back to his side. This made him so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Even though he had indeed lost to Yen Chutan, as a heaven's pride of the divine heaven sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The other party was like a bandit who stole everything from him. Was he the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? However, every time Zhaoang caught a glimpse of Yen Chutian's smile behind Yen Chutian, he felt that Yen Chutian was very cute, but looked at him with a sharp gaze. He didn't dare to move and could only let her do it. After all, Zhaoang himself, he knew that if he dared to resist, this beautiful woman would immediately suppress him, and in the end, he would inevitably be robbed. In this way, he would suffer less if he behaved honestly. At the same time, looking at the two's habitual actions, Luo Shui couldn't help but have a ridiculous idea in her heart. Could it be that the two of them were in this line of work before they were brought back to the southern region by Elder Han? As expected of the number one force, your collection is really rich. Listing the rare treasures in the two's Qingquan bags one by one, Yen Chutian even smiled at Zhaoang in an infuriating manner, which made Zhaoang almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, Lu Song had already fainted. Otherwise, his reaction would definitely be greater than Zhaoang's, because the things in his Qingquan bag were much more than the former's. Qiu Yu stood behind, her beautiful face constantly showing a wider smile. Now, they were not like when they were in the heaven realm. Every bit of cultivation resources was extremely precious, and now, with so many resources, how could she not be happy? Even the usually indifferent Luo Shui's face slightly moved at this moment, and she involuntarily looked over. Although they were both second-rate forces, the things that the divine heaven sect's disciples could grasp seemed to be much better than their Tianji sects. And just when the three of them were beaming with joy, Zhaoang seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face changed dramatically. But before he could speak, a light ball was taken out by Yen Chutian from his Qingquan bag. "What is this?" Yen Chutian looked at the thing in his hand, puzzled. In the middle of the light ball, there was a red button, and he naturally pressed it. With this press, the next moment, the two women's faces suddenly turned red, and the scene that made Zhao Ang's face turn red appeared. Because after the button was pressed, the light ball quickly expanded and opened, revealing a figure lying inside. Taking a closer look, it was a naked woman. But as cultivators, they could see more, so they could also clearly see that the so-called woman was not a real person, but made of some special material. After thinking for a while, Yen Chutian understood the use of this thing. Amused in his heart, he glanced at the blushing Zhaoang and laughed. "I didn't expect the pride of the divine heaven sect to be so considerate. It's really an eye-opener." But before Yen Chutian could wait for Zhao Ang's answer, Qiu Yu, who was still blushing, urged, "Hurry up and put away this disgusting thing. It's really dirtying my eyes." "Yes." Yen Chutian's face was full of agreement, but then Qiu Yu's beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely. Biting her red lips, she squeezed out the words from her teeth. "I told you to destroy that thing. What do you mean by putting it into your Qingquan bag?" Ahem. Yen Chutian suddenly coughed and took out the light ball that he had just put into his Qingquan bag. He destroyed it in front of Qiu Yu, which made the latter restrain her anger. After destroying the light ball, Yen Chutian could not help but feel a trace of pity in his heart as he imagined the scene he had just seen. At this moment, a line of sight suddenly looked over. Yen Chutian looked back and saw that it was Zhaoang, who was originally blushing, looked at Yen Chutian as if he had met a soulmate. Not only him, but Luo Shui also looked over, her eyes full of disdain. This made Yen Chutian feel as if he had jumped into the Yellow River. He would not be able to wash away the injustice he had suffered. So Yen Chutian felt that he had to change the topic as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this impression was left in the hearts of the two women, he would never be able to wash it away. Ahem. Anyway, you're disciples of the divine heaven sect. There should be some special means of communication between the geniuses of your sect, or you should have some understanding of the periphery of the Myriad Stars Valley. Tell me obediently, and I will forgive you too if you answer honestly. Of course, don't think about talking nonsense. If we find out, you, as a genius, know what will happen to you." Before Yen Chutian's voice faded away, the attention of the two girls was indeed diverted. Their line of sight once again landed on Zhao Eng's body, causing Yen Chutian to sigh in relief. But what Yen Chutian did not expect was that after he changed the topic, the disciple of the Divine Heaven sect in front of him actually said something while he was hesitating. "In five days, the spiritual altar will be opened in the outer abyss, and every disciple of the Divine Heaven sect has a tool to search for the abyss. As long as we can enter the abyss to cultivate, we will have extraordinary opportunities. Is there such a good thing?" Yen Chutian was pleasantly surprised. Even though he forced Zhao Ong to say these words, his reaction was even greater than that of Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. The two women could not help but roll their eyes at him. Yes. Zhao Eng's body trembled, and his face was full of fear. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of crazy coldness looming. After suffering such a great humiliation, how could he let the three of them off easily? The abyss spiritual altar seemed to be an opportunity, but it was actually a fatal crisis, because the top geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect were going there as well. If they encountered those guys, no matter how strange this disciple of the Divine Heavens sect was, he would definitely die. After that, Yen Chutian took out a compass-like object from Zhao Eng's and Lu Song's chinkuan bags. He opened it, and a bright mirror appeared in front of him. There was a flashing red dot on the mirror, which seemed to indicate their position, and where the red dot pointed was a huge, whirlpool-like light spot. Needless to say, the whirlpool-like light spot pointed to the abyss. After getting what he wanted, Yen Chutian really did let the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect go. The three of them flew away according to the compass. After the three of them left, Zhao Ong no longer concealed the hatred in the depths of his eyes. It was completely revealed, and then spread to his entire face. Chapter 207. The hidden meaning of Luo Shui's words was self-evident. The disciple of the Divine Heavens sect had revealed such information so readily. Even if he was indeed afraid, it was more likely that he harbored the thought of revenge deep in his heart. As long as they intended to enter the spiritual altar to cultivate, they would have to encounter the other geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect. This was the other party's intention. It was conceivable that the geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect who entered the abyss would be extremely powerful. Perhaps there would even be leading figures participating in this test. In the hands of such geniuses, Luo Shui had no confidence at all. Even if Yen Chutian and Li Qiuyu had performed amazingly before, she still felt the same way. After all, the Divine Heavens sect was the number one second-rate force. Even if they were only disciples of such a force, how could there not be any hidden talents? In fact, Yen Chutian and Qiuyu had already seen through Luo Shui's thoughts. However, this proved that if one did not take the risk, how could one gain anything? Senior Sister Luo, since it's an opportunity, we should at least try it. Moreover, if we don't try it now, there will be a confrontation when we fight for the star skull under the 1,000-star tree. Senior Sister, are you going to avoid it? Hearing Yen Chutian's preaching-like words, Luo Shui felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, even she had to admit from the bottom of her heart that what he said was indeed reasonable. However, even if she thought so, Luo Shui could not show it. She snorted lightly with no expression on her face to express her inner feelings. Somewhere in the world that seemed to be eternally bright, a huge abyss lay across. Below the abyss, it was dim, different from the outside world. However, in this abyss, which should have been dead silent, there were several figures sitting quietly with their legs crossed. Even though several figures were sitting with their eyes closed, they were all facing the same direction. It was a huge stone platform that seemed to have existed since ancient times. There were traces of decay and collapse, and it was also covered in moss. The entire platform exuded an ancient charm. There are 3 more days until the spiritual altar completely opens. However, even now, it seems that not everyone has arrived. Suddenly, an indifferent soft voice slowly sounded while they were quietly seated. Soon after that voice sounded, another indifferent voice replied, "Those who should be here have already arrived. The remaining ones are merely some small shrimps. The arrival of some small shrimps is insignificant to our lineage." After these words were spoken, the voice from before did not ring out again. It was as if it had agreed with these words. After this, the abyss returned to its previous silence. Several figures sat cross-legged in silence. Their auras were completely restrained, and they were like stone sculptures that could not be detected by outsiders. Following the directions of the compass, they advanced for a full 3 days before a huge abyss finally appeared in their line of sight. At the same time, the compass mirror showed that the red representing them had already overlapped with the vortex of light. This meant that they should have arrived at their destination. Therefore, the trio's footsteps suddenly slowed down at the same time. Their cautious eyes looked at the edge of the abyss, not far away, not daring to be careless. Although Yen Chutian was not afraid of risks, this did not mean that he would recklessly go straight for the opportunity. An opportunity would only be called an opportunity when it was in his hands. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Scanning with caution, Yen Chutian used his spirit eye. Under the scan of his spirit eye, he did not detect any cultivator's aura around him. At the same time, he could clearly see that the abyss was extremely vast, and what they could see now was only the edge. Then, the 2 girls looked at Yen Chutian, waiting for his decision. Chiao Yu was easy to understand, but Luo Shue's pretty face still carried a trace of anger. She wanted to see how this preachy guy would lead them to obtain the opportunity. Yen Chutian gladly accepted this. He raised his hand and pointed to the abyss. "Let's enter it first, then explore the abyss. As long as the opportunity of the spiritual altar exists, we will definitely find it." After Yen Chutian gave the order, Chiao Yu still did not refute, and Luo Shue also did the same. So the 3 of them rushed into the abyss together. But the moment they rushed in, the 3 of them could not help but cry out in surprise. Because they entered the abyss, they could clearly feel that their perception had been sealed. For example, originally, they could sense 100 feet around them, but in this abyss, they could only sense 100 or 20 feet around them. Even Yen Chutian's spirit eye was restricted. Although the degree of restriction was not as obvious as his perception of spiritual energy, it was still there. It seems that this is not a simple place. Yen Chutian glanced around with a look of excitement. If the interior of this abyss was ordinary, it would make him lose interest because Yen Chutian did not think that an ordinary place could give birth to such a huge opportunity. After a quarter of an hour, the 3 of them really rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Entering the bottom of the abyss was like entering another world. The sky was dim, and at the same time, the restriction did not only affect their perception, but also their cultivation. "This place is really strange," Luo Shue muttered to herself. Looking at the surroundings, Luo Shue whispered to herself. She only felt that the spiritual energy in her body seemed to be shackled, and it was much more sluggish and difficult to mobilize compared to the outside world. But facing this situation, Yen Chutian was somewhat happy, because if his spiritual energy was suppressed, then it would be advantageous for him. After all, his true cultivation was not comparable to most of the geniuses who entered the periphery of the Myriad Star Valley. But this did not mean that cultivation was not important here. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger one's strength would be after being suppressed. It could only be said that in this abyss, Yen Chutian had a slight advantage compared to the outside world. The 3 of them simply adapted to the environment of the abyss, and then followed Yen Chutian's instructions from above, groping along the bottom of the abyss bit by bit, toward the unknown ahead in the darkness. The three of them seemed to have advanced for half a day or even longer, and finally, in the eternal silence, Yen Chutian noticed a trace of strange aura. He raised his hand to signal the two women to stop moving forward, and then opened his spirit eye and scanned the front. Amidst the haze, he was able to catch a glimpse of several silent, statue-like figures seated on a few huge rocks in the darkness in front of him. And these figures were facing a huge platform. On the platform, round stone seats were neatly arranged, as if they could be used for people to sit cross-legged. And on these stone seats, there was a stone sculpture carved with a picture of mountains and rivers. If one looked carefully, they would find that this vertical sculpture was floating in the air, bobbing up and down. Glancing at this scene, Yen Chutian had faintly sensed something, but was unable to confirm it. And if it was really as he thought, then what was in front of him really was a huge opportunity, and if he used it a little, the situation would become even more advantageous. What did you see? Chiao Yu knew about Yen Chutian's spirit eye, so she directly asked in a low voice. Although Luo Shui did not know about the spirit eye, she knew that Yen Chutian was not ordinary, and he seemed to have a strange way of sensing. As such, she listened attentively. Facing the two women, Yen Chutian did not hide anything and immediately told them everything he saw and heard. Before he finished speaking, Chiao Yu's beautiful face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. She, who also came from the heaven realm, thought of the same thing as Yen Chutian. Only Luo Shui did not know anything, so she could only squint her beautiful eyes and speak out her own guess. If it is as you said, then it is at least a complete line of supreme disciples of the divine heaven sect. There are 2 Taoists, and the other 3 are disciples of the same level as the ones we met before. Taoist was a unique title for the top supreme disciples in the divine heaven sect. This Taoist was different from the holy son of the Tianji sect. One could not become a Taoist just by meeting the standard, but there could only be 2 Taoists in each line of the divine heaven sect. In other words, this was what Luo Shui had guessed long ago. The leader of the divine heavens sect disciples might appear in this abyss. There were 3 lines in the divine heavens sect, and the Li family line was the strongest. The divine heavens sect master also came from this line. The other 2 lines were slightly weaker, but to be called a line in the divine heavens sect, how could they be weak? They were like overlords. Chapter 208. In the dark abyss, 3 figures leaned against the bottom and listened to the words of one of them. In fact, Yen Chutian knew about the so-called Taoist of the divine heavens sect. Moreover, with his spiritual eye, he could clearly feel that the spiritual aura of the 2 young men closest to the platform had surpassed the 5th level of elixir and reached the 6th level. Although the remaining 3 were not as strong as the 2 Taoists, they were not weak either. They were comparable to the disciples of the divine heavens sect, Zhaoang and even Lu Song. It was no exaggeration to say that such a team was one of the best among the countless cultivators who entered the myriad Star Valley. Ordinary cultivators could only take a detour when they met them. Only a team of disciples from a large force could compete with them. The 3 of them did not look like they could compete with them. However, nothing was absolute. Just like the situation in front of them that seemed impossible to compete with, it was not impossible. At least in Yen Chutian's opinion, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he guessed correctly, this glimmer of hope could be magnified. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yen Chutian whispered to the 2 girls. During his words, Chiao Yu's pretty face was normal, but Luo Shui's face changed drastically. She was shocked and even in disbelief. When Yen Chutian finished speaking, Luo Shui's face was full of disbelief. Her indifferent face was full of hesitation because Yen Chutian's words were too mysterious. Even if he had explained it clearly, she still could not accept it. However, Yen Chutian seemed to have expected Luo Shui's reaction. He smiled faintly and said slowly to Luo Shui, "Senior Sister Luo, do you dare to believe me this time?" Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Luo Shui was still hesitant. After all, what Yan Chutian said was very important. If they succeeded, they would fail. However, if they failed, it meant that their journey in this test would be stopped immediately. However, when she thought about what Yan Chutian had done in the southern region and what he had done at the Tianji conference, Luo Shui believed that he would not do anything unprepared. Moreover, every time he seemed to have turned the tables, even though he was at a disadvantage, shocking everyone. So why couldn't he continue to be shocked today? He struggled in his heart, but what seemed like a long struggle actually only lasted for an instant. Luo Shui wasn't an overly sensitive person. Even though it was difficult for her to make a decision, she still quickly made her choice. Her beautiful face regained its indifference as she slowly said, "Speak. What do you need me to do?" Seeing Luo Shui immediately agree, Yan Chutian couldn't help but take another look at her. Even he knew how risky his idea was. As long as he exaggerated a little bit, the outcome would be completely different, and he would walk towards a crushing defeat. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian had some understanding of Luo Shui's temperament, he still couldn't hide his surprise after seeing her quick decision. However, since the other party had chosen to believe in him, then he would not hesitate. He would only wait for the moment of success to prove that he was not the kind of person who was full of eloquence. Senior Sister Luo, you only need to. In one day, Yan Chutian and the two girls secretly made all the preparations. When Luo Shui saw the scene that Yan Chutian had described, and the prides of the Divine Heaven sect didn't notice them after Yan Chutian had made some arrangements on her body, she couldn't help but feel a lot more confident. Perhaps they could really make a shocking move in this abyss. After using one day to make all the preparations, Yan Chutian carefully sensed for the last time to make sure everything was complete. After that, he looked at a few dozen feet away. There were still a few figures sitting cross-legged indifferently, quietly waiting. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel excited. It was as if the blood that had been silent for a long time was gradually boiling at this moment. It had been a long time since he did everything he could for the sake of taking risks. After thinking for a while, it seemed that there was still one day before the 5 days that he had said. He seemed to be able to make good use of this last day. If he could make his cultivation break through to the 3rd level of elixir, then his chances would be much higher. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Cultivation didn't mean that he had a breakthrough. There would be no leakage of aura or loud movements. Moreover, he had already made arrangements on his body that could conceal his aura to the greatest extent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to not notice them at all when they were only a few dozen feet away. However, seeing Yan Chutian sitting cross-legged in cultivation, Luo Shui, who seemed to have sensed something, looked over. Following that, the confidence that had just been born in her heart instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. She exclaimed in an extremely low voice, "What is he doing?" "Cultivating." Luo Shui really couldn't believe that he could still continue to cultivate at such a critical moment. Could it be that she had trusted the wrong person? When the time comes, he will naturally wake up. If you are afraid, then leave. I only needed you to speed up the previous arrangements. After this, there is not much difference whether you are here or not. Not far from Luo Shui, Chiu Yu's cold voice slowly sounded. Her words were full of provocation, which immediately made the former angry and annoyed, but she couldn't say anything. Since they had already come to this point, Luo Shui naturally couldn't just leave. She could only close her eyes and sit cross-legged without a word, ignoring Chiu Yu. However, she didn't know that it was her reaction that made Chiu Yu's red lips curl up slightly. A sly smile appeared on her face as if her plan had succeeded, even though they hadn't known each other for long. But she had already figured out this woman's temper. One day seemed to be long, but in reality, it was just a blink of an eye. On the huge platform that was originally dead silent, there were suddenly strands of strange light flowing on the flat surface. Finally, they gathered towards the mountain river great sun that was suspended in the air. To put it simply, those strange lights were surging towards the mountain river great Sunday. As many rays of light continuously poured in, the originally empty mountain river great sun actually gradually lit up. That light was like real sunlight, bright and warm. The sudden movement immediately woke up the few people who were sitting cross-legged, like stone statues. 5 pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto the mountain river great Sunday. As they felt the warm rays of light that were continuously materializing, the gazes that shot out from their calm eyes became even more scorching. The mountain river great sun is about to awaken. It was unknown who spoke, but it was clear that it definitely belonged to one of the 2 Taoists, because the source of the voice was the 2 people who were sitting at the very front. It has begun. Luo Shui's slightly closed beautiful eyes suddenly opened. She looked at the violent changes in front of her. Even without thinking, she knew that this should be the time for the so-called spiritual altar to open. However, when she immediately looked over, she caught a glimpse of Yan Chutian, who was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This naturally made her anxious. Could it be that this guy had said so much, but now he was going to drop the ball at the crucial moment? The light of the mountain river great sun was still growing stronger. The light that it emitted illuminated the surrounding heaven and earth, and the illumination of the light continued to expand. At the same time, under the illumination of this light, the scenery of mountains and rivers below the mountain river great sun pattern also seemed to be constantly turning into reality. Looking over, one could only feel that the scenery of mountains and rivers was constantly unfolding in front of one's eyes. It seemed that if one looked at it more, they would really sink into it and be unable to extricate themselves. However, the 2 Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect and the other 3 disciples were not looking at the scenery of mountains and rivers. Instead, they were looking at the circular stone seats on the platform. Under the illumination of the mountain river great sun, the stone seats were actually absorbing the light. Then, on the originally solid stone seats, an illusory aura actually floated up and then condensed into an illusory stone platform above the stone seats, floating up and down. All the illusory stone platforms were not at the same height. Instead, some were higher and some were lower. The closer the stone platform was to the source of the mountain river great sun, the higher the stone platform was. Obviously, this should be the so-called spiritual altar, and those spiritual altars that were closer to the source of the mountain river great sun should have the strongest effect. At a rough glance, there were quite a number of spiritual altars, as many as 10 of them. However, almost half of them were damaged and could not be set cross-legged at all. However, even those complete spiritual altars were still very illusory. It seemed that the light of the mountain river great sun was still not strong enough. When the mountain river great sun is completely filled, the light of the mountain river great sun is at its most complete. That is also the time when the spiritual altar is truly formed and opened. At that time, except for the 3 at the top, the 3 of you can choose the rest yourselves. The Taoist on the left quickly spoke. After he spoke, even though the 3 disciples also desired the spiritual altar at the top, they knew that it was not something that they could touch, so they could only answer in unison. Chapter 209. To be honest, even the spiritual altar below made the 3 of them yearn for it. If they could sit cross-legged and cultivate on the spiritual altar, not only would they be able to rapidly increase their cultivation without any hidden dangers, but they would also be able to cleanse their own foundation. Such an opportunity was not something that any genius of the Divine Heavens sect could enjoy. Only the followers of the Taoists like them had the opportunity to do so. Under the gaze of several burning gazes, the strange light on the platform continued to converge towards the sun, filling every inch of the sun's space. Under such circumstances, the spirit altar that was born from the light of the great sun naturally became more and more solid. The opportunity was right in front of them. However, even the 2 famous Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect did not know that there were 2 pairs of eyes secretly watching their every move. As they watched, Luo Shue's pretty face revealed her eagerness. At this time, Yan Chutian was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating, as if he was completely unaware of the situation outside. However, without Yan Chutian, their previous arrangements could not be activated at all. In this way, they could only watch the other party enjoy the opportunity without being able to do anything. Fortunately, just as Luo Shue could not help but want to forcibly call out to Yan Chutian, the latter's eyes that had been closed for a long time finally opened slowly. The instant he opened his eyes, an obscure aura appeared and disappeared around Yan Chutian. That aura was simply too fast, to the extent that Luo Shue, who had been looking at him all this while, was unable to see it clearly. However, Chiu Yu seemed to have noticed it. Her pretty face revealed a smile, and then she said in a voice that only the three of them could hear, "Shall we begin?" Speaking of beginning, Yan Chutian could not help but look at Luo Shue. His delicate and even slightly immature face revealed a trace of apology. "Senior Sister Luo, I'm sorry for what happened just now. But now that everything is ready, shall we begin?" "Begin." Chiu Yu's anxious expression returned to indifference. Her beautiful eyes didn't look at Yan Chutian as she stared at the commotion in front of her. Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate anymore. Moreover, there was no time to hesitate. Even in the midst of cultivation, he had always been paying attention to the movements in front of him. Naturally, he knew that it would not take much time for the spiritual altar to completely solidify. Therefore, according to the plan, it was time for him to move, patter. In the next moment, a crisp sound rang in the ears of the 5 geniuses of the divine heaven sect. This made them, who were originally looking at the scene with burning eyes, suddenly turn their heads and lock their gazes. As their gazes locked onto the figure, a thin and small figure came into view. At this time, the figure was looking at them with a faint smile. At the same time, the figure was also looking at the huge platform behind them. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at this moment. But after a short pause, the 5 people from the divine heavens sect burst out. The 2 Taoists' sharp gazes shot over and locked onto the figure that had suddenly appeared. As for the other 3 disciples, at this moment, their entire bodies exploded with a powerful aura of spiritual power. How could they accept that someone had evaded all of their senses and suddenly appeared behind them? With cold eyes, the 3 of them constantly scanned their surroundings. However, no matter how they scanned, they could not discover that there were still 2 figures hiding dozens of feet away. The thin figure standing opposite the 5 of them was naturally Yan Chutian. After the other party's aura exploded, he still had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not feel the oppressive aura at all. Then he laughed and said, "So it's the geniuses of the divine heaven sect. Sorry for the disrespect." However, no one responded to Yan Chutian's laughter. After all, in this situation, they would not believe Yan Chutian's words, which were full of loopholes. The moment he finished speaking, the 3 disciples of the divine heavens sect glanced at each other, as if they were about to make a move immediately. This situation caused Yan Chutian to furrow his brows inwardly. Because of this, he would not be able to approach the spiritual altar and connect his arrangement with it, which would be troublesome. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that just as he was about to say some deliberately mystifying words, Michiko Fujiwara, who was on the left, suddenly grinned and narrowed his eyes. He sneered and said, "I know you. You are the weakest of all the geniuses of the second-rate forces." When the words weakest came out of his mouth, all 4 of them, including the other Taoist, laughed sarcastically. Indeed, they could all vaguely sense that the guy in front of them was only at the 2nd level of elixir. It was understandable that he was the weakest of all the geniuses of the second-rate forces. Being called the weakest in front of everyone, Yan Chutian did not react awkwardly. Instead, he continued to laugh as if it was an honor. "It is my honor to be remembered by the Taoist of the divine heaven sect, who is only at the 2nd level of elixir." Yan Chutian's reaction made Michiko Fujiwara's eyes narrow even more. He could not help but feel strange about the other party's attitude. However, at this moment, everything was in his hands. What could a mere second level of elixir do? Therefore, Michiko Fujiwara smiled curiously. It seems that you know about us. Therefore, I am also curious. At this moment, how dare you appear in front of us? Taoist, the opportunity is right in front of us. Do you think we can miss it? Not everyone can enjoy a fortuitous opportunity. The purple-robed Taoist's words were sharp, and a cold, murderous intent spread out. Even many fourth-level primal core cultivators might not be able to withstand it. However, what surprised him was that the other party was still not afraid of his attitude. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "Then if I defeat one of the prides of the Divine Heavens sect under the Taoist, will I have a chance to obtain the opportunity?" Before Yen Chutian finished speaking, the 3 disciples of the Divine Heavens sect laughed. They really wondered if they had heard wrongly. A mere second-level elixir cultivator wanted to defeat one of them? Therefore, the burly man in black immediately knelt to the 2 Taoists behind him and said loudly, "Taoist, I am willing to teach this ignorant fool a lesson for you." Hearing this, the other Taoist nodded immediately. Michiko Fujiwara looked at Yen Chutian with a cold smile and said slowly, "All right, I will give you a chance before the spiritual altar completely opens. As long as you can defeat Johan, I will give you a share of the opportunity. Is what you said true?" An excited smile appeared on Yen Chutian's face as though his goading had succeeded, causing the purple-robed Taoist to sneer even more. He slowly nodded. This Taoist's words are naturally true. At the same time, the burly man Johan also sneered and said, "Ignorant trash. The opportunity of the spiritual altar is not something a coward like you can obtain. Trash should obediently lie down at my feet. Otherwise, you will embarrass yourself and disgust me." Hearing Johan's unrestrained mockery, Yen Chutian still smiled faintly and said slowly, "Sorry, I will take your opportunity." "You are asking for death." Johan was furious. He could not stand the arrogance of a second-level elixir cultivator in front of him. Could it be that he could not sense that he was a 5th-level elixir cultivator? But it did not matter. As long as he punched him, he would let Johan know how stupid he was. Boom! A powerful punch with the strength to uproot mountains and rivers suddenly blasted out, instantly closing in on Yen Chutian's body. Looking at the situation, it seemed that this punch could easily smash that small body into pieces. Michiko Fujiwara could not help but smile coldly. The result would not be revealed so quickly, would it? The fist blasted out and went straight for Yen Chutian's chest. However, when they came into contact, the sneer on Johan's dark face abruptly stopped and a trace of shock emerged. He saw Yen Chutian's figure gradually disappear. It was only an afterimage. This situation also caused Michiko Fujiwara's expression to change slightly. A playful smile appeared on his face. The situation seemed to be a little interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Johan's punches continuously blasted out towards Yen Chutian. However, every punch was unable to touch the latter's real body. How could he injure him? This series of failures caused Johan's originally sneering face to become gloomy. How could he accept that an ant was jumping around in front of him? Damn it, you are really a scoundrel who only knows how to hide. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Chapter 210. Even though he could use words to express his dissatisfaction, Johan's expression became uglier and uglier as time passed. This was because no matter what words he used, his opponent would always rely on that mysterious movement technique to avoid his attacks. From a certain point of view, it was because he could not do anything to him. How could he easily accept the fact that a grasshopper that he could easily defeat was relying on such little tricks to keep jumping around in front of him? He really wanted to step on him and humiliate him. At the same time, the slightly surprised Michiko Fujiwara calmly retracted his gaze. His face was full of coldness. He thought that this arrogant brat had some amazing strength, but it turned out that he was only relying on his speed. Indeed, with such speed, Johann could not do anything to him. However, with only speed, how could he defeat Johann? Moreover, as time passed, his opponent's speed would inevitably decrease as his spiritual energy was depleted. When he lost his advantage in speed, the result could be imagined. Therefore, Johann was in an invincible position. The following situation was exactly what Michiko Fujiwara had expected. Gradually, Johann understood the best way to deal with it. Even though he continued to attack, he tried to reduce the consumption of his spiritual energy. He was waiting for Yan Chutian's spiritual energy to be depleted. Once his spiritual energy was depleted to a certain extent, even his speed would be affected. Then he would be able to kill him in one blow. Xiao xiao! In contrast, Yan Chutian did not seem to be aware of this. He continued to use his spiritual energy to evade Johann's attacks at a strange speed. As he dodged, his face seemed to reveal a proud smile, causing Johann to laugh coldly in his heart. I'll let you be happy for a moment. After that, it will be time for you to be miserable. The situation was in a stalemate. After half an hour, Yan Chutian seemed to have used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Every move he made became extremely slow. There were even a few times when he was almost hit by Johann. This caused Johann's suppressed face to reveal a cold smile. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to end. Great astral wind seal! Suddenly, Johann activated the surging spiritual energy in his body. From his tall and dark body, a chilly spiritual energy rushed out like a strong wind. It seemed that, even from a distance, one could feel the terrible tearing intent of this strong wind. Within the astral wind spiritual energy, there was actually a spiritual energy handprint that was slowly taking shape. It was even more terrifying than before as it spread out. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying the destructive power would be if this handprint were to hit a person's body. When the great astral wind seal was formed, Johann's cold gaze had already locked onto Yan Chutian from afar, as he spoke in an icy voice. Haha, your good luck is over. Boom! In the next moment, the great astral wind seal rushed straight towards Yan Chutian. A huge storm appeared in the sky, and a shocking suction force erupted. It was actually going to suck everything in the sky and accept the suppression of the handprint. In this situation, Yan Chutian's face immediately became panicked. With his spiritual energy depleted, it seemed that he could no longer avoid the suction of the whirlwind. Even if he resisted in every way possible, he was still slowly being pulled over and appeared under the suppression of the great astral wind seal. Whether it was the two Taoists or the other two divine heaven sect disciples, they all sneered as if they had expected this. The result was as it should be. Even if he had some small tricks, they were useless in front of such a huge gap in cultivation. This, even though she knew that Yan Chutian was doing this intentionally. When Luo Shui saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel worried. At least if it was her, she definitely wouldn't be able to act to this extent. She didn't have the confidence to easily block the attack of a divine heavens sect genius with a cultivation of level 5 elixir. If it weren't for the fact that Qiuyu wasn't worried at all, Luo Shui would have suspected that Yan Chutian wasn't in danger. Boom! The great astral wind seal completely crashed down, swallowing Yan Chutian's thin figure. At this moment, the two divine heavens sect Taoists and the other two disciples all looked away. In their opinion, the following result was already predetermined. The arrogant guy with a cultivation of level 2 elixir would definitely be severely injured, and it was even unknown whether he would survive. However, he couldn't blame anyone for this. After all, this was what he asked for. From the moment he appeared in front of them, the following result was already predetermined. Boom! The aftermath of the huge roar sounded for the second time. When the roar this time calmed down, even Johann looked away and looked towards Michiko Fujiwara, as if he was about to report on his mission. However, just as Johann was about to speak, a faint voice slowly sounded from the source of the roar. "Your Excellency, you seem to be too anxious." Hearing this indifferent voice, Johann, who was about to half-kneel and report on his mission, froze at this moment. He then turned around, his face full of anger. "Damn grasshopper, you really know how to jump." At the same time, not only Johann, but the other 2 disciples and even the 2 Michiko Fujiwara also changed their expressions at this moment. A trace of unconcealable shock flashed across their faces. At that moment, the victor should have been decided, but the result in front of them was beyond everyone's expectations. However, as Taoists, they naturally maintained their demeanor. Looking at Yen Chutan, who seemed to be unharmed, they sneered and said, "Looks like he has some life-saving items." The 2 of them thought quickly and thought of all the things about Yen Chutian. Naturally, they concluded that he was someone like a spoiled brat. Only a second-tier, primal core second-stage prodigy would be able to enter the competition among all the prodigies of the second-tier forces. Only a spoiled brat would be so arrogant because they were used to such words and actions in the sect. Just now, this spoiled brat must have used some life-saving item to protect himself, because as Taoists they also had such items. However, they only had 1 or 2 life-saving items at most. If they used up all of them, it would still be difficult for them to escape defeat. At the same time, Johann seemed to have thought of this point as well. Therefore, the shock on his face slowly turned into mockery. A spoiled brat who relied on some treasures was really not worthy of his attention. Therefore, his next reaction was even simpler. He immediately unleashed a series of violent attacks. So what if he had a life-saving item? He would just break it one by one. Once all of his life-saving items were broken, he would still be able to humiliate him under his feet. Chapter 211. Therefore, Yen Chutian no longer pretended when he saw Johann charging towards him. Strange runes surged from the depths of his eyes and quickly gathered together with his indifferent words. "Mysterious sun, sword rune." The moment he finished speaking, the heavy sword with spiritual runes in Yen Chutian's eyes shot towards the heavens and earth. The simple and heavy sword body seemed to carry an infinite amount of power, and the sword edge did not lose its sharpness. As it trembled slightly, an extremely powerful aura spread out. However, the most eye-catching thing was the line of strange runes engraved on the heavy sword. No one knew what it was, not even Yen Chutian himself. However, the runes were filled with a mysterious and ancient aura, causing people to not dare to overlook it. The moment the heavy sword with spiritual runes appeared, a dazzling cold light lit up the heavens and earth. It was so fast that even Johann could not react in time. His ferocious attack was broken and he was injured. A ray of blood rushed into the sky. As he retreated, Johann's face was filled with anger. He never thought that the ant in front of him had condensed a spiritual rune. Moreover, this ant was even more cunning. He had clearly condensed a spiritual rune, but he had never revealed it. At this moment, he suddenly made a move, causing Johann to be in a sorry state and even injured. "Despicable ant, die!" Johann shouted loudly, his dark face incomparably ferocious. Then he stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious aura circulated around his body. A moment later, deep yellow runes gathered in between his eyes and finally condensed into a giant bull. "Mountain Sea Spirit Bull Rune." Johann shouted again. Following his shout, the huge spiritual rune was projected between the heavens and earth. The huge bull seemed to be stepping on mountains and seas, and its body surged with a majestic power that could shake mountains and rivers. Obviously, this spiritual rune was like its owner, Johann, and was also good at strength. In the next moment, without needing any orders from the two, the spirit bull seemed to be stepping on mountains and rivers. It raised the two sharp horns on its head and charged towards Yen Chutian. In front of Yen Chutian, a chilling light that illuminated the heavens, and earth flashed once again. Raising the profound sun sword, it heavily chopped down, chopping towards the giant spiritual energy bull. The clash erupted in an instant, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Even a level 3 elixir practitioner would not be able to withstand the shock waves. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying the center of the impact would be. At the same time, the expressions of Zhou Han, the other disciples, and even the Taoists changed. It was enough to shock them that a second-level elixir Xiuzhe had formed a Ling glyph. This was because, to be honest, only the 2 Taoists among them had condensed spirit inscriptions when they were on the second level of the elixir. But even if he had condensed a spirit rune, the power of the spirit rune shouldn't be comparable to Zhou Han's, who was at the 5th level of elixir. However, the situation before them had once again overturned their expectations. Michiko Fujiwara's gaze turned cold. The other Taoist beside him also squinted his eyes and glanced at Yan Chutan, who was still in the midst of the clash. At this point, how could they still think that Yan Chutian was an ordinary second-level elixir Xiuzhe? As a result, their previous comments about him being a spoiled brat were immediately overturned. However, no matter what, they did not feel that it was difficult to deal with. After all, in their eyes, Yan Chutian was only at the second level of the elixir. It was indeed amazing for him to be able to condense a Ling glyph with such a cultivation, but it was already his limit. Once Zhou Han unleashed the second Ling glyph, he would definitely lose. Boom! An ear-splitting roar resounded once again. After the clash, the 2 Ling glyph retreated back into their bodies. It was obvious that the clash of the first Ling glyph had ended in a draw. Although this result caused Zhou Han's expression to become even more gloomy and furious, it also caused a solemn expression to surface on his face. It was already beyond his expectations that a mere second-level elixir Xiuzhe could compete with him to such an extent. However, this was the end. Once he unleashed the second Ling glyph, it would be his doomsday. Zhou Han, your spiritual altar is about to be completely solidified. Don't delay any longer. At the same time, Michiko Fujiwara's cold voice sounded. Zhou Han immediately bowed and agreed. He then looked at Yan Chutian again with a murderous look on his face. You're only at the second level of the elixir Xiuzhe, but you're able to last until now. You should be proud of yourself. However, it's time for you to lose miserably. I'm at the 5th level of the elixir Xiuzhe, and I've condensed more than 1 Ling glyph. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Han stomped his feet on the ground again. A mysterious aura circulated around his body and surged towards his eyes. Finally, it turned into a strange glyph. Mountain River Spirit Bear Glyph. Roar! The deafening roar of a beast resounded through the sky. A humongous black bear appeared in the sky. This bear's body was much larger than the spirit bull from before. The power it exuded was also much more shocking. It was as if this humongous bear could tear the earth apart with a single punch. It was extremely powerful. As the spirit bear descended, Zhou Han's expression turned cold. He then pointed at Yan Chutian and turned around. In his eyes, the outcome was already decided. When Zhou Han turned around, the humongous spirit bear stepped towards Yan Chutian. Every step it took shook the heavens and earth. Even a 3rd or 4th level elixir Xiuzhe would be severely injured if stepped on by it. However, looking at the humongous spirit bear, Yan Chutian did not show any fear on his face. After all, even if the other party was a 5th level elixir Xiuzhe, they were underestimating him too much if they wanted to finish him off with just a second glyph. The humongous spirit bear stepped in front of Yan Chutian. With a ferocious expression, it raised its right claw high. The mountain-like claw clenched into a giant fist and smashed towards Yan Chutian. From the looks of it, it seemed that it could smash Yan Chutian into pieces. However, just as the humongous fist was about to hit Yan Chutian, no one noticed that in each of his eyes, there were strange glyph patterns that were continuously converging. In the end, they turned into two familiar glyph patterns. Clang! In the next instant, the humongous fist smashed down. However, the bloody result that everyone expected did not appear. Instead, a heavy rumbling sound was heard. This sudden turn of events involuntarily caused several gazes, which had shifted away, to converge on it. Looking over, they saw that the humongous spirit bear's fist had smashed onto a golden cauldron. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that immediately after, a humongous sword that was suspended in the air slashed down forcefully and ruthlessly on the humongous spirit bear's arm, immediately cutting it in half. This shocking scene caused everyone who saw it to freeze. Even the two Taoists and Luo Shui, who had already expected this, were not spared. Amidst the shock, a painful roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The humongous spirit bear's body trembled. It, which was originally incomparably powerful, immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed back into Zhou Han's body. Chapter 212. How is it possible for him to condense two spiritual tattoos? Condensing two spiritual tattoos is one thing, but how is it possible for him to use them at the same time? The two Taoists were shocked. At the same time, the other two disciples who saw this scene were naturally even more shocked. Lin Fan was only at level 2 of Elixir, but he was able to condense two spiritual tattoos. This was unprecedented. Even in the Divine Heavens sect, there was no Taoist who could condense two spiritual tattoos at level 2 of Elixir. Secondly, even if he neglected to condense the spiritual tattoos, he was still able to use two spiritual tattoos at the same time. How high was his attainment in spiritual tattoos? In their impression, even the two primal core 6th level Taoists behind them were unable to achieve such a feat. Only the older generation of disciples or managing elders in the sect could achieve such a feat, but that was the result of years of study and accumulation. How was it possible for a level 2 Elixir Taoist? After being shocked for a long while, Michiko Fujiwara finally regained his composure. He looked at Yan Chutian with no more disdain. Even he admitted that he could not do this when he was only at level 2 of Elixir Taoist. Indistinctly, the purple-robed Taoist even rejoiced that the person in front of him was only at the 2nd level of the Yuan Dan stage, and was also alone. If his cultivation level was higher, even he himself might not have been able to take him down. But there were no ifs in this world, so the situation today was still within his control. At the same time, Yan Chutian did not even look at Zhou Han, who was defeated by him. Instead, he turned to Michiko Fujiwara and said with a smile, "Taoist, can you give me a share of the spiritual platform's opportunity now?" However, the purple-clothed Taoist merely smiled without saying a word. He coldly looked at Yan Chutian and continued after a moment. What this Taoist said is naturally true. However, this Taoist agreed to give you a portion of the opportunity, but this Taoist's junior brother did not agree. Before the purple-robed Taoist finished his words, the other Taoist chuckled as his cold gaze stared straight at Yan Chun. "Yes, I disagree with senior brother's opinion." The two of them echoed each other, and their faces were full of arrogance. So what if the other party's performance was strange? No matter how strange it was only to their followers. In their eyes, it was nothing special. If they knew what was good for them, they did not want to ruin their reputations. But if the other party did not know what was good for him, then he could not blame them for being ruthless. There was no need to think too much. Yan Chutian's reaction would definitely be the second in their eyes. Seeing the two of them singing the same tune, Yan Chutian seemed to have expected it, but there was a hint of sharpness in his tone. "Then it seems that the two Taoists are going back on their words. I did not expect the Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect to be such trash." Hearing that, the purple-clothed Taoist still did not say anything. He only looked at Yan Chutian as if he was looking at a fool. On the contrary, the other Taoist burst into laughter. Without concealing anything, he directly said, "Take." Everything in this world is the survival of the fittest. We will give you this opportunity if we want to, and we will not give it to you if we don't want to. What can you do? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. While laughing, the black-robed Taoist coldly looked at the other two disciples and said, "It looks like you don't know the rules, but it doesn't matter. Today, this Taoist will teach you just what the rules are." As soon as he finished speaking, the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect immediately shot out and surrounded Yan Chutian from both sides. The two of them attacked at the same time, and they were not weaker than Johann. Therefore, in their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, he could only surrender. However, in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian did not have the nervousness that the purple-robed Taoist had imagined. This caused a wisp of curiosity to surface on his handsome face. Is this guy really reckless, or is he still holding back? But even if he was holding back, what could he do in the face of two practitioners of the same level as Johann? Moreover, there were still the two Taoists behind the two of them. No matter what, he would definitely die today. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Yan Chutian murmured softly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Now he was definitely not weak, because he had already connected the physical training platform behind him with the array that he had already set up. Now, all he needed to do was to activate it. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his right palm, and before the two of them rushed over, he released his own spiritual power and crazily poured it into a space behind him. At the same time, the two figures that had been hiding for a long time finally appeared. The surrounding spiritual power crazily rushed into a certain place, like a spring. The spiritual power from three directions continued to converge, and finally a huge illusory array slowly came to life. Vaguely, the huge array was in the shape of 5 giant dragons, and at the top of the dragons there was a rotating fireball that looked like the sun of mountains and rivers. It seemed to be the energy source of the entire array, supplying it for its operation. Facing the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect who were rushing over, one of the giant dragons gently swung its huge tail and immediately collided with the bodies of the two Taoists. The two of them were directly sent flying and fell back to the side of the two Taoists. However, at this time the attention of the two Taoists was obviously no longer on their subordinates. Their faces were full of shock, and they kept glancing at the huge dragon array that had suddenly appeared, and also at the two women who had suddenly appeared. How could they have known that there were two people hiding right under their noses? Moreover, there was a huge array that had been set up, and they knew nothing about it. "You're courting death." Michiko Fujiwara gritted his teeth and growled. Just now, he had always acted as if everything was under his control, and he was elegant and graceful. But now, wasn't this scene slapping him hard in the face? In his arrogant words, he could not tell how the other party was looking at him with ridicule. The black-robed Taoist's face was also gloomy. When he thought that he had been deceived to such an extent by a second-level elixir ant, he was furious and had to vent his anger. But while he was angry, he still looked proud. So what if they had set up a matrix? How powerful could the matrix set up by the other party be? Could it be that a chosen of the Divine Heavens sect like him couldn't break it? However, just as he was about to move, Yan Chutian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke again, and this time his words were shocking. "My two Taoists, I think it's better not to waste your energy. Have you taken a closer look at the source of my dragon-controlling array?" Before Yan Chutian finished speaking, the two disciples of the Divine Heavens sect, and even the black-robed Taoist, suddenly looked at the fireball above the 5 giant dragons that were circling around. Then the black-robed Taoist sneered and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Let's see what else you can rely on after we break the source of your array." But at this moment, Michiko Fujiwara's face suddenly changed, as if he had discovered an extremely unbelievable scene. Chapter 213. How is this possible? Even someone as arrogant as Michiko Fujiwara was in disbelief at this moment. This was because he saw that at the source of the fireball, the traces that spread out from the fireball were actually connected to the huge platform behind it. The strange light on the platform was still flashing, but this time some of it flowed into the fireball along with the traces. In other words, the true source of power of this array was the spiritual altar that they had been waiting for. But how was this possible? The platform had always been strange. Even as Taoists of the Divine Heaven sect, they knew very little about it. They only vaguely knew that the condensed spiritual altar had the effect of changing the muscles and marrow of cultivators. However, this cultivator in front of them, who was only at the second level of elixir, could actually use the mysterious platform as the source of his array. How could they accept this so easily? Furthermore, when did he come into contact with the platform and build a connection? As Taoists, they were naturally not stupid people. Thus, following Michiko Fujiwara, the black-robed Taoist also discovered the truth. Suddenly, the sneer on his face disappeared abruptly, followed by a thick sense of shame and anger. But, of course, the most important thing was still shock. At the same time, looking at the constantly changing expressions of the two Taoists and the other three disciples, Yen Chutian still maintained a faint smile on his face. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How is it? Do the two Taoists still want to force it?" Hearing this, and thinking about the current situation, the black-robed Taoist almost ground his teeth to pieces. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "You despicable person! TSK, TSK. Taoist, the weak are prey to the strong. This is such a simple principle. How can you not understand it?" Hearing Yen Chutian return his words to him, the black-robed Taoist could barely suppress the anger in his heart and was about to explode. However, before he could do so, Michiko Fujiwara stopped him. Subsequently, his dark and cold eyes swept towards Yen Chutian as he slowly said, "What a good plan! However, it is impossible for us to give up on this opportunity, just because of this." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured to the black-clothed Taoist. Then, both of them shot up and headed straight for Yen Chutian. At the same time as the two of them burst out, two enormous spiritual runes that could cover the sky and the sun appeared. Powerful auras spread out, and it was as if no matter who stood in front of them, they would only end up being destroyed. Perhaps even a 7th-level elixir practitioner would not be able to lower his guard in the face of such an attack. However, among the geniuses who had entered the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Stars, which one of them had reached such a level of cultivation, Yen Chutian's expression was indifferent in the face of the ferocious spirit pattern that was whizzing toward him. He knew that the other party would not give up until all hope was lost. In fact, even if it were him, he would do the same. Since they were unwilling to give up, the only way was to fight until the other side dispersed. Dragon-controlling array, rise! As he shouted in a low voice, Yen Chutian suddenly formed a seal and sent it into the enormous array around him. After the seal was integrated, the originally silent array suddenly rumbled and began to operate again. The 5 circling dragons also seemed to have awakened from a daze at this moment, revealing their powerful auras. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the huge eyes of the 5 dragons locked onto the 2 Taoists. Then, like pillars of fire, they shot out and went straight for them. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded. Even though the combined strength of the 2 Taoists of the Divine Heaven sect was extremely powerful, and there was probably no one in the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Stars could withstand it alone. However, it was an accident for Yen Chutian. In the roar, even though the giant dragons were constantly annihilated, the 2 enormous spiritual runes continued to tremble. In the end, they even shot back and rushed back into the bodies of the 2 Taoists. At the same time, the remaining 2 giant dragons also rushed back into the array and circled around. As they circled around, the 5 giant dragons were gradually replenished. This made Michiko Fujiwara and the black-robed Taoist no longer doubt that the array was connected to the platform. With the platform as the source of power, there was an endless supply of power. How could they possibly break through the spiritual array? In fact, if they were to really fight, they would be in danger instead. Therefore, even if the collision just now weakened their spirit inscriptions, how would they be able to fight back? Therefore, they knew that they would most likely have to admit defeat in today's situation. Even though this made them feel extremely humiliated and unwilling to give up the opportunity of the spiritual platform, they had no other choice. In the end, they heard Michiko Fujiwara snort coldly. His gaze was like a sharp knife as he stared at Yan Chutian, as if he couldn't wait to cut him into pieces. Today, Lu Qing made a mistake. I actually unknowingly allowed you to complete all the arrangements. I admit defeat, but your good luck in the periphery of the 10,000 Star Valley ends here. I will wait for you and your companions under the 10,000 Star Tree, unless you give up on seizing the Star Skulls. I will definitely let you know how stupid your actions today are. After leaving behind the ruthless words, Michiko Fujiwara, who was also Lu Qing, immediately turned around and left. Following him, the black-robed Taoist glanced around and memorized the faces of Yan Chutian, Luo Shuai, and Qiuyu. As for the three disciples, their faces were filled with depression. Who would have thought that the opportunity that was originally at their fingertips would end up like this? And this was all because of a very inconspicuous person. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people from the Divine Heavens sect had all left. However, even after they left, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. It could be imagined that as long as Yan Chutian and the others wanted to go to the 10,000 Star Tree to seize the Star Skulls, they would definitely encounter them. At that time, there would be no lack of a life and death battle. Perhaps Yan Chutian and Qiu were already used to this, but Luo Shuai obviously couldn't ignore it. When she swept towards Yan Chutian, her pretty face was also solemn. She didn't know if her actions today were right or not. Although she had unexpectedly snatched the opportunity from the tiger's mouth, she had also formed a grudge with the tiger. Today, Yan Chutian was able to seize the opportunity to rely on the formation to force him to retreat. But what about in the future? At that time, under the 10,000 Star Tree, there would be no way to set up such a complicated formation, nor would there be a continuous source of energy like the spiritual platform in front of them. Huff! Lightly exhaling, Yan Chutian's tense face finally relaxed, and then a trace of unconcealable paleness appeared. It was obvious that activating such a huge formation consumed a lot of energy for him. Luckily, Qiuyu and Luo Shuai were there when the formation was activated. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse state now. But everything was worth it. After forcing the Heavens Pride of the Divine Heavens sect to retreat, the opportunity in front of them would belong to them. Actually, to be honest, it wasn't such a general name as the spiritual platform, but the refining platform. The so-called refining platform was not only an excellent place to cultivate, but it also had the effect of changing the tendons and marrow of cultivators. Of course, the refining platform was also divided into high and low levels. The one before them seemed to be of the lower level and was somewhat broken. Chapter 214. After sitting cross-legged to recover for a while, Yan Chutian stood up and looked at the huge refining platform in front of him. During this process, he never removed the Imperial Dragon formation, because even if the people from the Divine Heavens sect seemed to have left, who knew if their departure was real or not? If they waited until the Imperial Dragon formation was removed and the other party suddenly appeared, then their situation would be dangerous. After looking at the refining platform for a long time, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He turned around and said to the 2 women, "This refining platform has been completely activated, but we don't have much time. As time passes, the condensed spiritual altars will become thinner and thinner until they completely dissipate. We have to get on the platform and cultivate as soon as possible." After saying that, Yan Chutian stepped on the ground and soared into the air, flying towards the many floating spiritual altars. However, these spiritual altars were very broken. Almost half of them were broken and couldn't sit cross-legged to cultivate. There were only a few complete spiritual altars. But even if there were only a few, Yan Chutian's eyes immediately locked onto the two solid spiritual altars at the highest point. The higher it was, the stronger the effect of the spiritual altar. How could he let go of such an opportunity? However, Yan Chutian was also clear that the higher the spiritual altar was, the greater the pressure one would have to withstand. This was an invisible test set up by the body refinement platform. Only those who could withstand its pressure would be able to obtain the opportunity. Even when Yan Chutian just swept towards the floating spiritual altar, he felt as if there was a grand force pressing down on him. Under the pressure of such a mighty force, Yan Chutian only felt that he was trapped in a quagmire. Even moving was difficult, let alone flying. Yan Chutian couldn't help but curse. The refining platform was clearly broken, but the pressure didn't seem to have weakened at all. But no matter what, Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and climbed onto one of the two highest spiritual altars. When he stepped on it, an even greater pressure than before enveloped him from all directions. Under this pressure, his forehead was immediately covered with fine beads of sweat. Even his clothes couldn't withstand it, and cracks appeared in several places. "Whew!" Taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and continued to resist the pressure. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had cultivated the profound yang body and had even reached the second-grade profound yang body. Otherwise, no matter how strong his willpower was, if he did not have a corresponding body, he would not be able to endure such a terrifying pressure. When Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and sat down, Luo Shui and Qiu Yu also prepared to go up the stage. At this moment, Luo Shui had already thrown away her previous complicated thoughts. No matter what, the opportunity was right in front of her. She should enjoy it first. Otherwise, he would have taken the risk for nothing. Luo Shui was also a prideful person. Therefore, just like Yan Chutian, her gaze immediately locked onto the highest Ling Tai. Then, she moved her delicate body towards it. Even though Luo Shui did not cultivate the profound yang body, with her strength, she eventually gritted her teeth and climbed to the highest Ling Tai. Then, like Yan Chutian, she also sat down. Seeing that the two highest spiritual altars were occupied, Qiu Yu didn't show any resentment or jealousy. With her special condition, she didn't need such fortuitous encounters to maintain the rapid growth of her cultivation. Moreover, this was not the body that Qiu Yu wanted in the future. Therefore, she would not think about how to refine it. However, Muwan's consciousness was still clear. Therefore, Qiu Yu also rushed into the Ling Tai and chose one of the lower Ling Tai to sit down. Slowly, the three of them fell into a state of cultivation. All the sound stopped. Only the dragon taming formation that surrounded this huge platform emitted some kind of rhythmic, buzzing sound. 5 huge dragons circled around each other. On top of the huge dragons, there was a huge fireball that silently floated. "Senior brother, are we really going to leave like this?" Above the abyss, the black-clothed Taoist glanced at the dark abyss behind him unwillingly. Then he looked at Michiko Fujiwara and Lu Qing in front of him. He was also full of unwillingness. Not only him, but the 3 disciples of the Divine Heavens sect also looked unwilling. Originally, the opportunity was in front of them, but the cooked duck suddenly flew away. How could they be willing? Hearing the black-clothed Taoist's words, Lu Qing finally stopped and slowly turned around. However, at this time his face was expressionless, and he did not even look at the abyss. His cold words seemed to be talking to himself. "As long as they dare to go under the 1,000-star tree, today's humiliation will be washed away by me." Sitting cross-legged on the spiritual platform, his mind was completely immersed in cultivation. In this state, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that there were strands of strange power spreading out from the spiritual platform that he was sitting cross-legged on, and then pouring into his body. This strange power seemed to have its own consciousness, constantly pouring into the depths of his body. After this strange power poured in, Yen Chutian's body felt slightly numb, and at the same time, some impurities that had accumulated over the years seemed to be expelled. Yen Chutian knew that this was tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At this time, his best choice was not to disturb, but to let the process proceed. But of course, Yen Chutian would not really do nothing during this process. For example, now that he had suppressed his cultivation for a long time, he could try to break through. With this thought, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate and immediately began to break through. From the second level of elixir to the third level, Yen Chutian's breakthrough was extremely smooth. This was not only because his foundation was deep enough, but also because of the excellent environment at this time. And perhaps because he had tried to break through before, this time when he really broke through, his cultivation did not only break through to the third level of elixir, but also rapidly increased to the intermediate level. Intermediate level of elixir third level. After breaking through, Yen Chutian still did not waste time and continued to cultivate. After all, only during cultivation could he make the tendon changing and marrow cleansing more thoroughly. But no matter how good the opportunity was, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. After 3 days, the originally solid spiritual platform had become illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Looking at the great sun picture of mountains and rivers again, he saw that the originally bright sun was now a little dim, like a candle in the darkness that could be extinguished at any time. At this time, the 3 people who seemed to have sensed something opened their eyes that had been closed for 3 days. Yen Chutian glanced at the 2 women and saw that their originally snow-white skin was now covered with a layer of black substance. Yen Chutian knew that it was the impurities that had been expelled from his body, because this black substance covered every part of his body. However, Yen Chutian could accept it calmly, but the 2 women could not. Even if they had expected this situation, when they really felt it, they could not help but cry out in alarm, and then quickly rushed out of the spiritual platform. Chapter 215. After removing all the impurities, Qiuyu was in a good mood. However, when she inadvertently looked at Yen Chutian, she found that the latter's face was still black. She couldn't help but frown and snort in disdain. Why do you still look so dirty? Hearing this, Yen Chutian looked embarrassed. He cherished every bit of cultivation time, so even though the spiritual altar was constantly illusory, he didn't leave. Therefore, at this moment, compared to Qiuyu or Luo Shui, his entire body was naturally extremely black, as if he had rolled around in a quagmire. Cough, cough! The 2 of you should hurry up and get on the platform. This spiritual altar still has some final uses. You can't miss it. After an hour, all the spiritual altars gradually dissipated and returned to calmness. The mountain river great sun, picture above the stone pedestal, was silent again. God knows when it would be activated again and trigger the appearance of the spiritual altar. Yen Chutian stood below the platform. At this moment, he had already washed his body and changed into a clean set of clothes, feeling the brand new feeling in his body, as if he was reborn. Even Yen Chutian couldn't help but be happy. In the past, when he was in the heaven realm, this kind of opportunity to change his muscles and marrow was very precious. Moreover, it wasn't enough once or twice. It needed to be done continuously in accordance with the improvement of his cultivation. What Yen Chutian didn't expect was that he would be able to enjoy a chance to change his muscles and marrow in the mortal world. This was too rare. Shifting his attention away from himself and looking over, Yen Chutian glanced around and knew that not only had his cultivation broken through, Qiuyu had also broken through. At this moment, she was already at the 4th level of elixir, although Luo Shui hadn't broken through. This opportunity had raised her cultivation to the edge of a breakthrough. Breaking through to the 5th level of elixir was just around the corner. All in all, the physical training platform was a huge improvement for each of them. Compared to it, even offending the supreme talent of the Divine Heavens sect was negligible. He then looked at Luo Shui and said with a faint smile, "Senior Sister Luo, are you still worried about offending the prodigy of the Divine Heavens sect?" Hearing this, Luo Shui, who had always been cold, couldn't help but blush. She had originally thought that she had concealed her reaction extremely well and had not been detected by anyone. However, it was clear that Yan Chutian had already detected it. However, Yan Chutian did not make things difficult for Luo Shui. He immediately muttered to himself, "Actually, there is no need to worry. The battle under the Myriad Star Tree will definitely gather almost all the forces and experts disciples that have entered. At that time, even the prodigies from all three branches of the Divine Heavens sect would not be able to control the chaos, let alone just one branch. Therefore, we can rest assured. If we don't have the strength, we won't be able to get the star skull, no matter what. However, if we have enough strength, even if Lu Qing leads the way, we won't be able to stop it." As Yan Chutian's voice fell, even though it was full of lecturing, it still made Luo Shui's face involuntarily reveal a look of understanding. Yes, the battle for the Star Skull was not something that the prodigies of the Divine Heavens sect could decide. Even if all the prodigies of the Divine Heavens sect were added together, it would still not be enough. Therefore, why should she be worried? Thinking of this, Luo Shui, who had turned her head, could not help but reveal a faint smile to Yan Chutian. It was as if a fresh flower that had always been wrapped in ice and snow had finally broken free from the frost on the surface and revealed its beauty. Even Yan Chutian was momentarily dazed by such a stunning smile. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his senses because Qiuyu was still beside him. Sure enough, even though Yan Chutian had only been absent-minded for an instant, a cold snort faintly resounded from the side. Yan Chutian turned his gaze slightly and saw Qiuyu staring at him coldly. The dangerous aura in her beautiful eyes was very strong. This made Yan Chutian cough dryly and quickly change the topic. "All right, we still don't know the exact location of the Thousand Star Tree. Now that we have exhausted our opportunities, let's hurry and find the location of the Thousand Star Tree." Humph. After leaving the abyss, when Yan Chutian and the other two returned to the vast land above the abyss, the oppression around them suddenly disappeared like smoke in thin air. How could it be normal? Under such circumstances, the three of them could clearly feel that their cultivation seemed to have improved a little. It was not difficult to understand. Although the three of them were suppressed in the abyss, on the other hand, it was as if they were actively condensing their cultivation. As long as they returned to the outside world, their condensed cultivation would rebound, resulting in the current situation. After arriving at the top of the abyss, the three of them did not stay for long. Just like before, they chose a certain direction and rushed forward. However, even if it was only the outer region of the Myriad Star Valley was still very large. The three of them flashed for a few days, but they still could not find any signs of the Thousand Star Tree. They did not even meet a single person. The three of them seemed to have returned to the time when they had just entered the outer region of the Myriad Star Valley. They were like headless flies that could only bury their heads and search everywhere. At the same time, in a certain valley on the vast land, there was a huge lake. At this time, there were already many figures of geniuses waiting around the lake. These figures were on guard against each other, but they were all looking in the same direction. These geniuses were all looking at the huge lake, or rather at the isolated island in the middle of the lake that was less than a dozen feet in size. On this isolated island, there was a low plant growing. The vines of the plant were like swimming dragons, strong and powerful. Between the vines, there were about 10 crystalline fruits hanging. Each fruit was exuding rich spirit energy, shining brightly. Even if one did not touch or even get close to it, one could feel the amazing effect it contained. Swoosh! However, when he looked again, these strange spirit fruits were not so easy to obtain. In the waters around the isolated island, there would be water pillars spurting out from time to time, followed by rolling waves. The scene of a huge monster in high spirits was even more common. Obviously, there were some powerful spirit beasts waiting in the waters. Their purpose was similar to the geniuses waiting by the riverbank, which was also for the spirit fruits growing on this isolated island. The situation was temporarily in a deadlock. God knew when it would be broken by a breakthrough. They continued to move forward, like headless flies. After an unknown amount of time, a slight difference appeared in the gazes of the three of them. They could faintly sense that there were many spiritual energy auras gathered in the valley in front of them. Chapter 216. If they could find the location of the 1,000-star tree so quickly, it would mean that they were extremely lucky. However, after sensing it carefully, Yen Chutian rejected this idea in the end, because in his perception, even though there were many spiritual auras in the valley ahead, there were not many that were as strong as Lu Qing and the others. And in Yen Chutian's imagination, there would definitely be many cultivators waiting in the final place, like the 1,000-star tree. Not to mention the second-rate top forces, even the middle and lower-level second-rate forces, as well as the geniuses of the lower-level forces, as well as the disciples of those hidden powerhouses, would all be present. Then Yen Chutian explained the situation to the two women. Hearing this, the two women also agreed with Yen Chutian's idea. However, with so many geniuses gathered in front, there must be something big happening. Therefore, how could the three miss it? They immediately rushed into the valley. Not long after entering the valley, a huge lake immediately came into view. Then they looked into the distance. On the other side of the lake, there were many geniuses as expected. What are they looking at? Chiao Yu murmured in confusion. Soon they all knew, because following the line of sight of the geniuses on the shore of the lake, a green island immediately came into view. The strange plants and several spiritual fruits on the island were also all seen by them. So they want to seize the spiritual trees and spiritual fruits on the island. Chiao Yu asked and answered herself. Then, following Chiao Yu's muttering, Yen Chutian added, "Although I can't identify what kind of treasure it is, it must have a great background to make so many so-called geniuses wait in silence." At this moment, Yen Chutian had already thought about those spiritual fruits in his heart, because maybe if he could obtain such a treasure, his cultivation could increase again. If he could break through to the elixir stage, then even if Lu Qing suddenly appeared, Yen Chutian would have enough confidence to face him head-on. Perhaps many cultivators would think that it was a fantasy to dare to say that there was a difference of 2 whole layers of cultivation between them. However, this was the truth for Yen Chutian. Along the way, when had he not fought like this? And what was the final result? Wasn't it overturning the result that was natural in the eyes of ordinary cultivators again and again? After being reborn, if the Yen Chutian of this life still wanted to do things step by step, that would be the real joke. At the same time, while Yen Chutian and the other two were observing their surroundings, the sky prides on the other side of the lake were also observing them. However, when the three of them suddenly appeared, the reactions of these geniuses were very cold and indifferent. Many of them only glanced at them coldly before immediately shifting their gazes away, as if they had not seen them at all. Actually, it was easy to understand. These geniuses didn't appear at the same time, but one by one, they sensed something and came over. And when they saw that there were so many cultivators, why would they care? Unless an extraordinary person appeared, it would be possible for them to pay more attention. However, the team of 3 with the highest cultivation was only at the 4th layer of elixir stage. Obviously, they couldn't be considered extraordinary. However, among these indifferent gazes, there were still gazes of pleasant surprise. Among the 100-Flower Palace's women, Yen Ningzhu, who was dressed in plain white clothes but was still the focus of many men's gazes, had a smile on her beautiful face and was filled with pleasant surprise. Yen Ningzhu's reaction couldn't help but be noticed by many men. It also made the other female cultivators of the 100-Flower Palace smile ambiguously and deliberately said loudly, ever since you came to the myriad star city, Ningzhu. Your temperament has changed a lot from the past. You even said that it was because you found your lost companion. I think it can't be that male cultivator, right?" As soon as these words came out, even though Yan Ningzhu usually appeared calm, she couldn't help but blush at this moment. She stammered, "Senior sister, you don't talk nonsense. I just," seeing Yan Ningzhu's reaction that was completely different from the past. The female cultivator who originally had the intention to tease suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in shock. This senior sister really guessed correctly? Such a situation happening in front of many male cultivators immediately made them feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Then they immediately looked over. They wanted to see what kind of person this man was to be able to make a genius female disciple, who was quite beautiful among the many beautiful female cultivators of the 100-Flower Palace, have such a reaction. However, when many gazes looked over, they didn't look at Yan Chutian first. Instead, they were immediately attracted by the two women beside Yan Chudan. Even if they were only looking at them from a distance, it still made everyone feel stunned. With a quick glance, they determined that the two women had looks that were almost not inferior to Yan Ningzhu. But in this way, it obviously made Yan Chutian become even more hostile. Exactly what kind of fellow is actually able to make the fairies of the 100-Flower Palace change their expressions and make two such outstanding beauties follow him? From being ignored to becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Even Yan Chutian, who always appeared calm, had a slight change in his beautiful face at this moment. He was really slightly at a loss in such a strange situation. However, he soon found out the reason. This made Yan Chutian couldn't help but look helplessly at the two women beside him, and then he glanced at Yan Ningzhu in the crowd in front of him. He sighed and muttered to himself, "She's really a femme fatale." But of course, Yan Chutian said it very softly. Otherwise, if the two women heard it, even if Luo Shui's temperament didn't do anything, with Qiu Yu's character, his ending could be imagined. Therefore, Yan Chutian's face was expressionless. He ignored all the jealous gazes and landed in a corner of the crowd with the two women. After skimming over the side of the crowd, Yan Chutian didn't rashly find Yan Ningzhu. Otherwise, he would definitely attract more attention. But even so, there were many cold gazes staring at him with different meanings. However, without exception, there was one thing in common, and that was contempt. A mere level 3 elixir was not worth mentioning to most of the geniuses present. The weakest among them had a level 4 elixir cultivation and could easily crush a level 3 elixir cultivator. Of course, they didn't know that Yan Chutian was not an ordinary level 3 elixir cultivator in their eyes. If they really wanted to compare, it should be that most of the so-called geniuses present couldn't be compared to him. Many gazes were focused on him, and it seemed that there were even people who couldn't help but want to go forward to test him. Fortunately, at this time, there was a strange movement from the center of the lake. The originally calm lake suddenly surged, and water pillars continuously rose into the sky. Those huge, ferocious beasts floated up and down, and it was extremely spectacular. This is Chapter 217. The spirit fruits are about to ripen. Cries of surprise rang out from somewhere in the crowd. The moment the cries fell, the atmosphere in the crowd became extremely heated. Countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the 10 spirit fruits on the vine. Almost all of their eyes were shining with a green light. Boom! However, just as the crowd was in a frenzy, the huge commotion around the isolated island finally brought the geniuses back to their senses. Even if the spirit fruits were about to ripen, they could not be casually picked. The spirit beasts in the lake were not insignificant characters. If they were not careful, even the geniuses like them could die. Furthermore, in addition to guarding against the spirit beasts, they also had to be wary of the other geniuses around them. In fact, from a certain point of view, the other geniuses were even more dangerous than the ferocious beasts in the lake. Therefore, in addition to the heated atmosphere in the crowd, there was also a strange atmosphere that gradually grew. Apart from fellow disciples from the same faction, everyone was extremely wary of each other. However, no matter how cautious they were, when someone saw that the spirit beasts in the lake were unable to restrain themselves and suddenly jumped up to devour the spirit fruits on the isolated island, he finally could not suppress the desire in his heart. He suddenly shot up and rushed towards the lake. However, the moment he rushed into the lake, his originally flying body suddenly sank into the water. After that, he could no longer jump up and could only move forward. This sudden situation seemed to have startled this genius. However, as a genius from a third-rate faction, he was naturally extraordinary. He quickly accepted this situation and continued to swim forward. At the same time, the giant beast that was biting the spirit fruits was extremely fast. It was almost about to touch them. However, the situation that everyone expected did not happen. The giant beast that was about to bite the spirit fruits was hit hard. Its huge body immediately fell back into the lake, causing a huge wave to rise. After the giant beast fell back into the lake, the crowd realized that a slender vine was slowly retracting and wrapping around the body of the giant beast. Obviously, it was this vine that had repelled the giant beast. As if to prove this point, several giant beasts suddenly rushed up and opened their bloody mouths to bite the strange spirit fruits that they had been coveting for a long time. However, just as these spirit beasts were about to touch the spirit fruits, slender vines suddenly shot out. The small vines swept down, but the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. It forcibly swept away the huge spirit beasts one after another. This included the impulsive Heaven's pride from the third-rate forces. When he attempted to rush onto the island, a vine swept towards him at lightning speed. Even though he used his spiritual energy to block it, he was immediately swept away and fell into the lake in a sorry state. Their failure seemed to have angered the spirit beasts. Seeing that they were unable to eat the spirit fruit, they turned their large and cold eyes towards the genius from the third-rate force. The situation after that was easy to imagine. Even though this prodigy was not weak and had a fourth-level elixir cultivation, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He was besieged by so many spirit beasts, and very soon a miserable howl was heard. Then, bright red blood stained the surface of the lake, and the disgusting sound of chewing and tearing could be heard. Although the crowd frowned slightly at this scene, none of them sympathized with the Heaven's pride from the third-rate force. He was the one who was stupid. He could not resist the temptation and tried to take the initiative to snatch the spirit fruit. Who could he blame for ending up like this? He looked at the isolated island in the middle of the lake, or more precisely at the strange plant. Even Yen Chutian, as one of the 10 great prodigies, had never seen such a strange spirit plant. Generally speaking, if a spirit plant wanted to attack, it had to have some spiritual intelligence. However, for a spirit plant to have spiritual intelligence, it had to grow for countless years. For a spirit plant that had grown for countless years to reach the point of spiritual intelligence, even if it was originally an ordinary plant, it should have at least evolved to the divine grade. However, the strange spirit plant in front of him had obviously not reached the divine grade. Without reaching the divine grade, how could it have spiritual intelligence and launch an attack? This made Yen Chutian puzzled. In the end, he could only helplessly attribute it to the special environment here. After all, the Myriad Stars Valley was connected to the strange layer between the central plains and the outside world. Even if this was only the periphery of the Myriad Stars Valley, it might be affected to some extent. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian looked forward to the spirit fruit even more. If he could get one, he might be able to use it to break through to the 4th level of the elixir state. However, in the current situation, Yen Chutian also understood that it was not easy to snatch the spirit fruit. Not to mention that there were so many prodigies around. It was not easy to snatch the spirit fruit from the spirit beasts and spirit plants in the lake alone. While Yen Chutian was thinking, Even though these prodigies were very cautious, they could not suppress the throbbing in their hearts. At the same time, the spirit beasts in the lake were also constantly trying to swallow the spirit fruit. There were several times when they seemed to be about to succeed. Then, when some people rushed into the lake, the remaining prodigies finally did not stop and used their own methods to rush into the lake. However, no matter which prodigy they were from, even if they were the best prodigies in the second-rate forces, they all fell into the water one after another as if the sky above the lake had been sealed and no one was allowed to fly. After that, the situation in the lake became extremely chaotic. Spirit beasts and geniuses continuously tried to snatch the spirit fruits. In between, there were even spirit beasts attacking geniuses and geniuses killing spirit beasts. The surface of the lake constantly turned red, and it was very bloody. Especially when one of the geniuses actually obtained a spirit fruit, the competition became even more intense. Even if this prodigy had an extraordinary background, under the pincer attack of countless other prodigies and spirit beasts, he was unable to protect the spirit fruit. In the end, he ended up in a sorry state and was seriously injured. Looking at the tragic scene in the lake, Yen Chutian, who was still watching from the shore, could not help but feel a little anxious. From the situation just now, it seemed that the spirit fruit was not impossible to obtain. Even if the strange spirit plant was tightly guarded, there would still be a gap. In particular, Yen Ningzhu secretly approached from the other side. At this time, there were very few prodigies on the shore. Although the female cultivators of the 100-Flower Palace looked delicate, they were all more ruthless than men when they fought. Therefore, the only 100-Flower Palace disciple left on the shore was Yen Ningzhu. I have a way to temporarily suppress the spirit plant's attack, but I can't be sure how long it will be suppressed. It might only be for a few breaths. Hearing Yen Ningzhu's words, Yen Chutian, who was originally waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, immediately had his eyes light up. If Yen Ningzhu could really temporarily control the spirit plant's attack, even if it was only for a few breaths, it would be enough. However, Yen Chutian and Qiu Yu trusted Yen Ningzhu, but Luo Shui obviously did not. She looked at Yen Ningzhu with a cold and scrutinizing gaze. She did not know why she would suddenly approach and say such words. Chapter 218. Yen Chutian's command was fast, but his actions were even faster. After all, one of the spirit fruits had been snatched in the chaos. If he was any slower, he might have gotten one less spirit fruit. However, Yen Chutian was not a greedy person. Including Yen Ningzhu and the rest, there were 4 of them. Hence, his goal was to snatch 4 spirit fruits and then retreat safely. Although it seemed like a simple action and goal, it was not as simple as it sounded. For example, when Yen Chutian also landed in the lake and swam forward, he was greeted by the bloody mouth of a spirit beast. It was like a crazy spirit beast was trying to devour him. If he was slightly weaker, he would have been swallowed immediately. If he was swallowed by the spirit beast, his fate was obvious. However, Yen Chutian was not a weakling. Facing the bloody mouth, he clenched his fist and accumulated his spiritual energy. Then, he punched out fiercely towards the bloody mouth. Boom! As the 2 fists met, the ferocious and powerful spirit beast's body was penetrated by Yen Chutian's fist. A mist of blood spurted out. This shocked many of the third-rate forces geniuses. After witnessing this scene, how could they not understand that this guy, who looked like he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, was not simple? After punching the spirit beast, Yen Chutian did not take a second look. He was not in the mood to observe the reactions of the surrounding crowd. His body was like an illusion. He kept moving between the crowd and the spirit beast, opening up a path. With Yen Chutian opening the path, even though Yen Ningzhu's speed could not be compared to his, it was still much faster than before. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. Many male cultivators could not bear to stop them. After all, in their opinion, if the 2 of them wanted to snatch the spirit fruit, their chances were slim. Just now, the genius from the second-rate forces had tried his best. He was only able to get a spirit fruit by chance when many other geniuses were besieging the plant. But now that was clearly not the case. Moments later, Yen Chutian appeared several zhang away from the isolated island. However, the level of the heavens chosen here had already reached the pinnacle. Although there were fewer people here, the shock waves from the battle were not any weaker than those from the distance. In fact, they were even stronger. A bald, dark-faced young man looked over. His eyes were full of disdain when he looked at Yen Chutian, but when he looked at Yen Ningzhu, there was a hint of greed. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "This isn't a place where people like you can come. Scram!" He, as expected, after being promoted to one of the Daluo sect's top prodigies, even your temper has become much worse. As the bald young man's voice fell, a sharp male voice suddenly sounded. A few feet away from the bald young man, a man in a white robe stood on the water. The white-robed man glanced at Yen Chutian. Although his gaze was not as overbearing as the bald young man's, there was a hint of disdain that could not be concealed. When his gaze fell on Yen Ningzhu, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He then smiled and said, "Ningzhu, since you want to try and see if you can get the spirit fruit, I will help you. However, I still have to tell you that it's best to be careful." "Okay," Yen Ningzhu replied. Then her beautiful eyes turned to Yen Chutian and quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Hurry up and do it." However, Yen Chutian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he looked at the white-robed man again. Then he looked back at Yen Ningzhu with a complicated look in his eyes. "Okay." As soon as his voice fell, Yen Chutian suddenly shot out and headed straight for the isolated island. This caused the bald young man to be furious. However, with the white-robed man blocking him, there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the bald young man and the white-robed man were not the only ones in the central area. There were also several powerful figures who were fighting or confronting each other. They all sensed Yen Chutian's intention, but they did not stop him, because, in their opinion, there was no need to stop him. This spirit fruit plant was extremely strange. If they were to fight alone, even if it was just one of them, they would not have the confidence to snatch the spirit fruit from it. And this fellow in front of them was only at the 3rd level of the elixir. Even if there was a 4th level elixir female disciple of the 100-Flower Palace, what could they do? Once the 2 of them failed, they would definitely give up on this stupid idea. Moreover, he might even be able to play the hero and save the beauty. Why not? In the blink of an eye, Yen Chutian had already appeared in front of the isolated island, and Yen Ningzhu followed closely behind. However, the moment Yen Chutian appeared on the isolated island, the originally silent strange plant suddenly whipped out a vine that was as fast as lightning, striking towards his body. Even though Yen Chutian had used his spirit energy to resist this attack, his spirit energy barrier was still forcefully broken. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, his body was forced to retreat a few steps back in a sorry state. This situation made the top geniuses who were paying attention to the commotion here feel even more at ease. Even further away, the group of geniuses who were fighting with the spirit beast started to jeer at him. "I thought he was some kind of trash. Isn't he overestimating himself?" Under such circumstances, even we would find it difficult to pluck the spirit fruit, let alone him. A mere 3rd-level elixir cultivator is asking for humiliation. Amidst the jeers, Yen Chutian's expression did not change. He did agree that this vine was strange and difficult to deal with, but if they wanted him to give up just like that, they would be underestimating him. Yen Chutian, my spirit technique is ready, but it will only be effective for a few breaths of time. You! Yen Ningzhu's clear voice sounded at the right time. It was only a few breaths of time, and even she herself felt that the chances were not high. After all, the time was too short. However, Yen Chutian was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He immediately said, "A few breaths of time is enough." With that, Yan Chutian did not stay any longer. He immediately activated his spirit inscriptions, and a sword and a cauldron quickly condensed in his eyes. Then, in a situation that no one expected, 2 huge spirit inscriptions descended into the world, crazily suppressing and killing. 2 spirit inscriptions. How could he have condensed 2 spirit inscriptions? A 3rd-level elixir cultivator can condense 2 spirit inscriptions, and they are so solid. How is this possible? As the 2 spirit inscriptions appeared in the sky, countless exclamations resounded. Those geniuses could not believe it. How could a 3rd-level elixir cultivator condense 2 spirit inscriptions, and they were so solid? They were not the only ones. Even the top geniuses closest to the isolated island, who were originally looking down on him, suddenly froze at this moment. It was not that they had never condensed 2 spirit inscriptions, but there were even some who had touched the 3rd. How could a 3rd-level elixir cultivator not be able to condense 2 complete spirit inscriptions? How could they not be shocked? 2 spirit inscriptions. Chapter 219. A sword and a cauldron appeared in the sky, attracting many shocked gazes. The sword and the cauldron did not stop, but immediately suppressed the strange plant on the isolated island. Such an astonishing movement attracted the attention of countless geniuses, and naturally, the plant itself was under attack. Instantly, several vines of different thicknesses spread out from the vines like spiritual snakes. The vines that were originally commonly seen in the countryside now carried a sharpness that was sharper than a sword. It seemed that as long as they casually struck, they would be able to split a mountain and tear apart a rock. Finally, several vines burst out, whistling through the air, and went straight to the 2 spiritual tattoos that Yan Chutian had displayed. Seeing this scene, even the surrounding geniuses, who were shocked by Yan Chutian's ability to display 2 spiritual tattoos at the same time, shook their heads slightly at this time. Obviously, they did not think that Yan Chutian could block such a powerful counterattack. It was not that none of them had displayed spiritual tattoos, but the result was that they all failed. However, they did not know, nor could they guess, that when the vines, which were as sharp as knives and swords, burst out, Yan Ningzhu, who was hiding behind Yan Chutian, suddenly formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Then, strands of strange light constantly shrouded the vines that burst out. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. When the strange, smoke-like light touched the vines, the latter immediately froze in midair, unable to move. This scene happened too quickly and too shockingly. Even the Heaven's favorites, who were usually quick on the uptake, could not react in time. Only Yan Chutian, who had already expected this, immediately burst out. The sword and the cauldron opened the way for him, shaking off all the stiff vines. Then he was the first to land on the isolated island. Since he had already landed on the isolated island, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. Spiritual power and mysterious yang, Qi, surged out of his body. While defending himself, his big hand immediately reached for the spiritual fruits hanging on the vines. Almost in an instant, for spiritual fruits were in his bag. With 4 spiritual fruits in hand, Yan Chutian was not greedy at all. He immediately burst out and left the isolated island. It was his self-control that saved him. Almost at the moment when his front foot burst out, the frozen vines on his back foot all recovered. At the same time, more vines burst out and went straight to Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian could even feel the terrible murderous intent in those vines that burst out. After all, he had plucked 4 spiritual fruits at once. It would be strange if this strange plant did not violently counterattack. He has 4 spiritual fruits. Do it, don't let him go. He has 4 spiritual fruits. Where can he go? At the same time, all the sky prides on the lake reacted. Then, from somewhere unknown, there was a loud shout. Suddenly, greedy eyes quickly gathered on Yan Chutian's body. They found it hard to believe that a mere level 3 elixir could obtain so many spiritual fruits. However, this was no longer important. Once the spiritual fruits were taken, they could fight with all their might. At this time, even the top sky pride's eyes were burning. Although they did not disregard their dignity and shouted, it was impossible for Yen Chutian to escape from under their eyes. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had already made arrangements. When his body burst out to escape, Luo Shui and Qiuyu, who were somewhere in the lake, launched an attack. Vast spiritual energy burst out from Luo Shui's delicate body. As her jade-like hands slapped on the surface of the lake, it formed a layer of ice that constantly froze the surrounding area. Qiuyu seemed to have communicated with her beforehand. As the layer of ice spread, her jade-like hands formed a seal. Then a seemingly inconspicuous beam of light converged into the layer of ice, which actually increased the speed at which the layer of ice spread, rapidly spreading to the surrounding area. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yen Chutian burst out a few feet, at least shaking off those angry vines. However, this layer of ice was obviously a delaying tactic. Even if some of the so-called sky prides were frozen, they quickly broke free and broke out of the ice. As for the top sky prides, their reactions were even more domineering. When the layer of ice spread, they used their own methods to resist and even forcibly disintegrate it. In the next moment, these top sky prides no longer hesitated because they knew that if they continued to hesitate, it was really possible for Yen Chutian to escape. However, the moment they made their move, Qiuyu suddenly used her spirit technique again. A Luan bird, surrounded by green light, slowly appeared. That was her spirit pattern. The Luan spread its wings and flew high, but the green light became more and more dazzling. As the green light shone, even the top sky prides discovered that this green light could actually suppress the circulation of spiritual energy in their bodies. It was extremely strange. Go! The spirit pattern appeared, and the area it covered was so large that even Qiuyu's pretty face quickly turned pale at this moment. Hearing this, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. His originally extremely fast speed seemed to have erupted as he quickly used the remaining layer of ice to rush to the shore. However, at this moment, the sensitive Yen Chutian instinctively felt a sense of danger. Then, he heard a gloomy and cold voice ring around him. "You'd better stay." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the layer of ice beneath Yen Chutian's feet shattered. A black sickle shot out with enough power to tear apart a mountain and slash down fiercely. However, Yen Chutian had already sensed it, so this attack was narrowly avoided by him. The owner of the gloomy voice was obviously a little surprised. He did not expect that his ghostly killing technique would be dodged by him. "TSK, you're indeed a little unusual." Yen Chutian looked back and saw a black-robed figure floating in midair. Unlike the others, he did not need to touch the water. Instead, he was directly floating in the air. The appearance of the black-robed man not only startled Yen Chutian, but also caused the surrounding crowd's gazes to change. Even the faces of the top heaven's prides slightly changed as an unprecedented solemn expression appeared on their faces. That's Han Shan. Han Shan, it's actually him, the new great Heaven Hall master. I didn't expect that even the sky prides of a top force like the great Heaven Hall would appear. After a few intermittent sentences, Yen Chutian understood the black-robed figure in front of him. The great Heaven Hall was a force that was comparable to the divine Heaven sect. As for this great Heaven Hall master, he was on the same level as the Taoists of the divine Heaven sect. Perhaps he was slightly inferior, but he was definitely an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, it was no wonder that the black-robed figure, who was also Han Shan, had the cultivation of a level 6 elixir. However, this immediately gave Yen Chutian a headache. Originally, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but because of Han Shan's appearance, it was extremely difficult for him to leave now. Chapter 220. The black-robed Han Shan's eyes were cold. As one of the great Heaven Hall's palace guards, even if he appeared alone, The commotion he caused was much greater than the other supreme talents. Numerous dignified gazes converged on him, but Han Shan seemed to have completely ignored them. He continued to look at Yan Chutian in front of him and indifferently said, "Hand over the spirit fruit, and I might let you go. If I am impatient, you will have to hand over the spirit fruit and leave your life behind." The moment Han Shani opened his mouth, he was incomparably overbearing. Yan Chutian's performance earlier was merely so in his eyes. As for the spirit fruit, it was already in his bag and no one could take it away from him. Seemingly because of Han Shan's actions, the surrounding supreme talents who wanted to compete for the spirit fruit did not continue to press forward. Instead, they waited for Yan Chutian's response. How could Yan Chutian not know what they were thinking? Now that Han Shan had suppressed him, they were naturally happy to see it. Once he took out the spirit fruit, the surrounding supreme talents would not wait any longer and would swarm over like a swarm of bees. Han Shan should be aware of this reason, but he did not seem worried at all. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as he obtained the spirit fruit, he would be able to escape safely. However, Yan Chutian had obtained the spirit fruit with great difficulty. How could he give it away so easily? The great Heaven Hall's palace guard is really overbearing. However, if you want to obtain the spirit fruit, you can't just rely on a few words. Yan Chutian spoke slowly. He did not reveal any fear in his words as he confronted Han Shan. Hearing this, Han Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yan Chutian. He was really curious. Where did this guy with a level 3 elixir get the courage to say such words? Could it be that he was relying on his ability to display 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time? If that was the case, then don't blame him for not holding back. Even if 2 spiritual inscriptions were displayed at the same time, what could they do to him? Haha, some ants always rely on their little abilities and think that they are comparable to a fierce tiger. Little do they know that in the eyes of a fierce tiger, ants are just ants. Han Shan sneered as he stared at Yan Chutian. He continued, "Tell me, does this ant resemble you?" What answer Han Shan was not Yan Chutian's words, but the 2 enormous spirit tattoos that appeared in the sky once again. The sword and cauldron were displayed in front of everyone. An immense pressure from the spirit runes spread out. Even though they had already seen it with their own eyes, many elixir level 4 and even level 5 elixir experts were still shocked when they saw it again. At the very least, most level 4 elixir prodigies and some level 5 elixir prodigies were unable to display the power of such spirit runes. However, Yan Chutian's opponent was Han Shan, one of the great Celestial Hall's palace guardians. Even if he didn't reveal anything, he would still be able to display his strength. Hence, in the eyes of the crowd, Yan Chutian was still overestimating himself. Under Han Shan's power, he would only end up being defeated miserably. Looking at the 2 enormous spirit tattoos that appeared in the sky, Han Shan didn't panic. Perhaps he wasn't the most outstanding prodigy among his peers in terms of cultivation, but he was confident that he could surpass anyone in terms of spirit runes. Hence, it wasn't impossible for him to display 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time with his attainments in spirit runes. At this thought, Han Shan no longer hesitated. The moment he retracted his gaze, strands of strange runes spread out in the depths of his eyes. Finally, they converged to form a spirit tattoo in each of his eyes. Spirit binding whip tattoo. Sunlock tattoo. Wang. The enormous spirit tattoo, fluctuation, spread out rapidly. At the end of the fluctuation, a whip and a lock tattoo slowly rose up. A powerful pressure spread out, causing quite a bit of shock to the surrounding prodigies. Han Shan, he also displayed 2 spiritual inscriptions at the same time. As one of the great Heaven Hall's palace guardians, it's not impossible for him to have a high attainment in spirit runes. On the contrary, it's that guy with level 3 elixir. With his cultivation, it's incredible that he has such a high attainment in spirit runes. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a disciple of the Heaven's secret sect. I didn't expect such an amazing person to appear in the bottom of the second-rate forces. So what if he's amazing? He overestimated himself and fought with Han Shan. With Han Shan's strength, he can definitely suppress him. What a pity. Given the great Heaven Hall's way of doing things, they won't show any mercy to the loser. He overestimated himself. Who else can he blame? As they discussed, the crowd seemed to have foreseen Yan Chutian's fate. In their opinion, Yan Chutian was definitely not Han Shan's match. At the same time, looking at Han Shan displaying 2 spiritual inscriptions, Yan Chutian knew that Han Shan's attainment in spirit runes was not low. At the very least, he was the best among all the opponents he had ever met. If he had met such a guy under normal circumstances, he would definitely have a good fight with him. However, the current situation was obviously not the time to fight. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to leave. Therefore, Yan Chutian deliberately sped up, and the 4 spiritual inscriptions in the sky collided with each other. With the memory of his previous life, Yan Chutian's comprehension and study of spirit runes could not be judged with common sense. Therefore, even if Han Shan had a high attainment in spirit runes, he would at most be on par with Yan Chutian in a head-on fight. The powerful fluctuations from the collision of spiritual inscriptions swept out. When one looked at the center, they saw that the 4 spiritual inscriptions were still in a stalemate. However, this was obviously not an outcome that Han Shan could accept. As the palace guard of the Great Heaven Palace, how could he accept that a guy who was merely at the 3rd level of the elixir could be on par with him? If news of this spread out, how could he, Han Shan, maintain his reputation? However, just as Han Shan was thinking about this, Yan Chutian had already launched another attack. Under his forceful coercion, a strange giant beast shrouded in flames stepped on the ground and descended into the world. The appearance of the giant beast immediately caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They could clearly feel that the giant flame beast was emitting the power of spiritual inscriptions. In other words, it was also a spiritual inscription. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that Yan Chutian had displayed the 3rd spiritual inscription. However, how could a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of the elixir condense 3 spiritual inscriptions? This is his 3rd spiritual inscription. How is this possible? He's clearly only at the 3rd level of the elixir. How could he condense 3 spiritual inscriptions? Moreover, he actually displayed all 3 spiritual inscriptions at the same time. How terrifying is his attainment in spirit runes! In an instant, Yan Chutian had caused too much shock, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Han Shan, who was still unable to accept this and was furious, had a drastic change in his expression at this moment. There was an unprecedented shock in his eyes. Chapter 221. As the giant flaming beast stomped on the ground, a scorching hot and violent aura spread out, immediately causing several practitioners to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Even some of the primal core 5th level geniuses would find it difficult to match up to such a powerful spirit tattoo. And when they thought about how such a shocking 3rd spirit rune was cast by a 3rd level elixir cultivator, they felt even more ashamed of their inferiority. Normally, they could still think of themselves as geniuses, but now, in front of Yan Chutian, they could not even raise their heads. Not to mention them, even the great Sky Hall's hall guard, Han Shan, was shocked at this moment. It was not that he had not condensed the 3rd spirit rune, but it was only after he stepped into the 6th level of elixir that he gradually condensed it. However, this seemingly ordinary disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect in front of him had actually condensed the 3rd spirit rune at the 3rd level of elixir. How terrifying was this? While he was shocked, Han Shan's heart was already filled with unconcealable jealousy and killing intent. He could imagine that if the other party was allowed to grow, or even if his cultivation was a little higher, his current situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, no matter what, he could no longer hide anything. Even if he could not kill him, he had to defeat him here and break his confidence. Huff! As he breathed in deeply, a strange pattern that was different from before slowly appeared in the depths of Han Shan's eyes. It was his third spirit rune, the Wanxiang rune. However, what Han Shan and the others did not expect was that just as Han Shan was about to unleash the third spirit rune, the giant flame beast above Yan Chutian's body suddenly charged down and released the power of its own flames into the crowd. That flame was not an ordinary flame. It was even more terrifying than a spiritual energy flame. As it burned, not only could it burn through the spiritual energy barriers of many geniuses, it also seemed to be able to ignite the blood in their bodies, causing them to burn from the inside out. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? Why is it so strange? I'm just here to watch the show. Why are you burning me? By the time the flames gradually subsided, Han Shan's expression was already extremely furious. The flame fluctuation from earlier had also spread to his body. Although it did not cause much damage to him, it still caused him to be in a miserable state. However, the myriad form rune had already appeared above his head. Now, it was time for him to counterattack. However, when Han Shan's line of sight shot towards where Yan Chuan was, he suddenly discovered that the thin and small figure had already disappeared without him noticing. Han Shan was not a fool. At this moment, how could he not understand? No wonder the opponent's attack was so strange. He had clearly decided to escape long ago, following which his cold and stern gaze turned. Indeed, those people who were related to Yan Chutian had all disappeared at this moment. Clearly, they had fled together with the other party during the chaos just now. Although Han Shan's expression was only gloomy, his lungs were about to explode from anger. How could he have expected that the other party would be so shameless as to use the third spiritual rune, not to fight, but to escape? Where are the disciples of the Heavens Fate sect? Gone. Damn it, it must be because of the commotion just now that he took the opportunity to escape. What a shameless villain. He actually escaped. Among the few beautiful women from the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, the tall woman in red looked at the direction where Yan Chutian had disappeared, and then looked at where Yan Ningzhu had disappeared. She couldn't help but shake her head and whisper helplessly, "This little junior sister, I really don't know where to turn my elbow." As she spoke softly, there was no trace of anger in the red-clothed woman's tone, because once upon a time she was also like this. For a certain man, she would not care about anything and would not care about anything. She only hoped that this reclusive little junior sister of hers would not be like her, trusting the wrong person. A streak of fire suddenly shot out from the valley like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, it rushed forward for nearly 1,000 feet before finally coming to a stop. When the flames gradually dissipated, 3 delicate figures flew out one after another and landed on the ground. Compared to the 3 women, Yan Chutian was in a much more sorry state. He had completely fallen out of the flames and smashed onto the grass. However, the 3 women were concerned about Yan Chutian's sorry state at the same time. The moment they saw him fall, the 3 women actually cried out at the same time and rushed forward. However, no matter what, Yan Chutian would not have the fortune of being supported by the 3 women at the same time. When they sensed it, the other 2 women retreated, and only Qiu helped Yan Chutian up. For a moment, the atmosphere could not help but become somewhat awkward. Let's continue. Perhaps we left abruptly, but there's no guarantee that no one will catch up. At this time, only Yan Chutian's thoughts were still on the line. After hurriedly glancing at the valley behind him, he hurriedly said. Then, ignoring his pale face, he flashed forward again. Because of Yan Chutian's words, the 3 women immediately resolved the awkwardness between them. Then they followed closely behind Yan Chutian and continued to flee in the direction of the valley. The facts that followed also proved that Yan Chutian's idea was reasonable. Just a few breaths after they left again, many figures rushed out from the valley and appeared here. Damn it, they ran really fast. Some of the Heavens' prides gritted their teeth and said coldly, "Obviously, They did not expect the other party to escape so quickly. However, since the situation was already in front of them, these heaven's prides could only rush back to the valley. They couldn't chase aimlessly. The chances of that being fruitless were too high. Compared to that, even though the chances of obtaining the spirit fruit on the island in the lake were very small, there was still a little hope. After all, the spirit fruit was right in front of them. After flying for nearly a quarter of an hour, they suddenly saw many caves and valleys appear on the ground in front of them. The four of them randomly chose a cave to enter, held their breaths, and hid themselves. At this time, Yen Chutian finally stopped fighting and took the last restore pill, then quickly refined the medicinal power and recovered. Fortunately, Yen Chutian cultivated the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique. Although this technique could not be used directly in combat, its auxiliary effect was even greater than that of the spiritual eye. Under the continuous circulation of the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique, Yen Chutian's body was restored as soon as possible. After about an hour, he was back to normal. Feeling that Yen Chutian's movement was gradually subsiding, the three women's gazes were cast over. Facing the three women's bright and beautiful eyes, Yen Chutian did not say much and immediately took out the 4 spirit fruits, one by one. Chapter 222. Looking at the 4 fragrant and alluring spirit fruits, the 3 women couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. Just like Yen Chutian, they were also looking forward to this spirit fruit. Moreover, they had worked hard to obtain it, so the meaning was naturally even more different. Yen Chutian didn't let the 3 women wait for too long. He immediately opened and closed his palms, and the 3 spirit fruits floated into their palms under the support of his spirit energy. Everyone, refine and absorb them as soon as possible. After refining, we must find the location of the 1,000-star tree as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if we can obtain more opportunities from participating in this test, we will miss out on the most important thing. Hearing this, the 3 women all nodded their heads, agreeing with Yen Chutian's words. No matter how many opportunities there were, their goal was not just to obtain opportunities, but to stand out and participate in the Heaven's Pride event in the entire Central Plains. If they participated in the Heaven's Pride event, whether it was the training they received or the rewards they received, it was far from what they could compare to now. But of course, Chiu Yu's thoughts were still to return to the Heaven Realm and stop the scheme of the Divine Realm. As for Yen Ningzhu, she also knew the background and purpose of Yen Chutian and Chiu Yu, so from a certain point of view, she wanted to help the 2 of them and stop the terrifying conspiracy of that terrifying force. Moreover, if possible, she also wanted to enter the vast Heaven Realm. It was fine if she didn't know about it, but now that she knew that such a wonderful world was in front of her, how could she not look forward to it? In short, the 3 women quickly found a good place to sit in the cave and then silently refined the spirit fruits in their hands. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate anymore. His big hand gently rubbed the small, round, jade-like spirit fruit in his hand, and gradually closed his eyes. Refining was always a long process. After all, for a heavenly treasure that was hard to obtain, no cultivator was willing to waste its effect because of their own haste. After refining for about 6 to 8 hours, Yen Chutian finally felt a strand of strange medicinal power entering his body. However, what Yen Chutian did not expect was that the medicinal power that was introduced was actually scarlet red like blood. An extremely ferocious and overbearing aura spread out and actually took the initiative to attack him. Even Yen Chutian was caught off guard by such an abrupt situation. After all, how could he have imagined that refining and absorbing the medicinal power of the spiritual fruit would result in such a bizarre situation? However, Yen Chutian remained vigilant from beginning to end. This was an instinct that stemmed from his battle experience. Therefore, when the strange medicinal power attacked, the spiritual energy in his dantian quickly surged and fearlessly wrapped around the medicinal power. While being enveloped by his spiritual power, Yen Chutian was shocked to find that the medicinal power actually took on the shape of a ferocious beast and resisted his spiritual power. This situation made Yen Chutian feel incredulous. No matter how he looked at it, the refined spirit fruit didn't look like medicinal power, but more like blood essence. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian suddenly recalled the doubts he had when he scanned the strange plant with his spiritual eye. Thinking about it this way, perhaps he had thought in the wrong direction. Perhaps it wasn't a plant at all, but a spiritual beast. If it was really as Yen Chutian thought, then the spiritual beast was really too frightening. It could actually deceive so many people and transform into a spiritual plant. However, now was not the time to care about it. Since the medicinal power looked like blood essence, Yen Chutian immediately thought of the spirit art scattered star mark. Currently, he had barely cultivated this spirit art to the first yuan level. However, if he could absorb this seemingly blood essence, he might be able to smoothly break through to the second yuan level. However, this process was not a small risk. After all, because of all kinds of strange things, even Yen Chutian was not sure what the substance was. However, Yen Chutian was not a wishy-washy person. He quickly made up his mind and continued to use his spiritual qi to guide the substance that looked like the blood essence of a fierce beast, brewing and absorbing it. After a full day, the atmosphere at Yen Chutian's place was still calm. However, on this day, the three women woke up one after another. However, when they saw that Yen Chutian was still cultivating, they did not do anything and continued to sit cross-legged in silence to consolidate their bodies. However, there was an exception among the three women, and that was Chiuyu. She also came from the heavenly realm and had accompanied Yen Chutian for a long time. She knew all about Yen Chutian, so after a little observation, she knew that Yen Chutian was cultivating the spirit art scattered star mark. It's really blood essence. Noticing this, Chiuyu couldn't help but think to herself. Just now, when she was refining and absorbing the spirit fruit, she had noticed something strange. But now, it seemed that she was not the only one who was different. Everyone was different. Fortunately, even if it was blood essence, it was still very useful after refining and absorbing it. Otherwise, the whole process of seizing and refining it would have been a waste. At the same time, Yen Chutian was still sitting cross-legged in silence. However, on his arms, in addition to the purple crystal light that was flickering faintly, another kind of scarlet light also emerged. This was a sign that the blood essence of a fierce beast was about to be completely transformed. As long as the color of the second crystal light was stable, Yen Chutian's spirit art would advance to the second fragmentary star mark. It was conceivable that the second fragmentary star mark was much more powerful than the first fragmentary star mark. However, it still needed time to complete. Another day passed. Finally, on Yen Chutian's arms, the faintly discernible radiance was no longer a single color. Instead, there were two, purple and scarlet red. This meant that Yen Chutian had completely refined the second fragmentary star mark. Sure enough, after an hour, Yen Chutian opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. When he opened his eyes, a trace of unconcealed joy appeared on his face. He didn't expect that after several days of cultivation, he would actually succeed in cultivating a spirit art. Yen Chutian could clearly feel that if he used the fragmentary star mark again, the power that would erupt would definitely be much stronger than before. This kind of increase in power was not just a simple multiplication. To be clear, it was a rapid increase of several times. Moreover, in addition to the cultivation of spirit art, Yen Chutian's cultivation had more or less increased. Now he was close to the peak of the third level of elixir. Although this did not reach Yen Chutian's cultivation growth goal, overall the harvest was not small. The moment Yen Chutian stopped cultivating, the three women's gazes converged on his body. In response, Yen Chutian nodded gently at the three women, then stood up and said directly, "Let's go." It's urgent to find the location of the thousand-star tree. I'm afraid that by now, someone has already found the location of the thousand-star tree. Okay, the three women nodded in unison. Then the four of them walked out of the cave and returned to the surface. When the four of them began to search for the thousand-star tree, Yen Chutian also learned about the situation of the spirit fruits that they had obtained. The result was as expected. When they were refining the spirit fruits, they also encountered Yen Chutian's situation. This made Yen Chutian completely certain that the plant that looked like a spirit plant was in fact not a strange spirit plant, but a ferocious beast. However, he did not know what kind of method it used to deceive the world. Even he had been fooled by it. However, this was no longer something that Yen Chutian needed to worry about. Now, it was difficult for them to even find the location of the lake, let alone do anything to the ferocious beast. However, Yen Chutian was somewhat gloating over the misfortune of those so-called geniuses. He had taken away 4 drops of blood essence in one go. The ferocious beast, who had schemed to hide itself, would not let it go so easily, right? Since the ferocious beast could not find him, it would naturally attack those geniuses. Back to the main topic, Yen Chutian was constantly scanning the surroundings with his spiritual eye, looking for the so-called thousand-star tree. However, in this vast space, how difficult was it to find a spirit tree? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, after searching for more than 10 days, the 4 of them came up empty-handed. Instead, during the process, the 4 of them found quite a number of decent heavenly treasures. They didn't know whether to cry or laugh. On this day, while the 4 of them were searching, a huge black river suddenly appeared before their eyes. However, this was not the first time that they had seen such a scene. Over the past 10 days, they had already seen lakes, streams, valleys, and short mountains. Therefore, when they looked at it again, they didn't find it strange. Chapter 223. Looking at the huge black river in front of him, Yen Chutian instinctively felt that something was different, even though the black river looked normal. Seeing Yen Chutian stop, the 3 women who were following closely behind him also stopped. Their beautiful eyes glanced at Yen Chutian in confusion, and then looked at the huge black river. However, even Qiu Yu did not find anything strange. It seemed that the black river was really ordinary, and Yen Chutian was just being paranoid. However, just when Qiu Yu wanted to remind Yen Chutian not to be so nervous, a white shadow gradually floated over from the dark river. The white shadow approached from afar. When it floated past the 4 of them, they realized that the white shadow was actually a corpse. The corpse was swollen. It was unknown how long it had been soaked in the black river. Even though it was already dead, the corpse's eyes were still wide open. Deep fear emerged in its lifeless pupils. It was really hard to imagine what he had encountered. Even after death, he still maintained such a frightened expression. Seeing the corpse floating over the black river, the 3 women who thought that Yen Chutian was being paranoid suddenly tensed up. Pairs of beautiful eyes quickly swept over the black river in front of them, carefully watching every movement, afraid that they would miss something. However, even though the 3 women were extremely cautious, they still could not find anything strange. At the same time as the white shadow corpse floated away, the black river returned to its previous calmness. It was as if the scene they had seen just now was just an illusion. However, the 4 of them knew that it was absolutely not an illusion. In the black river in front of them, there was a genius disciple who had fallen. It was really strange, but no matter what, the 4 of them seemed to be unable to avoid the black river. Even though the black river was not wide, its length seemed to be endless and there was no end. Then, the 4 of them tried to go around the black river. The result proved this point. They kept moving along the black river in a certain direction, trying to go around it. However, after walking for a full day, they still couldn't see any signs of reaching the source or the end of the road. Thus, the 4 of them could only helplessly face the black river in front of them again. Yan Chutian continuously scanned the area with his spiritual eye, but under his spiritual eye, the Black River was completely ordinary. However, he also discovered that there was not the slightest bit of life in the huge Black River. This seemed to be a dead river, but if it was the Death River, why wasn't there an aura of death emanating from it? Instead, it was emitting a faint aura of life. Life aura. Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly brightened. Because of the mention of life aura, he involuntarily thought of the strange skeletons and monsters that could absorb life force when he first entered the periphery of the myriad Star Valley. Was this Black River the same as those strange creatures? Could it also absorb life force? Thinking of this, Yan Chutian immediately took out a spiritual medicine from his Chenkuan bag and carefully threw it into the Black River. However, the scene of the spiritual medicine being sucked dry and quickly decaying did not appear. The whole spiritual medicine was still intact and floating on the lake, drifting with the waves. Perhaps this scene could deceive most of the cultivators, but it could never deceive Yan Chutian, because under the scan of his spiritual eye, he could clearly feel that although the spiritual medicine still had its shape, the life aura contained inside had completely disappeared. In other words, this spiritual medicine was only an empty shell left. This situation immediately made Yan Chutian's mind more dignified, because even if he could detect the truth, he could not find out when the spiritual medicine's life force was absorbed and what it was. Generally speaking, there were only two possibilities. Either Yan Chutian inadvertently ignored it, or even Yan Chutian could not capture its movement. Of the two explanations, it was obvious that the latter was more convincing. When Yan Chutian told the three girls this explanation, only Chiu Yu was slightly calm. As for the other two girls, their beautiful eyes were slightly opened, and their beautiful faces revealed undisguised shock. After a while, Yan Ningzhu, who had calmed down, looked at the Black River cautiously and asked softly, "Then what should we do next? Should we continue to try to go around it, or take the risk and cross it?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian could not help but weigh the pros and cons in his heart. After thinking for a while, he finally locked his gaze on the Black River and said slowly, "Let's cross it." Yan Chutian's decision was not without his own considerations. Indeed, going around it should be the safest and most secure choice, but the truth was that they did not have enough time. Secondly, with the various strange appearances of the Black River, Yan Chutian could imagine that it would not be easy to go around it. Perhaps it would be impossible to go around it. Therefore, it was better to just choose to cross it. After all, even if he faced many strange things, he was not without countermeasures. No matter what, he was once one of the top 10 heavens prides in the heaven realm. Cross it? Yan Ningzhu seemed to be talking to herself. Then she looked at the Black River in front of her and said again, "If you want to cross it, I might have something that can be of some use." As her voice fell, a delicate and small boat was taken out by Yan Ningzhu and appeared on her palm. As long as you inject spiritual energy to open the seal, this small boat will turn into a real boat. And this boat's entire body is made of strange metal, so you don't have to worry about whether its vitality will be sucked. Yan Ningzhu was able to take out such an important item at such a critical moment, which was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Yan Chutian's face was filled with joy. He stared at the mini boat in the former's hand and said with a smile, "With this spiritual boat, our chances of successfully crossing it will be much higher." Then, the four of them did not delay any longer. When Yan Ningzhu unsealed the boat and put it into the Black River, they rushed onto the boat one by one. Then, under the control of the former, they headed towards the opposite shore. However, Yan Chutian would never have thought that after their boat set sail, they would find that the opposite shore, which seemed to be close at hand, was something that they could not reach no matter how hard they tried. It was as if there was a long distance between them. This made Yan Chutian feel that something was wrong. This Black River was indeed as he had expected. There is actually such a strange existence in it. What's going on? This black river has a formation similar to a spatial restriction. The opposite shore that seems to be close at hand is actually a huge distance away from us. Of course, it's also possible that the opposite shore is really in front of us, but with our strength, it's impossible to reach it. Then what should we do? Turn back and leave, Yan Chutian decisively decided. However, the moment he finished speaking, Luo Shui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly pointed to the right and said, "I'm afraid it's already too late for us to leave." Looking in the direction of Luo Shui's jade-like finger, they saw that from the upper reaches of the Black River, there was a large fog shrouding them. At the same time, they did not know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a shadow of a black boat looming in the fog, coming along with the thick fog. The sudden appearance of the thick fog did not give the four of them any time to prepare, and they were immediately swallowed up. Being enveloped by the thick fog, the four of them immediately became headless flies, unable to distinguish north from south. Not only did the thick fog block spiritual energy perception, even Yan Chutian's spiritual eye was limited, and its effect was minimal. It was as if they were completely trapped in the Black River and the thick fog. Bang! Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, and suddenly the sound of collision rang out. Their small boat seemed to have hit something, and when they looked over, they realized that it was actually a huge boat that was dozens of times bigger than them. However, this boat was very old and shabby, and the body of the boat was tattered, as if it had experienced countless collisions like this, and could completely shatter at any time. "Is this the shadow of the boat that we saw just now?" Yan Ningzhu said softly, her beautiful eyes scanning the ancient boat in front of her and gradually looking up. As she looked up, a sharp sound suddenly rang out, and a bronze-green spear shadow shot towards Yan Ningzhu at lightning speed, as if it wanted to pierce through her. However, Yan Ningzhu was a genius, and even though she was in danger, she managed to dodge it, causing the spear's shadow to miss. After dodging the attack, Yan Ningzhu's cold and beautiful eyes immediately looked in the direction of the source of the attack. She wanted to see who had launched a sneak attack on her. However, after taking a look, she could not help but cry out in surprise, because the source of the attack was not a person, but a corpse that was so rotten that only bones were left, wrapped in ancient clothes. Chapter 224. Suddenly seeing such a strange scene, even Yan Ningzhu's pretty face changed at this moment. In a panic, she did not continue to attack. Instead, the black armored skeleton pulled back the similarly decayed long spear and fled into the boat. When Yan Ningzhu came back to her senses, she could no longer see the strange corpse. All she could see was the incomparably huge body of the boat, emitting a silent strangeness. What Yan Ningzhu saw was actually what Yan Chutian and the others saw. But even Yan Chutian and Qiu, you did not know what it was. It was clearly a decaying ancient corpse that had died for an unknown number of years, but it could move strangely and even attack them. However, perhaps it was because of the situation in front of them. The four of them accepted it very quickly. After all, ever since they came into contact with this Black River, strangeness came one after another. In this situation, it seemed that no matter what happened, it was not impossible. While staring at the movement of the big black boat, Yan Chutian asked in a low voice, "Miss Yan, can the boat still move?" Hearing this, Yan Ningzhu lowered her body to observe the situation of the boat. After a while, she raised her head, but there was a hint of helplessness on her face. "It can't move. The contact just now has destroyed this spirit boat. Not to mention whether it can continue to be used. I'm afraid it will soon sink into the river. Is there a spare boat?" Luo Shui immediately asked. This Black River was so strange that it could silently absorb the power of life. If it was not to the extent that they had no other choice, they would not be willing to come into contact with it. However, hearing this, Yan Ningzhu shook her head again, and a strong sense of helplessness appeared on her pretty face. Even without saying much, The other three knew that she did not have an extra or a spare spirit boat. But in this case, what should they do? Knowing the difficult situation in front of them, Yen Chutian also felt that there was no way to deal with it. This kind of strange and clueless situation was very similar to when he experienced some of the forbidden areas in the Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to find an excellent way to deal with it. After closing his eyes slightly, Yen Chutian opened his eyes again and sighed. He slowly said, "Get ready to board this black ship." Once this was said, there was no need for Yen Chutian to explain further. The other three all knew which ship Yen Chutian was referring to. However, the origin of this black ship was unknown, and it came with a thick fog. Moreover, there was that strange thing at the bow of the ship that attacked them. How could they board it so easily? However, when they opened their mouths, they were shocked to find that they couldn't utter any objections at all. In the end, they all obediently followed behind Yen Chutian and prepared to board the ship. But of course, Chiu had no intention of objecting to this. It could even be said that she thought of this solution immediately. Soon after, the four of them slowly boarded the black ship. As soon as they boarded the deck of the ship, an ear-piercing creaking sound immediately sounded, as if the decaying deck could break at any time. Looking around, the white fog on the deck seemed to be thicker than the surface of the black river. It was almost to the point where they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. However, other than that, there was no attack as expected. Of course, the four of them didn't rule out the possibility that the strange corpse was waiting for them. Maybe it was hiding in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack them. Without letting the three women speak, Yen Chutian, who was vigilant of the surroundings, immediately said, "Let's not separate. No one knows what is on this big ship. Maybe it's only that strange thing just now, but it's very likely that there are more." In fact, even if Yen Chutian didn't say it clearly, how could the three women not know about this situation? However, since Yen Chutian had spoken, the three women quickly agreed. Then the four of them stayed together and groped towards the interior of the ship. Slowly moving along the decaying deck, the ear-piercing creaking sound didn't stop along the way. After moving forward like this for about half an hour, the four of them vaguely realized that they seemed to have touched some kind of obstacle. Yen Chutian looked over and saw that there was a huge door in front of them. This seemed to be the entrance to the cabin, and this door and the cabin were as rotten as they had seen before. It seemed to be completely ruined at any time. Since they had come to this point, the four of them naturally couldn't take a detour. Under vigilance, Yen Chutian slowly stretched out his palm and slowly pushed open the cabin door in front of him. Creak! The cabin door that had been sealed for an unknown period of time was slowly pushed open. But what was surprising was that as the cabin door was opened, there was no stench of decay spreading out from the inside. In fact, when they sniffed carefully, the aura that drifted out actually carried a fragrance, as if a mortal who had slept indoors for a night suddenly smelled the scent of the morning outside the house. What was even more inconceivable was that the scene inside the cabin wasn't as dark as the four of them had imagined. Instead, it was much clearer than the dense fog outside. Therefore, they immediately saw that the cabin didn't have any signs of decay like the outside world. Everything was placed in an orderly manner, and there was no sign of dust. After taking a few steps closer, Yen Chutian discovered that there was still fresh food on the spotless wooden table. There was even a cup of hot tea, and there was a fragrance of hot steam continuously drifting out. From the looks of it, it seemed that someone had just been eating and drinking here. Such a strange scene made Yen Chutian puzzled. No matter how hard he thought, it was impossible for him to imagine that such a scene would exist in this rotten and dilapidated black cabin. When they turned their gazes again, the four of them saw 3 potted plants quietly placed beside the wooden table. However, these potted plants weren't simple. They were 3 heavenly treasures. Each potted plant had many fruits, and including the fruits, the entire potted plant exuded a rich and fresh aura. Even just smelling it made one feel comfortable and energetic. "There are spirit fruits," Luo Shui whispered in surprise, her beautiful eyes slightly brightening. It was really surprising that he could find a spirit fruit in such a strange ship. But even so, none of the four of them acted rashly, because the scene in front of them was really unbelievable. In such a strange black ship, there was actually such a peaceful scene, and there were even spirit fruits close at hand. How could it be? However, no matter how the four of them observed, they couldn't see anything strange at all. Even when Yan Chutian used his spiritual eye, he still saw the scene in front of him. In this way, no matter how cautious the four of them were, they had to accept the scene in front of them. Then the four of them picked all the spirit fruits. After they got the spirit fruits, they exuded a stronger fragrance than before, which really made them unwilling to look away for a moment. Under such circumstances, Yan Chutian didn't notice that Luo Shui, Qiu Yu, and Yan Ningzhu, who were holding the spirit fruits, seemed to have a strange green light flashing in their beautiful eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and refine the fruits in their hands. In the next moment, Yan Chutian himself didn't notice that there was a strange green light flashing in his eyes. Then he subconsciously sat down cross-legged and prepared to refine the spirit fruits in his hands. When the four of them began to refine, they didn't know that the originally peaceful scene around them was suddenly completely reversed. There was indeed food on the broken wooden table, but the food was pieces of rotten meat, and there were even worms wriggling on the meat. The 3 potted plants were not spirit trees with rich fragrance at all, but rotten bones emitting a foul smell. As for what they were refining in their hands, it was not the heads of bones. The heads seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 2 balls of green light flickered in its deep eye sockets. It looked closely at the 4 people's joyful faces, as if something was about to rush out and rush into their mouths. The crisis was close at hand. At the critical moment, a jade hand suddenly waved and continuously shot out palm prints of spiritual power, slapping the heads away from the hands of the 4 people. When the heads were slapped away, there was suddenly an ear-piercing scream. The scream was extremely angry, as if it was resentful that the good thing was ruined at the critical moment. The moment the scream sounded, Yan Chutian, who was originally pleasantly surprised, immediately woke up and glanced at the surrounding scene. How could he not know that everything just now was an illusion, and that the illusion had even deceived him? Chapter 225. Hearing this familiar voice, Yan Chutian couldn't help but look at Qiu Yu, who was right in front of him, and said in surprise, You are not Qiu Yu, but Mu Wan." Humph! How could that woman see through such an illusion? But fortunately, she was confused, or I wouldn't have the chance to come out. Before her voice died away, Mu Wan changed the topic and said immediately, "But we should deal with the situation in front of us first. Now you should be able to scan with your spiritual eye. I don't think our situation is good." Yan Chutian opened his spiritual eye again and scanned the surroundings. This time, the spiritual eye was indeed useful. Under the scan of the spiritual eye, he could see corpses and skeletons in decaying robes, holding broken spears in their hands, walking out from the darkness of the ship. They were already surrounded. Mysterious Yang, sword mark. The situation was urgent, so Yan Chutian didn't hesitate at all. After a little preparation, the power of his spiritual tattoo was displayed. A huge heavy sword appeared above his head, and with a flash of cold light, the heavy sword with spiritual tattoo immediately slashed at several skeletons with war spears. At the same time, Yan Chutian didn't slow down. His right foot slightly stepped on the ground, and his body burst out like an arrow, going straight to a skeleton. When he was close to the skeleton, Yan Chutian suddenly raised his right arm. Under the cover of the spiritual power, he fiercely punched at the skeleton in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard in an instant. However, under the punch, the skeleton was shocked to find that although it was knocked back several feet, its body trembled slightly, and it actually stood up again and slowly walked toward them. This made Yan Chutian immediately understand that these skeletons were not as easy to deal with as they seemed. Boom! At the same time, the heavy sword with spiritual tattoo had cut off several skeletons, but the result was almost the same as the skeletons that Yan Chutian had slapped away. With a slight tremble, the skeletons slowly stood up again, as if they were reborn. Mu Wan's situation was the same. She kept slapping away the skeletons that surrounded them, but she found that she couldn't cause any damage at all. And if this continued, it would only slow down the speed of being completely surrounded. As time passed, they would be completely surrounded eventually. Yan Chutian, what should we do? In this case, Mu Wan didn't have the arrogance she had before, so she had to ask Yan Chutian. But what could Yan Chutian do? He looked down at Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu, who was still unconscious, and said, "We have to rush out of here. We will take one each of these two women." Okay. Although these skeletons' body, they stills breaks, their attack power, their strength, they break, they break out of the cabin. When they rushed to the deck, they were happy that the worst situation didn't happen. Although there were similar skeletons and corpses on the deck, there were not many of them. Therefore, under the attack of the two people, they finally forced these skeletons to retreat and then rushed to the edge of the hull. But there was no way out. Under the thick fog, there was the rolling water of the Black River, and behind them there were skeletons and corpses that kept coming. Staying on the black ship was almost a dead end, but if they went into the river, they would also be in danger. After all, no matter what kind of horrible killing intent was hidden in the river, the strange power of sucking living creatures was impossible to guard against, and they didn't know how to resist. But since they had broken through to this point, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't stay on the ship and wait for death. He glanced at Mu Wan, who was a little overwhelmed beside him, and whispered, "Use your spiritual power to protect yourself and the person on your back, and then jump." Mu Wan didn't refute Yan Chutian, but followed his instructions. After using her spiritual power to protect herself and Luo Shui, she followed Yan Chutian and jumped off the black ship together. After a moment of weightlessness, the two fell from the thick white fog to the bottom. However, the two of them didn't fall into the water awkwardly as they imagined. They actually landed on the ground. In surprise, the white fog in front of them was also disappearing. When they looked carefully, they found that the white fog was clearly following the black ship, continuing to go downstream of the Black River. As for themselves, they seemed to have reached the other side of the Black River. This sudden turn of events left the two of them scratching their heads. How did the crisis disappear just like that? But next, they didn't give Yan Chutian and Mu Wan too much time to think. On their backs, Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu both woke up slowly. At the same time, Mu Wan's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and drops of cold sweat kept falling from her forehead. It seemed that she was very tired, but she refused to give up anyway. She always insisted and gritted her teeth and whispered, "You just woke up and you want to compete for the dominance. Don't even think about it." Hearing this, Yan Chutian knew that Chiu Yu's consciousness had also awakened, and she was already fighting for the dominance of the body. This situation made Yan Chutian not know what to do. He couldn't intervene, and he didn't want to intervene. Otherwise, whether it was Chiu Yu or Mu Wan, he would be too ashamed to face them. Now the only thing Yan Chutian wanted was to gather the heaven and earth treasures needed to practice that martial art as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to find the Tao sculpting lotus that Chiu Yu needed to rebuild her body as soon as possible. Among these heaven and earth treasures, in fact, only the Tao sculpting lotus that Chiu Yu needed to rebuild her body was the most difficult to find. It was also the only heaven and earth treasure that Yan Chutian wasn't sure if it existed in this mortal world. Back to the topic, with the two women waking up, the pale and struggling Mu Wan gradually returned to normal. But when she opened her eyes, the light in her beautiful eyes was very clear to Yan Chutian. This was definitely not Mu Wan, but his Chiu Yu. And sure enough, the next moment, Yu whispered in a voice that only the two of them could vaguely hear. "What happened just now? Why did that woman run out?" At the same time, Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu also looked at them in confusion. Luo Shui was fine, but Yan Ningzhu's gaze was mixed with a hint of shyness, because during the period when she was unconscious, she found that her clothes were torn a little, and it happened to be the clothes close to her chest. Looking at the situation at this time, it was clear that only Yan Chutian had a complete memory. How could this not make her think in a certain direction? Could it be that this guy used too much strength when he was sneaking around? In this regard, Yan Chutian didn't hide anything and immediately told the situation one by one. But of course, in his story, he naturally didn't say that Mu Wan and Chiu Yu's body woke up, but he carried 3 people on his back and finally jumped off the black ship. In private, Yan Chutian told the details to Chiu Yu. Listening to Yan Chutian's words, Yan Ningzhu immediately knew that she was thinking too much. Her clothes were probably accidentally torn by the skeleton's spears when they were escaping. Thinking of this, Yan Ningzhu blushed slightly. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking in that direction? In short, knowing that they had crossed the Black River safely, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that the Black River would be so difficult to cross and that there would be so much danger hidden. Since they had crossed the Black River, the 4 of them rested for a while and continued to move forward. And this time it seemed that the hard times were over and the good times were just beginning. After moving forward for less than an hour, the 4 of them saw a huge tree in the distance, standing proudly at the end of the horizon. On the huge tree, there were light spots that shone like stars, so the 4 of them didn't have to think too much and connected this huge tree with the 1,000-star tree. 1,000-star tree! Yan Chutian whispered, and a deep joy appeared on his face. The process of finally finding the spirit tree after going through so many hardships really made one involuntarily excited. Then, without anyone saying anything, the 4 of them rushed toward the huge tree at the end of the horizon at the same time. It was only when they really flew that the 4 of them finally understood a kind of feeling, and that was what it meant to run a horse to death by looking at a mountain. The huge tree was at the end of the horizon, but the 3 of them flew for several hours, and the huge tree was still in the same place. At a glance, it seemed that they had stayed in the same place and hadn't moved forward. After flying for a full day, the 4 of them finally felt that they were close to the huge tree, and only when they were really close did they finally understand how huge and magnificent this huge tree was. Chapter 226. The towering tree was right before their eyes. Looking at such a spectacular and shocking scene, even without thinking, the 4 of them couldn't help but think of the myriad star tree. The following scene also confirmed the identity of the myriad star tree. As far as the eye could see, there were already countless figures of geniuses standing around the myriad star tree that was like an enormous pillar that held up the sky. Just like Yan Chutian and the other 3, their eyes were also filled with light as they looked at the towering tree before them with excitement and joy. It was the myriad star tree. However, no matter how excited they were, it seemed that no one acted rashly at this moment, nor did anyone have the intention to leap up and seize the shining star skull at the top of the tree that was over 300 meters tall. It seemed that everyone was waiting for something. It wasn't hard to imagine that it wouldn't be easy to seize the star skull, and there should even be some secrets hidden within it. However, it was obvious that even the Heavenly Secret sect, which could be considered a second-rate force, didn't have the fate to know such a secret. However, at this moment, Yan Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "I heard from a senior sister of the 100-Flower Palace that if one wants to obtain the star skull under the myriad star tree, not only does one have to experience the competition between geniuses, more importantly, one has to obey the rules of the myriad star tree." Obey the rules of the myriad star tree? Yan Chutian looked at the towering tree before him, and a strand of curiosity couldn't help but appear between his brows. Look, this myriad star tree is really not simple. While Yan Chutian's group of 4 were waiting quietly, there were still geniuses rushing over from all directions in an endless stream, and they finally gathered under the myriad star tree. These geniuses that arrived late were mostly ranked at the bottom of the second-rate forces or had slightly weaker statuses. As for those that were ranked even lower, such as the geniuses of third-rate forces, there were simply not many so-called geniuses that were able to arrive here. In such a group, there was a robust man that was completely tanned, and his face and body were covered in scars of various sizes. When this tanned, robust man saw the towering tree before him, he couldn't help but reveal a dense expression of pleasant surprise. It was even to the extent that tears involuntarily flowed out from his eyes due to his excitement. I, Honggu, have finally arrived at the 10,000-star tree after going through the dangers of the periphery of the 10,000-star valley. This tanned and muscular man was Honggu. He had changed from a white-faced ghost to his current appearance. It was not difficult to imagine what he had encountered in this past month. As for Xue Hongyu and Shilong who followed him, if they didn't unfortunately die, they definitely couldn't persevere and retreated early. They only had to wait for the 5 regions' forces, spirit boats to descend again 2 months later and leave in failure. Back to the topic, looking at the scene in front of him, the excited Honggu could no longer suppress his joy. He couldn't help but want to cry out in surprise. His path had been fraught with danger. If it were not for his extraordinary strength and luck, it would have been very difficult for him to reach this step. He would have long since given up like Xue Hongyu and Shilong. Since he was already in such a situation, he believed that the situation of Yan Chutian and the others would definitely be even worse. Not to mention whether they could reach the myriad star tree, whether they would still be alive was another matter altogether. He would definitely be the only genius of the Heavenly Fate sect who stood out in this test. After waiting for about half a day, the originally silent scene finally changed. At the crown of the myriad star tree, there were actually stone platforms that slowly descended. As far as the eye could see, the number of stone platforms was innumerable, as if there were countless of them. And these stone platforms of different sizes just happened to form a path that led to the crown of the tree. However, those with discerning eyes could clearly see that the closer to the crown of the tree, the fewer the stone platforms, and the area was constantly decreasing. Even without saying anything, this appearance allowed one to see the intention with a single glance. So this is the rule of the myriad star tree, Yan Chutian secretly muttered to himself. How could he not understand that this myriad star tree was obviously set up with a series of complicated, great formations? If one wanted to obtain the star skull, one could only follow its intentions. And if one followed its intentions, it was destined that only a few people would be able to obtain the star skull in the end. The rest of the people would be eliminated. Perhaps this seemed a little merciless. Many geniuses had gone through hardships to come here, but they had to go through such a cruel competition under the myriad star tree. At least half of them would be eliminated. However, from a certain perspective, this was the rule of this world. The weak were prey to the strong, and it had been so for countless years. After knowing the rules in front of him, Yan Chutian quickly said, "When we ascend the stone platforms later, the 4 of us will try to stay together as much as possible. This way, no matter what kind of situation we encounter, we can take care of each other." However, as soon as Yan Chutian's voice fell, he had a bad feeling in his heart before he heard the 3 women's reply. Somehow, he had a feeling that the situation would not be as good as he had imagined. And as if to confirm Yan Chutian's premonition, when the 4 of them rushed onto the first stone platform, waves of spatial distortion suddenly appeared on every huge stone platform closest to the ground. When Yan Chutian opened his eyes, as expected, the 3 women beside him had disappeared. Instead, several unfamiliar figures of geniuses appeared. These geniuses' faces were also filled with confusion. Then they became alert. Obviously, they had encountered the same situation as Yan Chutian. "As expected, I can only rely on myself," Yan Chutian whispered to himself again. As expected, the rules set by the myriad star tree were not simple. He was afraid that every time he ascended a higher stone platform, he would have to go through the same kind of spatial teleportation. In this way, any possibility of cooperation was cut off. He could only rely on himself to stand out and ascend to the peak. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not care about the other 3 women anymore, because it was useless to care. The only thing he cared about now was his own situation. However, although this could cut off many possibilities of outnumbering one person, a careless mistake could result in many disciples of the same force being sent to the same stone platform as him. At that time, the situation would be troublesome. However, the situation on the first stone platform was obviously not as bad as Yan Chutian expected. Therefore, the few of them smoothly ascended to the second stone platform. However, since they ascended to the second stone platform, it seemed that they had adapted to the rules. Naturally, battles began to break out. Those powerful geniuses began to eliminate the practitioners who thought they were weak. For a time, spiritual energy surged everywhere, shaking the sky. Those who were defeated would be directly sent out of the stone platform by the spatial whirlpool. As for the winners or the practitioners who were not affected, they would continue to ascend to the next level. During this process, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that if they defeated others, they would be able to obtain some prizes. It was really a pleasant surprise. As a result, the speed of the battles seemed to be getting faster and faster. The number of people who were eliminated also rapidly increased. Although Yan Chutian's stone platform did not break out into a battle on the second stone platform, it was difficult to avoid the third stone platform. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. In the end, 2 people were eliminated from this stone platform. Yan Chutian was not eliminated, nor was he eliminated. It was as if he had just gone through the motions. However, Yan Chutian's good luck was clearly about to end when he reached the 4th stone platform. When he was first sent to a stone platform, a pair of cold eyes suddenly locked onto him. When Yan Chutian looked back, he saw that the owner of the cold eyes was none other than Wang Hong. Speaking of Wang Hong, Yan Chutian did not know much about him. He only knew that he was the son of the Myriad Star City's Lord Wang Feng. However, Yan Chutian knew that Wang Hong would definitely not let him go, because he was the one who had ruined Wang Hong's plan to woo Yan Ningzhu that day. Although Yan Chutian knew that Wang Hong would not be able to woo Yan Ningzhu no matter what, Wang Hong would definitely not think that way. He might even think that without Wang Hong, he would be able to get the beauty. The situation was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. With the cold eyes locked onto him, Wang Hong stepped forward. Although he did not directly say it, he secretly said, "Star skulls are not something that any second generation can obtain. Therefore, if some trash is sensible, it's better for you to get out of here as soon as possible. Don't waste time and make a fool of yourself." While speaking, Wang Hong's eyes were always focused on Yan Chutian. Seeing this, the surrounding people naturally would not interfere. They immediately gave up the space and gave most of the stone platforms to the 2 of them. Chapter 227. Wang Hong's sarcasm was directed at Yan Chutian. He did not know that Yan Chutian had caused a huge commotion when he entered the outer area of the Myriad Star Valley. Even if he had heard about it, he would not have believed it. The guy in front of him was clearly a rich second generation. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the 3rd level of elixir, he would still be weak. He would not even be able to last 1 round against Wang Hong. Although Wang Hong had always been arrogant, it had to be said that he had the right to be arrogant. He was originally at the 4th level of elixir. After training in the outer area of the Myriad Star Valley, he was now close to the 5th level of elixir. A breakthrough was just around the corner. With such strength, he was confident that he could crush Yan Chutian, who was only at the 3rd level of elixir. Hearing Wang Hong's arrogant words, Yan Chutian could not help but find it funny. Although he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, He had defeated the so-called prodigies at the 5th level of elixir. He was really curious. How could Wang Hong, who was only at the 4th level of elixir, be so arrogant? However, Yan Chutian only thought about it in his heart. After all, he knew that Wang Hong did not know about these things. However, it was also because of this that if he wanted to reach the next level of the stone platform, he would have to rely on his own 2 hands. However, before Yan Chutian could make a move, Wang Hong, who was sneering, immediately released his own spiritual power. The rolling spiritual power was like a spirit river that turned into a dragon and suppressed Yan Chutian. This was not a spiritual spell. It was an extremely simple use of spiritual power to attack others. However, even if it was such a simple attack, Wang Hong was confident that he could suppress his opponent, because he was at the 4th level of elixir, even close to the 5th level. However, Wang Hong's confidence was destined to be miscalculated in front of Yan Chutian. As the spirit energy dragon rushed towards him, Yan Chutian only needed to lightly step on the stone platform, and an invisible spirit energy screen suddenly appeared. Under the protection of the spiritual energy light screen, no matter how Yulong attacked, he could not hurt Yan Chutian at all. In the end, he was completely obliterated by the light screen. Wang Hong's confident attack was easily blocked by the other party, and a trace of stiffness flashed across his face. Obviously, he had not expected such a situation. However, Wang Hong still forced himself to calm down and coldly snorted. "Humph, so you do have some ability." No wonder a mere spoiled brat could reach this step. Hearing this, Yan Chutian remained expressionless. It was as if he had not heard Wang Hong's words at all, or perhaps he was ignoring them on purpose. Regardless of what the reason was, Wang Hong was furious. He had never been ignored like this before. Did this damned spoiled brat in front of him think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he could block one of his attacks? Trash who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Wang Hong's eyes roared, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be indifferent. This was because he wanted to see if his opponent could still be so arrogant after he stepped on him. Black Heart Yama Finger. With a low roar, the majestic spiritual power in his body converged towards Wang Hong's right arm. As the spiritual power continued to converge, a ray of black light finally spread out from the tip of his index finger. As the black light appeared, an extremely corrosive, destructive wave spread out. The black light continued to spread and eventually assimilated Wang Hong's entire right arm. From afar, it looked like the hand of Yama. Those who were on the same stage as Yan Chutian and Wang Hong were all heaven's prides. Naturally, there were some who were stronger than Wang Hong. In their eyes, Yan Chutian's defeat was already set in stone after Wang Hong displayed such a powerful spiritual technique. If Wang Hong's attitude had been more ferocious, Yan Chu might have been seriously injured, but it was not impossible for him to lose his life. However, in their eyes, this was Yan Chutian's own fault. Encountering an opponent that he could not match up to, he should have accepted reality and given up early. How foolish of him to act so recklessly. At the same time, seeing Wang Hong's finger attack, Yan Chutian's face could not help but reveal a playful expression. He also had a finger technique, but he did not know which one was stronger. With this thought, the Xianyang Qi in Yan Chutian's dantian that had been silent for a period of time began to slowly circulate. Wisps of Xianyang Qi continuously flowed into his right arm and combined with the spiritual energy. However, with the Xianyang Qi as the foundation, it exploded and activated the power of Xianyang. Xianyang Finger. The two-finger techniques gradually collided under the gazes of many people. The moment before the collision, Wang Hong's face was outlined with a cruel smile. He really did not expect that this spoiled brat would be so stupid. Under his spiritual attack, he did not think of dodging or blocking. Instead, he wanted to meet force with force. Could it be that he thought that with his weak strength, he could still meet him head-on. Boom! The power of the two-finger techniques finally collided. At the instant of the collision, Wang Hong's sneer froze on his face. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. However, his shocked expression did not last for long before it was replaced by pain. An unsuppressible roar of pain, followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking, rang out. In the next moment, Wang Hong's body bent like a cooked lobster and fell to the edge of the stone platform under the disbelieving gazes of the crowd. This sudden result was really hard to predict. Those proud sons of heaven were certain that Yan Chutian would definitely lose had an inconceivable expression on their faces at this moment. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. Shouldn't Yan Chutian be the one who was injured and defeated? Why was the situation reversed? However, no one could give them an answer because even the embarrassed Wang Hong himself could not believe what had happened to him. Just now, how could his opponent's finger technique contain such a huge amount of power? Even his black heart Yama finger was defeated and he was heavily injured. No matter what, Wang Hong did not think that he was inferior to his opponent. This trash must have done something secretly. Otherwise, how could the result be like this? Despicable ant, I want you dead! Wang Hong gritted his teeth and shouted. Because of his embarrassment, he could no longer hide the malevolence in his heart. His face was extremely distorted as he tried his best to show his anger. At the same time, golden runes appeared in his eyes. The golden runes gathered together and formed a heavy axe. It was a display of great power. Great Earth Axe Mark! Wang Hong roared, and a huge golden axe appeared in the sky. The heavy axe exuded an extremely majestic power. It was as if it could split apart a towering mountain in front of it with a single swing of the axe. After the spiritual mark appeared, Wang Hong's face became more and more ferocious. This spiritual mark was his confidence. In his opinion, no matter how many tricks this trash in front of him had, he could not do anything about the power of the spiritual mark. As long as he could suppress him with the spiritual mark, his opponent would definitely lose. This was because only the spiritual mark was the most powerful skill of an elixir cultivator. Ha ha ha! Trash! This is the power of the spiritual mark. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can't even condense a single spiritual mark, right? Wang Hong laughed wantonly. There were countless cultivators who could not condense a single spiritual mark even when they were at the elixir level 3 or even level 4. In his opinion, the person in front of him must be a fool like that. Trash! Only a genius like him could condense a spiritual mark and reach the peak. Looking at Wang Hong, who was so arrogant just by using spirit runes, Yan Chutian found it even more hilarious. He did not know why Wang Hong was so childish. With such a character, how could his father, Wang Feng, be at ease letting him out? Because of this, Yan Chutian could not help but have the thought of completely destroying his opponent's confidence. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not condense a spiritual mark. Instead, he continued to circulate his spiritual energy. On his arms, purple and crimson alternated and flashed. It seemed as if he was accumulating a huge amount of energy. As the energy was accumulating, Yan Chutian raised his eyes and said coldly, "Spiritual mark, so what?" Ha ha ha, what a joke. You have not condensed a spiritual mark, and yet you say such arrogant words. Okay, then I'll show you what real power is. Chapter 228. Thus, when they heard Yan Chutian say such arrogant words, even the other geniuses on the stone platform who originally thought that Yan Chutian was hiding his strength couldn't help but sneer and shake their heads at this moment. In their opinion, it was just that this unknown guy had yet to condense a spirit rune. That was normal. Many third and even fourth level elixir cultivators were unable to condense a spirit rune. He was most likely such a pitiful person, and since he had yet to condense a spirit rune, he naturally wouldn't know how terrifying it was. But because of this battle should truly come to an end. As if they had foreseen the result again, the geniuses no longer paid attention to it and turned their heads away, quietly waiting for the result that they already knew would happen. But when the result really happened, they were destined to be shocked once again. The golden heavy axe chopped down with shocking momentum. If any fourth-level elixir cultivator were to stand in front of it, they would definitely end up in a miserable state if they didn't have enough means to defend themselves. But in the face of such a method, how could Yen Chutian not have any means to defend himself? He didn't use any spirit runes. Instead, he circulated his spirit energy, causing the purple and scarlet colors on his arms to intertwine and emit a dazzling light. When this kind of energy accumulated to a certain extent, Yen Chutian let out a low groan. Along with the groan, an incomparably sharp star mark suddenly shot out. 2 yuan fragmentary star mark. The 2 yuan fragmentary star mark was something that Yen Chutian had refined not long ago after refining the blood essence spirit fruit. This was the first time that Yen Chutian used it against an enemy. The attack of the fragmentary star mark was simply too illusory, to the point that the few geniuses watching the battle couldn't see it clearly. While they were still in a daze, the star mark and the heavy axe fiercely collided. At the moment of contact, there wasn't any shocking movement. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see that the golden heavy axe was strangely frozen in midair. This caused many geniuses to reveal a puzzled look. What's going on? But soon they understood. After pausing for a moment, a mark suddenly appeared on the golden axe's body. Along with the mark, the originally imposing heavy axe with spirit runes appeared. At this moment, a gap seemed to have opened up in his aura. It would have been fine if it was just a gap, but once the gap appeared, it would be like a breach in a dam. In the end, only destruction awaited it. Therefore, the golden heavy axe was like a dam that quickly collapsed. Cracks spread across the axe's body, and it trembled continuously. The appearance of this scene really shocked all the geniuses on this stone platform. Even the nearby suspended stone platforms of the same level also looked at this scene with astonishment. They obviously couldn't believe it. How could a result that was clearly predestined be overturned once again? How? How is this possible? That's the power of spirit runes. To think that it was actually defeated by a spirit art? Are spirit tattoos still the strongest ability of elixir practitioners? Who is this guy? With just level 3 elixir, he was able to unleash such a powerful spirit art and destroy a spirit pattern. Cries of astonishment arose from all directions. Even though these people were heaven's favorites, they were still shocked by the scene. However, among these people, none of them were the heaven's favorites who fought for the spirit fruit that day. Otherwise, they would have recognized Yen Chutian long ago. If they recognized Yen Chutian, they wouldn't be so shocked by this scene. After all, compared to the time when he snatched the spirit fruit from the encirclement and escaped unscathed, this was child's play. When the spirit pattern was damaged, it immediately turned into a streak of golden light and returned to Wang Hong's body. In the next instant, Wang Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was equally shocked and in disbelief. However, this time, he wasn't as lucky as before. He fell off the stone platform and was teleported away by the space. He had failed. Seeing that Wang Hong was defeated and disappeared, Yen Chutian didn't look happy at all. This was because the situation was supposed to be like this. If he had to fight Wang Hong, it would be a difficult battle. It would be strange if he had to fight to a draw or even lose. In fact, Yen Chutian didn't deny the power of spirit tattoos. It was just that Wang Hong's spirit pattern wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. Wang Hong was probably the only person who could be so arrogant after condensing a spirit pattern. Huff! He exhaled lightly and then retracted his spirit energy. Then, Yen Chutian scanned his surroundings. Even if the people around him didn't know him, they were looking at him with more solemn eyes. It was obvious that the current Yen Chutian wasn't any weaker than them in their eyes. In fact, some of the geniuses even felt that they couldn't compare to him. As Yen Chutian surveyed his surroundings, a certain space in front of him rippled like water. Following that, a pill emitting a faint medicinal fragrance appeared and fell into his palm. After identifying the pill in his hand, Yan Chutian's expression was good because this pill was still quite valuable to him. Therefore, Yan Chutian felt that he didn't lose out by being able to obtain such a pill after defeating Wang Hong. In fact, he even looked forward to a similar situation happening again. The myriad star tree seemed to know what he was thinking. When he ascended to the next stone platform at a higher level, another cold and arrogant gaze was cast over. When Yan Chutian looked back, he was surprised to see that the owner of this gaze was someone he knew. Although Yan Chutian didn't know his name, he knew that he was one of the top geniuses in the Daluo sect. The Daluo sect was ranked very close to the second-rate forces. At this point, it wasn't difficult to figure out that the other party was the bald youth who tried to stop Yan Chutian when they were fighting for the spirit fruit on the isolated island. That day, the two of them didn't fight. He didn't expect to meet again this time. The bald youth had already locked onto Yan Chutian. In his eyes, there was no ridicule or contempt like Wang Hong. This was because the bald youth knew that the guy in front of him wasn't as simple as he looked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to condense 3 spirit tattoos at such a cultivation level. However, it was also because of this that the bald youth couldn't help but have a battle intent in his heart. He wanted to personally test how extraordinary this Tianji sect's disciple who could condense 3 spirit tattoos at level 3 elixir was. Sensing the battle intent from the bald youth, the surrounding geniuses took the initiative to make way for him. At the same time, they looked at Yan Chutian gloatingly. They didn't know why the bald youth suddenly had a battle intent against a level 3 elixir guy. However, they knew the bald youth's identity and cultivation level. In their opinion, Yan Chutian's fate was already sealed since he was targeted by the top geniuses in the Daluo sect. Since the surrounding geniuses could sense the battle intent from the bald youth, it was naturally impossible for Yan Chutian to not sense it. Therefore, he understood that he would definitely not be able to escape from this battle. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if the Daluo sect's genius cultivation level was at the peak of level 5 elixir, it wasn't impossible for him to fight or even win. He would only know the result of this battle after he fought. My name is Mu Gong, a disciple of the Daluo sect. The bald youth, who was Mu Gong, slowly revealed his identity as he stared coldly at the bald youth. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but have a strange expression on their faces because they knew that this was a form of respect that would only be shown when facing someone of the same cultivation level. Why would Mu Gong show such respect to a mere level 3 elixir guy? Yan Chutian ignored the surrounding geniuses' reactions. After the bald youth revealed his identity, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Tianji sect's nameless disciple, Yan Chu. When he heard Yan Chutian's name, Tianji sect, Mu Gong wasn't surprised at all because he already knew about this back then. It was also because of this that he was shocked that day. He couldn't imagine that the Tianji sect, which had always been desolate, would have such an extraordinary disciple. After he revealed his identity, Mu Gong's expression slowly turned sharp. Since he had already expressed his respect, it was time for him to fight. In the next moment, Mu Gong's spiritual energy gathered on his right leg and emitted a dense aura of a golden spear. It was as if his body was a sharp sword that could hurt people with just a touch. Mu Gong's strange spiritual energy didn't come from nowhere. There was a spirit cultivation valley in the Daluo sect. If one became a top genius in the sect, they would have the opportunity to enter the valley for spirit cultivation. Thus, after becoming a top-tier prodigy, Mu Gong also entered the Spirit Refinement Valley. Moreover, unexpectedly, he actually refined his own spiritual power, making it like a golden spear, showing off its sharpness. Chapter 229. Mu Gong's spiritual energy was sharp like a golden spear, and this unrestrained sharpness was naturally taken into Yan Chutian's eyes. With his eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see what kind of terrifying sharpness this spiritual energy contained. If ordinary spiritual energy were to collide with it, it would likely be completely suppressed. However, this spiritual energy that was overbearing in the eyes of others was not difficult to deal with in the eyes of Yan Chutian. Because of his long cultivation, Yan Chutian had not only tempered his spiritual energy to an extremely high quality, but he had also gradually integrated the mysterious yang qi into his spiritual energy. With the combination of the two, Yan Chutian's spiritual energy was not the slightest bit inferior to those strange spiritual energies. Returning to the main topic, while Yan Chutian was feeling the other's spiritual energy, Mu Gong, who had already gathered enough momentum, no longer hesitated. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground, and immediately the spiritual energy that was like a golden spear shot out from the ground like an arc of lightning, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Knowing how overbearing his spiritual energy was, Mu Gong naturally would not give up on the advantage. Seeing the spiritual energy coming, Yan Chutian's reaction was simple. Without retreating or dodging, he slowly raised his right palm, and when the spiritual energy like an arc of lightning approached, he fiercely struck out with his palm. Boom! The moment Yan Chutian's right palm collided with the spiritual energy arc of lightning, a dazzling spiritual energy burst out and fiercely collided with the arc of lightning. At the moment of the collision, although Mu Gong was not overjoyed, his face was full of confidence. He was full of confidence in his spiritual energy because he was one of the few geniuses who could really cause his spiritual energy to mutate while cultivating in the Spirit Cultivation Valley. Although this might not prove how outstanding he would be in the future, it was proof of his talent and luck. However, when the spiritual energy truly collided, Mu Gong's originally confident face immediately revealed an unnatural expression. This was because the collision of the two spiritual energies did not produce the result he wanted, and he could not even say that his spiritual energy had a slight advantage. However, Mu Gong was a person with good self-control, and he quickly restrained his unnatural expression. He could imagine that the disciple of the Heaven's secret sect in front of him was able to possess such strength at such a low cultivation level. There must be something extraordinary about him. In comparison, the situation in front of him was not unacceptable. Seeing that his spirit force was not showing any weakness, Yan Chutian's expression was calm because this was what he had expected. Although his spiritual power was not overbearing, it had the tenacity to withstand all kinds of attacks. To be clear, this was the characteristic of the mysterious yang qi. Thus, it was impossible to suppress him with just spiritual energy. Seeing that his attack had failed, Mu Gong didn't do anything else. He simply took a deep breath and once again mobilized the boundless spirit qi in his body. A large amount of spiritual energy gushed out, and the austere power of the golden halberd was like a storm. An extremely astonishing sharpness filled the heavens and the earth, and all the heavenly prides who had sensed it understood that Mu Gong was about to use his true strength. Once Mu Gong used his true strength, those heavenly prides immediately believed that Yan Chutian's chances were slim. From their point of view, he was nothing more than a lucky fellow with a somewhat unique spiritual energy at the third level of elixir. How could he be a match for Mu Gong, the supreme genius of the Dalio sect? Mu Gong did not let them wait for long. Just as the golden spear storm was about to completely take shape, he formed a hand seal, and a pulling force spread out from his hand seal, enveloping all of the tyrannical spiritual energy. Sword Dragon Abyss. Bang! Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a giant dragon's head slowly rose under the suction force of the spiritual energy. Its mouth was wide open, and the black hole-like mouth was densely packed with countless sword auras. Following that, the killing intent that spread out caused many heavenly prides to tremble in fear. It was unimaginable how miserable the outcome would be if they were to fall into the Sword Dragon Abyss. Just like that, it made the crowd feel that Yan Chutian's defeat was already set. The first spiritual art that Mugong used was already so frightening and merciless. How could Yan Chutian resist it? Haha, this brat is doomed. I don't know how he offended Mugong to actually let him use the Sword Dragon Abyss. The Sword Dragon Abyss is an extremely terrifying spiritual art. Mugong had once used it before and heavily injured his fellow disciple who was competing for the supreme genius seat of the Dalio sect, causing him to be bedridden for half a month. Even if that fellow disciple wasn't comparable to Mugong, he was still a genuine 5th level of elixir. Being able to be defeated by Mugong's Sword Dragon Abyss is something that the Heavenly Fate sect's disciples can be proud of. How could an ordinary 3rd level of elixir have such an honor? There were probably many people in the world who rejoiced in others' misfortune. Therefore, when Mugong used the spiritual art, countless mocking voices rang out from the surroundings. However, Yan Chutian had long since become able to ignore those voices. He only quietly watched the enormous attack in front of him as he muttered to himself. A 7th or 8th level spiritual art of the spiritual art. A spiritual art of this level did indeed possess extremely frightening power. However, if they wanted to defeat him with just this, they were underestimating him too much. Boom! The dragon head's huge mouth swallowed Yan Chutian into the Sword Dragon Abyss before the crowd's eyes. Immediately after, countless sword chi whistled and the sound of metal clashing resounded, not stopping for a long time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding supreme geniuses all sneered coldly. They believed that even if Yan Chutian didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Mugong himself had an uneasy expression. Was his opponent really defeated by his Sword Dragon Abyss just like that? After a long time, when the giant dragon's head dissipated and the sound of metal clashing stopped, the crowd could finally see the scene clearly. When they could see it clearly, even if it was only a glance, it caused the faces of those supreme geniuses to suddenly freeze. That was because they had actually caught a glimpse of an enormous lotus flower canopy lying silently in the Sword Dragon Abyss. Although the flower canopy was also densely covered with sword scars and was riddled with wounds, it had not been broken. Naturally, it was also unable to harm Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged within it. In the next instant, Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged within the flower canopy, opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. As he opened his eyes, the flower canopy that was originally tightly shut started to bloom. However, it was clearly unable to continue to exist as it could only break apart inch by inch. Even so, the shock that Yan Chutian brought to all the supreme geniuses was still too great. He, a 3rd level elixir cultivator, had actually blocked Mugong's spiritual art attack. Formation. Similarly, Mugong's face was also filled with shock. After a while, Mugong slowly spat out these 2 words. Regarding this, Yan Chutian naturally had nothing to hide. What he had set up was indeed a formation. Setting up a formation was extremely troublesome. However, in the end, it was still on the offensive side. In terms of defense, it was only slightly more troublesome than spiritual arts. However, for Yan Chutian, the so-called slightly more troublesome was naturally not a problem. Therefore, the instant he was swallowed by the Sword Dragon Abyss, he had scattered the formation bases that he had always prepared, and continued to set up a great formation. This is actually a great formation. Although defensive formations are not as difficult to set up as offensive formations, to be able to set it up so quickly, how great must his attainments in formations be? Unbelievable. However, even so, Yan Chutian's performance had caused quite a few supreme geniuses to be shocked. In fact, they even faintly felt that they had discovered the reason why Mugong valued Yan Chutian so much. Could it be that he was a mysterious genius in formations? However, only Mugong himself knew how astonishing Yan Chutian was. He had always thought that he had already paid enough attention to his opponent. However, when Yan Chutian displayed this great formation, he finally understood that he had still underestimated him. Not only did the fellow in front of him possess the strength comparable to a 5th level elixir, he had also condensed 3 spiritual runes. He actually had such a powerful attainment in formations. This caused even him to exclaim in admiration and even become jealous. Fortunately, Mugong did not lose his rationality in the end. He quickly stabilized his emotions and spoke again. It is indeed shocking that you can achieve this with just a 3rd level elixir cultivation. If you were given more time to grow, perhaps even I would not be your opponent. However, today, no matter what, you will be defeated here. As his voice fell, Mugong's eyes slightly changed. Strange runes surged in his eyes, and a powerful spiritual rune appeared on his left and right. Mugong's attainments in spiritual runes were not low either. Chapter 230. Hearing Mugong's words, the surrounding disciples were all stunned. Mugong's condensing of spirit runes was within their expectations. But could it be that Yan Chutian had also condensed a spirit rune? But so what if he had condensed a spirit rune? How could a mere one compare to Mugong's 2 spirit runes? Just as they were puzzled, Yan Chutian gave them an answer. Looking at Mugong's spirited expression, Yan Chutian replied slowly, "As you wish." After that, the sword and cauldron spirit runes gradually formed in Yan Chutian's eyes. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they were projected between heaven and earth. 2 spirit runes appeared above Yan Chutian's head, causing the originally puzzled genius's expressions to change abruptly. Then, a deep look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Just now, they had thought that Yan Chutian was an incredible formation genius, which had attracted Mugong's attention. But at this moment, the other party had actually displayed 2 spirit runes at the same time. He was only at the 3rd level of elixir, but he had actually condensed 2 spirit runes. How was this possible? The scene in front of them really shocked them to the point that they were speechless. Although they were also geniuses at the 3rd level of elixir, being able to condense 1 spirit rune was the limit, let alone condensing 2 spirit runes. Therefore, at this moment, when compared to Yan Chutian, these geniuses couldn't help but feel ashamed. When they thought of the astonishing formation attainments that the other party had displayed just now, the shame on their faces became even more intense. They really couldn't believe that a person with such great attainments in formation could be so amazing in cultivation. It was also at this moment that they gradually understood Mugong's true feelings. But of course, it could only be said that they gradually understood. After all, they would never know that Yan Chutian had condensed more than 2 spirit runes. Seeing the 2 familiar spirit runes appear above Yan Chutian's head, Mugong no longer hesitated. He immediately manipulated his own spirit runes, exuding a terrifying spirit rune aura, and suppressed it forcefully. However, how could Yan Chutian be weaker than others when it came to spiritual inscriptions? Therefore, the result of such a clash was destined to be a draw. However, even if they were evenly matched, it was enough to convince the surrounding geniuses. This proved that the spirit inscriptions that Yan Chutian had condensed were genuine and not fake. Mugong seemed to have expected such an outcome, so there wasn't much change in his expression. However, after he retracted his 2 spiritual tattoos, an even more solemn expression appeared on his face. Mugong did not say anything. He merely closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a dark light that had never appeared before appeared in his eyes. The dim light continued to change. As it changed, many strange runes appeared and combined together according to some kind of strange charm. Within a short couple of breaths, a circular lightning bead was formed. The lightning bead was surrounded by flickering lightning arcs. Even in Mugong's eyes, it was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. Needless to say, when this lightning pearl appeared in the world, exactly what kind of terrifying might it emitted? This is, some of the surrounding geniuses exclaimed. Those who could be called geniuses naturally knew their stuff. Therefore, Exclamations could be heard again. This is the third spiritual rune. As expected, how could a top genius of the Dalios sect not have condensed the third spiritual rune? As they exclaimed, many of them looked at Yan Chutian with sympathy or gloating eyes. In their opinion, no matter how amazing Yan Chutian's performance was, he would not have such a chance under Mu Gong's third spiritual rune. The elixir realm could condense a total of 9 spiritual runes, although condensing 5 or more would allow one to enter the Yuanying realm. The more spiritual runes one could condense, the better. This was because it was not only a symbol of one's talent, but also a foundation for the Yuanying realm. Some geniuses were able to fight above their level not only because of their outstanding spiritual skills, but also because of their foundation. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if they were of the same cultivation level, as long as one was able to condense 1 more spiritual rune before entering the Yuanying realm, he would be able to completely suppress his opponent. Even though everyone knew this principle, the formation of spirit inscriptions was not an easy matter. Therefore, it also led to the situation in the primal core realm. Usually, if one could form 1 more spirit inscription, they would be able to win against other Xiuzha. Therefore, when they saw Mu Gong's third spiritual rune, they already thought that Mu Gong's victory was certain. After condensing the third spiritual rune, Mu Gong is definitely going to win. Speaking of which, it's a pity. If the Heavenly Secrets sect's disciples cultivated for a while longer and their cultivation level was higher, they might be able to condense the third spiritual rune. When that time comes, the situation might be reversed. You can't say that. When that time comes, Mu Gong will definitely be stronger, and the Heavenly Secrets sect's disciples will be left behind for the rest of their lives. No matter what the intentions of these voices were, their opinions were obviously the same. That was, Yan Chutian was definitely going to lose. However, would the outcome really be so? Looking at the domineering lightning bead that appeared in the sky, Yan Chutian more or less expected such a scene. Indeed, everything still depended on the third spiritual rune to determine the winner. Since it had already come to this stage, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He also closed his eyes slightly, and the third spiritual rune that he still could not understand was forced out of his dantian. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was a huge ball of flames. Then, a 4-legged giant beast that was surrounded by scorching flames appeared from the flames. However, although the giant beast was extremely huge, no one could see its appearance clearly. Although the flames that surrounded it were different, the entire giant beast seemed to have become illusory. Even Yan Chutian's spiritual, I could not do anything about this illusory state, let alone their spiritual energy perception or their naked eyes. However, even so, it did not hinder them from sensing the rich power of the spiritual rune from the giant beast. However, it was because of this that the confident expressions of these prided geniuses changed drastically once again. They could not believe that the beast that appeared before them was actually a spiritual rune beast. In other words, this was Yan Chutian's third spiritual rune? However, how was this possible? How could a third-level elixir condense 3 spiritual runes? Could it be that he was heaven-defying? In an instant, the expressions of these prided geniuses changed continuously, especially those who had just spoken. Their faces were green and white, and they were extremely ashamed. Clearly, everything should be as they had expected. However, the real situation would overturn their expectations every time. This was like a slap to their faces, and they were unable to resist. That was because they were the ones who had fought to get their faces beaten. However, even so, there were still some prided geniuses who stubbornly refused to believe it. Gnashing their teeth, they said, "This is just a trick. How can a third-level elixir condense 3 spiritual runes? It's all an illusion. Under Mu Gong's third spiritual rune, it will definitely collapse." Their gazes turned towards Mu Gong. He naturally would not have any doubts about Yan Chutian, as he had already seen the scene before him during the fight for the spirit fruit. However, he had never expected that their confrontation would descend so quickly. Immediately after, without any words, the two spiritual runes collided with a loud bang under the gazes of the crowd. A beast and a bead, exuding their own might, fiercely collided with each other. Perhaps Mugong would have sufficient confidence to win against others, but against Yen Chutian, all of his confidence was not enough to guarantee victory. The third spirit rune had never disappointed Yen Chutian. Even today it was the same. This mysterious spiritual rune fire beast broke through the lightning screen, condensed by the thunder bead almost immediately. Then it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit the bead. After biting it, no matter how the thunder bead exploded with lightning, it had no effect on the fire beast. In the end, the thunder bead's aura continued to weaken. Mugong, who was connected to it, immediately trembled, and a look of shock and pain appeared on his face. Even though he knew that the other party had also condensed the third spiritual rune, Mugong had never imagined that he would not be a match for the third spiritual rune.